luxury kind of track. Barcelona is the opposite. It is unreal, majestic, fast-flowing, sweeping corners. What a place.
It is, it's a fantastic circuit. The third longest straight on the calendar as well. Slipstream is absolutely vital out of turn 14, the Catalunya corner, and then you stretch the legs on these Moto3 machines down to turn 1, 1.047 kilometres long, only just behind Mugello and Cota, the longest straights on the calendar. And as I mentioned, it provides a great overtaking opportunity in turn 1. Then you've got the fantastic turn 3. I love seeing the bikes come out of there. And then turn 4 is a great overtaking opportunity. Turn 5 is as well. And of course, the famous turn 10 La Caixa here at the circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. And of course, turn 14. We've seen some famous moves made down there, haven't we? I remember last year in Moto3, Jose Antonio Rey was absolutely wonderful through turn 14. Picked the pocket of Tyre Furusato on the last lap to get himself into the top 2, finishing just behind the race winner last year, and Keras, of course, and it was Raider who went on to win the title. He did have a long lap penalty, of course, Raider here last year as well. So who is going to win this year? Well, we're going to find out in a few days, of course, and this is potentially, Peter, the only dry track time we're going to get today. It's 13 degrees out there, and very breezy as well. Can't quite remember which direction the wind is going in. But you've got to be careful on the opening few laps to work that one out. Don't get caught out, don't make an early mistake, because if this is the only dry running we're going to get on Friday, you don't want to then be going into Saturday morning and Saturday afternoon and in qualifying, of course, with very limited track time if you took it down the road early doors in FP1.
Looks like the wind's going down towards turn 1 at the moment, doesn't it? A few flags I can see how the comms ones, but really the bigger thing how cold it is. I mean, you're going to have to be very, very careful around that in Moto3. One bike, of course, Moto3 and Moto2, so throw it at the fence and you do risk losing a lot of track time, which, okay, that might not sound like the worst thing. It looks like practice is going to be held in wet conditions, judging by the weather forecast, but it might not be. We were saying about the weather all weekend in Le Mans, and in the end it was quite different to what we expected.
Yeah, Moto3 obviously got a wet race over in Le Mans, but we were expecting that to continue throughout the day. Moto2 got away with it, and then MotoGP also got away with it. If the race was an hour later, absolutely would not have got away with it. A horrendous downpour for a couple of hours after the race had finished over in Le Mans. Thankfully, we did miss that. Moto3, of course, didn't, but it was good to have a wet race anyway. Not great for the riders, of course, but good for the spectacle. And fair play to Maximo Quiles for doing the job in very tricky conditions.
Got to say, just before we move on and have a little run through all the Moto3 stars, about that downpour on the Sunday at Le Mans, obviously we'd have all come off air by that time, but when we were leaving the track it was still hammering down, and I've got to say, kudos to all of the teams, taking down all the hospitality units, packing away all the boxes, and then they come here and it does exactly the same on setup days, Tuesday and Wednesday. I mean, there are some jobs in the paddock that, even for me, and I love being in the paddock, it just wouldn't float my boat. And really, hats off to every single one of them. The guys that are doing all the setup in all kinds of weathers. We went out for a few drinks with some colleagues elsewhere from TNT, and they were de-rigging as well in the rain, and it's miserable. When the sun's shining and the drinks are flowing in the paddock at the end of the day after a good result, that's when the highs are the highest. But when it's raining and you're packing away in the middle of a back-to-back, that is a low point. So big shout out to all of the members in the paddock. Right, let's get on with it. Eddie O'Shea top at the moment. Best result last time, out hell, right up inside the top 10. 9th at the checkered flag, 10th on the grid. So Eddie O'Shea finally finding a little bit of form, and I know that's something that team boss Michael Lamptey is pretty happy with, and it seems like we caught up with Eddie O'Shea a little bit on Sunday afternoon. He's found a little bit of belief in himself as well.
Yeah, great to see O'Shea finally showing what he's capable of in Moto3. Obviously top of the standings at this early stage of the weekend, but his first top 10 in Moto3 last time out, and it wasn't just a flash of the pan on Sunday. Qualified automatically into the top 14 on Friday with a P14, then qualified in P10, and then of course went on in the tough conditions to finish P9. A really good job done from Eddie O'Shea. Of course, teammate Joel Kelso had a really good weekend as well before his crash, of course, in the wet conditions. But yeah, O'Shea was, of course, very happy to come away with his best result of the season, and he said he felt like he had a little bit more pace in hand, but of course, seeing a lot of riders crash, very easy to chuck it down the road in those conditions. Cold, windy, wet, Le Mans screams crashes, and we saw the likes of David Munoz or Carpe, for example, two leading contenders in the championship, took it down the road. So O'Shea just wanted to not make any more risks, bring it home, and a great job doing to finish inside that top 10.
Ryan Uriarte crashed twice.
Yeah.
He's still got a point though. We just had a quick look at Matteo Bertelli. Let's talk about him if we can. Fantastic ride in dodgy conditions last time out. He did as well have a long lap penalty to contend with. But Matteo Bertelli, I'm a big fan of him. He's a really, really nice kid. And I've got to say, coming off the back of what was a horrific injury last year, he missed this round here last year, but to come back on the podium last time out, doesn't matter whether it was wet or dry, he's had the pace as he touched back down in Europe at Jerez. So big kudos to Matteo Bertelli.
Great to see Bertelli back on the podium. I'm sure I speak for pretty much everyone around the world watching it, tuning in. If you're a Moto3 fan, you probably know what happened to Bertelli last year. He missed 13 Grand Prix with several injuries that he picked up after clinching that day on the podium over in Austin. It's been a long road back, and he did say last year once he returned it was probably a little bit too soon, but he did mention that if he didn't return when he did, he might have not been riding in 2026. And obviously over winter, put in the hard graft and a little bit of a tricky start to the season. A DNF over in Thailand, the DNF over in Brazil since Austin, when he finished P4 on a Friday, finished inside the top 10 on the Sunday. Of course, had that DNF over in Jerez, which wasn't really his fault, a racing incident on the opening lap. I think he described it as they only did 400 metres in the race, and they're pretty much spot on. And he was well in the podium over in Jerez, and then to back it up, as you say, with a long lap penalty, in tough conditions, to finish inside that top 3, back on the box for the second time in his Moto3 career. After everything he's been through, just wonderful to see Bertelli back inside that top 3. And back to what we saw at the start of last year from the Italian. He didn't say he was quite there yet. He's obviously, last 3 Grand Prix, as I mentioned, he's been slowly but surely getting to where he wants to be. He's still got a little bit sort of performance to play with, a little bit of time to find. But Bertelli is not too far away from being A, fully fit, and B, showing his full potential again in Moto3, which is great news for the Italian and great news for Local FNTA, who have put a lot of faith in Bertelli, and he's starting to repay them with that after what unfolded last year, because who knows what could have happened after that. There was doubts about whether Bertelli would be able to race again, let alone finish on a podium again. So it's a fantastic story, and as you mentioned as well, he's a fantastic guy to speak to, a lovely chap, and just fantastic to see those stories in motorcycle racing when people like Martin in MotoGP hit rock bottom and then are able to pick themselves back up and work their way back up.
Team boss Alessandro Tanucci caught up with him after as well, and just so happy, so pleased with Matteo Bertelli as a rider. As we say, he's been through the mill a little bit. He actually said, I had the pleasure of speaking to Matteo Bertelli in his TV interview after, that when he crossed the line to start the last lap, he started crying, because that's how much it meant to the number 18 to actually get back towards the pointy end of proceedings. Just to round off that topic for now, Matteo Bertelli is in 9th place. He's one place ahead of the rider on your screen, John Kelso. Kelso, what could have been really last time out at Le Mans now, was up inside the top 4, top 5, and unfortunately a crash took him out. Very, very unfortunate in the wet conditions, but Michael Lamptey's Hondas have definitely found some performance in 2026.
Yeah, they have, and with the help of Kelso's experience, speed, of course, he's really brought that team forward, and not only helped O'Shea, but also Kelso now really getting to grips with that Honda. He says, the Australian overall, it was a really positive weekend right from the off on Friday. He was right in the front row mix, of course, stuck it on the front row on Saturday afternoon. Great to see Kelso back on the front row, his first time on board that Honda, and of course he was right in that victory fight as well, and said he wasn't really pushing too much, he was feeling really comfortable, the pace was strong, and it was still early in the race, and then obviously very early on in the race, unfortunately just lost the front without too much warning, he said, and yeah, down the road he went, unfortunately, in a potential podium, definitely a top 5 on the cards for Kelso, which would have been a great result. So unfortunately the results don't really speak volumes of sort of Kelso's progress so far this year, up inside that top 10 again, but it does feel like now, Kelso said this himself, he's really starting to feel like the old Kelso again, the one last year, the one that challenged for victories on numerous occasions. So yeah, it was great to see Kelso now on a regular basis, not just in the wet conditions where it can be a bit of a leveller, as we know, but in every condition, on a Friday, on a Saturday and on a Sunday, Kelso is right there, pushing into that DNF DNF over in Austin as well, when he was right in that top 10 mix. So yeah, this is now what we'll start to see for Kelso, as we sort of expected to see from Kelso after a couple of Grand Prix. He mentioned at the start that the jump from the KTM to the Honda was bigger than he expected. The sort of what you have to do on the bike, the riding style is completely different. And now, obviously, with his talent, with his speed and experiences, very much getting to grips as we see Joel Esteban and Ramersdorfer getting a little bit too close to come, put down at turn 10. Ramersdorfer left the door open a tad for Esteban, and Esteban obviously decided to walk on through. And Ramersdorfer got a bit of a wake-up call there from the 78.
Yeah, Joel Esteban's home GP as well. He's always coming through there. I think Ramersdorfer, I'm not sure if he was pushing. But well, we've definitely got a wake-up call, as you say. Just to finish on Joel Kelso, if we can. First time in a row with Honda Machinery last time out. He's got the front row here as well last year. Second place, finished 7th. And his best results actually here in Barcelona. But he is still chasing that first top 10 of the season. So we know that Kelso is quite a challenger for the podium. He's just got to try and find his way through and onto what is a kind of feeling that he's chasing here to get into the top 10. We're having a look at Scott Ogden, crashed last time out in the team's home GP, but his teammate just ahead of him, number 11 of Adrian Cruz, currently 10th in this session. Fine ride for Cruz. He was up there in the top 10, finished 7th, and it was, I believe, his best GP result so far.
Yeah, it was exactly that, and to do that in front of the team's home fans was a top job done from Adrian Cruz. He's quietly going about his business in Moto3, 8 points rides in the opening 11 Moto3 Grand Prix for Adrian Cruz. He was polled here back in 2024 in the Moto Junior class as well, so Cruz has good pedigree around here, and he also had a lot of penalty too. We've got the yellow flag somewhere on the circuit, don't quite know where yet, but we'll still focus on Cruz as we're mentioning him. And that is Zen Matani, unfortunately. Has gone down the road at turn 10, looks like to me, on the exit. The first crash at turn 10, and it certainly won't be the last this weekend.
Bit of a crashing hotspot, isn't it, down there? You can see all of his ladders scuffed up on that left-hand side. So Zen Matani was 16th last time out, still chasing his first points of the 2026 season. He's actually up there at the moment, was up there towards the top 10, 16th at the moment in this session, likewise as well. This is Jesus Rios. Rios, who last time out was a DNF, but he has had a top 10 already this season, thinking back to his 9th place over in Jerez. He's been a winner here in Barcelona in the Junior GP category, 2024 from 2025. And last time out, he's back in the Q2 mix for the first time since Buriram. So even though the result didn't come in France, Jesus Rios trying to come through, and at least on circuits that he knows, get himself up in the qualifying standings as well as the race results.
Yeah, DNF unfortunately for Rios last time out, but to the top 10 over in Jerez, and that was after he got deducted a couple of positions as well for being a little too aggressive, got to say, in the last few laps. But like you say, was inside Q2 again in France. So Jesus Rios on the 54, we're starting to see what he can be capable of in Moto3. Enrico Salmela we're just watching now. I think it was a weekend to sort of forget for the number 27. He was chipping away at things, got to be said, and I don't think he was too disheartened by the progress he was making throughout the weekend. But of course, with that DNF and a crash on Saturday morning as well over at turn 2 or turn 1 or turn 3, whichever way you want to look at it over in 1, I think it's pretty much turn 2. Fast right-hand kick for the 27. Yeah, Enrico Salmela unfortunately crashed as well on the Sunday, and he did describe it as one of the toughest weekends they've had this year. Did say they wanted it. It was a pretty good race, feeling strong and making the positions, but then, of course, we saw what happened. Had a massive crash on the exit of turn 11, I think it is, when you flick it through the Shimano Buff S's at turn 10 maybe. Who knows? Whatever, it doesn't matter. The Shimano Buff S's and then the bike. I can imagine the team watching what the bike did in the gravel. Tumble rolled 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 times. Thankfully, the young Finn was all okay. But yeah, he admitted afterwards, Salmela, that it was his mistake, but he's uninjured, which is the main thing. And I think getting back to a circuit where he's more used to the number 27. A lot of these riders, of course, more used to the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya compared to Le Mans. I think it should be a better weekend for Rico.
At the moment, we are just over 15 minutes done in this one so far. Adrian Fernandez, Hakim Danish, Alvaro Carpe, Max Milas and David Munoz in top 5. Michael Laverty top of 6th and 7th, Brian Uriarte 8th. 9th for Cruces, Marco Morelli is in your top 10. Top 10, this is the number 10, Nicola Carraro, who is really just not having a very fun season of things at the moment, is he? He's not had a point yet this year, so never had points in Barcelona in Moto3 either, so tough weekend perhaps in the offing for Nicola Carraro. We watched Hakim Danish, normally quite quick in the wet, spoke with him after though in Le Mans. He was pretty shocked with just how tricky that place is in the wet in a Moto3 bike. Came away with a top 10, so points on the board for Danish, but as you can see he's flying at the moment up here in second place, and he's got red sectors all the way through this trek so far this lap around. But Danish, potential wet or dry really, last night at Le Mans, he's a bit of an exciting prospect for 13.
Yeah, 100%. Second top 10 of his Moto3 career, P10 in Brazil, then backed it up with a P10 over in Le Mans last summer as well, so equal best finish, and was in and around that top 10 throughout the weekends. We know from the Red Bull Rookies Cup last year that Danish was phenomenal in the wet. I think he crashed in the second race and still came away to finish on the podium. Obviously, going from Red Bull Rookies into Moto3, completely different prospect against more experienced riders, very fast riders as well, when you've got the likes of Keelis and Adrian Fernandez up from 31 just in front of Hakim Danish on the track at this moment in time, but you can't take anything away from Danish. Yes, I think expectations, including from us, were raised slightly when we saw the wet weather coming. We knew that Danish was very, very strong in those conditions, but you've got to remember he is a rookie lacking experience, and yeah, I think he just found it a little bit surprising how much of a difference riding the Moto3 bike was in the wet compared to riding the Red Bull Rookies bike in the wet. Of course, similar machines, but different specs. Moto3, a bit of a higher spec compared to the Red Bull Rookies, faster and more sort of race ready compared to the Red Bull Rookies bikes. But don't take anything away from Danish. Top 10, chipping away at things is Danish, and he's a really exciting prospect for Malaysia. We know he's got huge support over in that side of the world, and number 13, I have no doubts in the second half of this season, and maybe even earlier, is going to be challenging the podiums in the dry and maybe in the wet.
Can't wait to see what he does when we're over in Sepang in November. He's going to be a real star over there. He's top at the moment on a 1:48.783. Excuse me now, I did actually say excuse me, I called the microwave because I didn't want to cough anymore. We're looking at Cormac Buchanan, special livery for the Code Motorsport KTM, their subtle touch of the Catalan flag, comes across the line. Cormac Buchanan moves up a space and goes to 24th at the moment, 2.6 seconds off. Got to say, we were kind of backing him to do big things in Le Mans. He definitely did big things. We may have said that we fancy him in the wet. Well, he had a great start, soon fired himself out the front door though, didn't he, and out of turn 6 on the opening lap. So Cormac Buchanan looking to redeem himself here in Catalonia this weekend.
Yeah, we may have had a little flutter on Cormac Buchanan in the wet conditions, and rightly so. We know, yeah, of course, keeping it nice and steady, nothing silly. But we're having a look at the odds, and Cormac, obviously, with the dry performance and the odds these days, there's a lot of more riders who were tipped to be better than Cormac in the dry conditions. But in the wet, we were very much thinking that Buchanan would have been right in that podium fight. I think he would have been, but unfortunately, yeah, he did crash at turn 7 on the exit on lap 1, which was unfortunate for Buchanan. And I think, thankfully, he wasn't injured in that crash. Of course, he had a few big crashes, and did say over in France that he was starting to feel back to his old self after a couple of difficult Grand Prix, recovering from the big high side he had over in Brazil, and then he had another big one in Austin as well. Qualified in P15, which was his best qualifying of the year so far, and yeah, was sort of well on course to finish inside that top 6. But as I mentioned, we know how easy it was to crash, and when you know you've got a good result ahead of you, Buchanan knew that he had a good result coming if he could just keep it upright. But unfortunately, yeah, the New Zealander chucked it down the road. So as I say, thankfully he is all okay, and he did describe it as a tough pill to swallow. Made a big step forward on the Saturday, showed there can be fast in dry conditions, and of course that was obviously obviously shown with his best qualifying of the year so far. Just couldn't quite get it together in the race, but you don't want to sort of keep any sort of you don't want to challenge riders too much when they crash in those conditions, because Uriarte crashed twice, as you mentioned. Munoz crashed at the third corner as well on the opening lap. Then Buchanan did as well. Alvaro Carpe crashed, and several others as well. It's fair play to the likes of Fernandez and the likes of Quiles, and of course Vitelli as well, who stood on the podium for going as fast as they did, keeping it upright and not making any mistakes. And we'll obviously come on to talk about Fernandez and Quiles in a moment as we see Fernandez on our screens, but very, very easy to crash in those conditions. So yeah, I think Buchanan, the overriding feeling was for New Zealander, a good weekend, another step forwards, and okay, bitter pill to swallow on the Sunday, but look at the positives.
17th on the grid here in Barcelona last year, DNF'd in the Grand Prix before that Buchanan, so a little bit of work to do here. Let's talk about Leopard, if we can. Great performance last time out from Adrian Fernandez. Likewise from Guido Pini, who actually finally managed to come through a Q1 session, got into Q2, normally there directly, but unfortunately the last 2 rounds he's had to go via Q1, came through into 6th place at the checkered flag, so a double top 6 for Mir Couture's team, and Adrian Fernandez back-to-back podiums for the first time in over a year, so lots to celebrate down there in the Leopard Blue.
Yeah, and Adrian Fernandez now is the chief chaser to Maximo Quiles. 46 points is the gap, 69 for Fernandez, 115 a record for Max Quiles. We will get on to Quiles, don't you worry, in the not too distant future, because it was another phenomenal Sunday for Quiles, but also a very, very strong Sunday for Adrian Fernandez. Didn't quite get the launch off the line, did he, from pole position, his first of the year. Got sort of bogged down and made some good positions up actually in the opening lap. Was I think P5 at one point, maybe P6, and then got himself up to P2, but Quiles was already head down and on his way, and Fernandez tried as he might to stick with Quiles. I think in the latter stages Fernandez just admitted that he wasn't going to catch Quiles, didn't want to put too much pressure on himself as well and start pushing too much and make a mistake, because 20 points absolutely valuable for Fernandez in this championship chase. Of course, back to his second place up over in Jerez, and another second place, as you rightly mentioned, Hugo, first back-to-back podium since Thailand and Argentina last year for Fernandez. And I make it that Fernandez hasn't seen the checkered flag outside the top 10 since his America's Grand Prix P12 last year, and it's his 11th top 6 in the last 15 races. It's been super consistent for Fernandez ever since he had that little bit of a lull, a little bit of a really disappointing batch mid-season last year, but since then Fernandez has been really strong. And now, as I mentioned, he is second in the championship, and okay, 46 points to Quiles after 5 Grand Prix is a lot of points to make up, and we know how strong Quiles is, and we know how strong Quiles is going to continue to be in 2026. He's going to be a very difficult rider to beat, but Fernandez has placed himself in the perfect position, and when you can't win on a Sunday, like he didn't in Jerez, and like he couldn't in Le Mans, picking up the P2 is exactly what you've got to do. 40 points for the last 2 races. I think Fernandez would have shook your hand at that one if you'd offered him at the start of Sunday over in Jerez. So fair play to Fernandez, really coming on strong again after a quite opening few Grand Prix. And of course saw this rider on screen, Guido Pini, pick up the win over in Austin, which I don't think would have pleased Fernandez. Seen your teammate win, even though they get along pretty much fine. That is the first rival at the end of the day. So I think Fernandez would have seen Pini pick up a victory, knew to see him, of course, the Italian, and thought, you know what, I don't like the look of that. And fair play to Fernandez for responding.
Definitely come into the lines then and scored there, hasn't he, Guido Pini. Got to say though, Leopard, 5 on podium in the last 3 GP, so very strong stuff indeed. Just to finish on Fernandez, hasn't had 3 consecutive podiums since the flyaways of 2024, and it's a bit of a tricky track this one for him. He hasn't really got a lot of great form. 5th on the grid last year, and in the GP that was his best weekend here at the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. Marco Morelli at the moment 19th place, and really a story of what could have been in Le Mans for the Argentinian. Stayed in the points, but just cleared Fernandez. He was looking to give Aspar a 5th 1-2 finish in Moto3, and it wasn't to be. Tucked the front almost as soon as he got ahead of Fernandez in the tricky conditions down at Recordum on the final couple of corners. So Marco Morelli in the end, came away with 13th place. But for someone that's qualified fourth, has been in the top 3 at points throughout the weekend last time out, fair to say that he would have wanted a little bit more than that. So you never know. Marco Morelli, decent-ish form around here. Front row and a victory here last year in Junior GP, and a pole to victory showing in ETC in 2024. So this is a track that he likes.
Yeah, big fan of Morelli. I'm really excited what he can do for the rest of this season. Of course, the focus will be on this rider, the number 28 on the other side of the box, Maximo Quiles, but Morelli is quietly going about his business. P6 in the championship standings, now 6-7 points away from his teammate, but Morelli hasn't quite got the points on the board that he's sort of really shown. Of course, had that fabulous podium back in Brazil where he nearly beat Quiles, had a fantastic comeback in Jerez as well after a difficult start. Really lamented the qualifying position in the start of the race with Morelli over in Jerez, and that would have been a guaranteed podium if he got a better start. And then it looked like he was well on for the podium, as you mentioned, over in Le Mans Kiko, and again another rider. I don't want to discourage them too much, and just so easy to make a mistake, and unfortunately I think Morelli just got a little bit too excited. He was in that podium position and then crashed to P13. When you're looking at the positive, you've got to try and take everything you can, and that's what he was able to do. But like a lot of the other riders who crashed, the overriding feeling for Morelli was he was happy because he was showing that he can be fast in every condition. And I said at the start of the year when we were talking about who's going to challenge for the championship, maybe dark horses, Morelli for me was a massive dark horse. We showed glimpses last year when he was riding for the MLF Honda what Morelli could do on an underpowered and unfavoured machine of the Honda last year in the MLF box. Moving to Aspar, we know how much of a good setup Aspar is. Got great people around him, like Nick Mitchell, like Jorge Martinez Aspar, and on the other side of the box we've got Quiles, who's challenging for the championship. And Quiles said himself over in Le Mans on Friday and Saturday, you know what, hands up, I'm not feeling as strong as I did over in Jerez, and I'm looking at my teammate and seeing that he's stronger, and I can also learn from Marco. It's not Marco just learning from me. Obviously Quiles is a little bit more experienced in this class than Morelli, but I'm also learning from Marco, the number 97, on your screens here. And see, this is now a home race for Morelli, as he described it, pre-Grand Prix. So I'm really, really excited to see what Morelli can do. Hopefully just gets a clean run of things this weekend. I don't think a victory is too far out of the ball.
No, he's definitely going to get one on the board. It may well be this weekend. As I said, the last 2 years he's visited this place and come away with some extra hand luggage. So for sure, Marco Morelli with that wonderful crash helmet. He has got one of the best crash helmets. It reminds me of, have you seen Top Gun? Please tell me you've seen Top Gun. Have you seen Iceman? You've seen Iceman? Yeah. That's the kind of crash helmet it reminds me of. Very, very retro stuff. Crash helmet for number 97. Please don't ask me if I've seen any other films. We've already had this topic off air. Ryder Riarte has been into P1 so far, and he's worked his way through some trouble. As Andrew Prix said, Riarte coming through turn 12. Really is turn 11, but for some reason we have one long corner, the left-hander at turn 10. Oh no, Cormac Buchanan has gone down. I hope that is a rather small crash. Cormac Buchanan has had a few big ones this year. Hopefully that's not one of them. Turn 5, so I imagine that's a cold front tyre that's just given way. Ryder Riarte, despite all that batting, has gone up. I was mentioned about that long left-hander at turn 10. For some reason they've whacked a corner on the exit of it, and it's not a corner, it is all one corner. And we had this in the Mon. Please guys, when you're doing the corner names and the corner numbers, can we not invent them? Because we all know the last corner, that only corner, is turn 13. This is Cormac Buchanan. He's at least up on his feet. Front end folded in 3, 2, 1. Oh no, he's not. He's going to run straight on, so Cormac Buchanan just... Oh, there it goes. I'll tell you what, he had to bail out of that because the tyres were coming up a little bit too soon. But Cormac Buchanan, well, unfortunately, it is a crash, but it's not. So we'll let him.
Yeah, just getting it wrong down into turn 5. We mentioned turn 10, where Zembatani crashed a little bit earlier on in the session. Was a bit of a hot spot, not a bit, a lot of a hot spot. A massive hot spot here at turn 10 for crashes, and turn 5 is as well. Two left-handers, of course, and that's the first time you're on the left-hand side of the tyre since turn 2 again. Another one where we see a lot of riders go down. So a mistake that we've seen plenty of times. Thankfully, Buchanan was up and okay and trying to get that KTM fired and started for the final 5 minutes of this session.
So Vitaly's looking over his shoulder in the back of shot, and he gets a face full. I think that is of Alvaro Carpe. Watching Adrian Fernandez, this is down the bottom at turn 10, and then apparently turn 11 somewhere around here, up towards the right-hander, and then it's right, all the way through the final sector. I'll tell you what, lap times now start to fall a little bit. We're still way off the lap record. The 1:48.584 is what Bruno Riarte has done. I can tell you the lap record round here in Moto3 is a 45.905, so still a little bit of rubber left to be put down, and a little bit of time to be found. Of course, we are here in May this year, but these lap records were set back in 2024, none of which come from last year. 48.137 is for Adrian Fernandez. He bumps his way back into P1. Bruno Riarte there in second. Third back in Denise, who set that fast lap time earlier on. Cruces has made his way up to fourth there to Marco Morelli. Carpe, David Munoz, who we've got there. Oh, Adrian Fernandez, that move is on, but probably not in FP1. He just picks up Ryusei Yamanaka. We've got yellow flags elsewhere on the track. Oh, that's turn 3. That looks like one of the KTMs come to a stop. Is that KTM or is it? Not really.
Maybe level of MTA potentially.
But then transponders moving again, so we'll have to wait and see what the yellow flags it looks like over on the exit of turns 2 and 3. So we'll have to pick that one up very, very soon. Morelli's just got up to second place. Jesus Rios, fantastic. Well, we said he's quick round here, and he has had victories round here. So Jesus Rios moves into third place on the leader called Sniper's Team Machine. Oh, Matteo Vitali, that's a shame. We were talking so well of him earlier on. Matteo Vitali's gone down to turn 2. I imagine that's a front end. That's the first left-hander for quite some time. We do see that, of course.
Yeah, I think I cursed it at turn 2. We mentioned turn 10, we mentioned turn 5, and then I spoke about turn 2 being a hot spot as well. That's exactly where Vitali went down. I did see a lot of gravel being chucked onto the inside line there when you flick it right back into the apex at turn 3. Vitali is all okay, that is good news, but a late crash in the session. Hopefully the bike isn't too damaged, and there's not too much work to do for mechanics down there. As we get some quicker times come in at the end of the session. This is Alvaro Carpe. Disappointing weekend last time out for Carpe. A big missed opportunity for Carpe to notch up a no score and see title rival Max Quiles pick up another healthy 25 points. Denise rises to P1. Good lap time from the Malaysian, a 47.718.
Yeah, Denise, Carpe and Fernandez all going across the line pretty close together there, and all of them getting down into 147. Where do you say Yamanaka going? That's where he's going through the long lap as he just gets forced out by his teammate. Well, there is a lot of rockery and stones out there on the turning point now at turn 3, so that'll be looked at, I'm sure. We're going to get to the end of this. We've got yellow flags out again. I wonder what that's all in aid of, but we're going to this time it's up at turns 11 and 12, so Jesus Rios. Well, oh dear me, man.
Probably shouldn't be going back out onto the circuit.
Yeah, the marshals really shouldn't be allowing him back out onto the track, but oh dear me. Well, Jesus Rios. Well, we saw him with a tyre warmer wedged in the rear wheel last time out. Hopefully that front fairing does not wander off any further from where it is. But Jesus Rios has done a great job getting up into the top 3, 7th at the moment. So as the riders are pushing on here, late on, we are seeing that a few of them are finding the limits in the way they didn't want to. Everyone at the moment, seemingly, chasing Max Quiles, who's down in 13th as we have a look at the championship leader, working his way through turns 10 and 11.
Yeah, we'll delve into more about Quiles as we can over him on this afternoon, yes. Of course. This is Fernandez. I did think that was going to get a bit close up the inside of Uriarte, the number 51, who's having a decent session. Uriarte up inside that top 10. But it is Fernandez who's on course to go P1. Potentially, Hakim Denise might re-overtake Adrian Fernandez when he crosses the line. Carpe on a good lap time as well. They're all pretty much in the same vicinity. Fernandez chasing Quiles, P1 and P2 in the championship, and it is Hakim Denise who does improve to potentially end the session on top here in Barcelona.
Fantastic. Checkered flag out. Wow! Adrian Fernandez, what has he had for breakfast this morning? Oh, he's going off the apex there. Adrian Fernandez, every time we clap eyes on him, he's a bit scrappy, isn't he? dearie me. I tell you what, Max Kielers would have been caught by surprise. I can just imagine that Simon Crayford's going to have a little look at that and perhaps a little slap on the wrist coming away at the 31. Hakim Danish at the moment is the number 13 who is leading the way in P1 at the moment here in Barcelona. Alvaro Carpe has moved himself up to third. Great lap there from Rico Salmela to put him fourth. Adrian Cruz says Marco Morelli, Jesus Rios, who's made it back to the pits, thankfully, ahead of Fino Riartic. Joel Kelso coming to the line, 9th place at the moment. Does he move up? Yes, he does. Moves up into 7th, just ahead of Nicola Carraro on track. Guido Pini has taken the flag as well, just behind. He's in 18th place, so a slow start for the number 94. Jesus Gorman at the moment, provisionally completing the top 10. But a flurry of lap times and a flurry of incidents. And there goes Scott Ogden. So Scoggins has crashed, that's turn 5, and I imagine that one is a front-end tuck. Scoggins, who is 20th at the moment, the number 19, is going to need to have a little bit of an improvement later on. So saw him holding his collarbone there. Oh, that was no saving that. And that front end folded.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ogden, he did have left shoulder surgery in November after his Valencia crash, and that was his left shoulder. He was just moving around there, so hopefully there's no damage done to that left shoulder for Ogden. As we mentioned, turn 5, that is a classic turn 5 crash here in Barcelona. Alvaro Carpe pushing on in that third split. Can he hold it around the final corner of turn 14 of Catalonia before the short burst to the line here in Barcelona? Where's this going to get Carpe to? Is it P1? No, he improves his time but stays P3. But a confidence boosting session for Carpe. He was really disappointed after that crash a few days ago on Sunday in Le Mans.
And Kielers has moved up into 12th place at the moment, just ahead of Ruche Moodley and David Munoz, just behind Binary Arte. Gorman. So that is all she wrote, and that is Hakim Danish, who leads the way. P1 for the number 13 and 1:47.478, about a second and a half off what the lap record is, but it's a bit cold out there this morning as we watch Ryuta Yamanaka. I think we're watching the wrong MT helmets, MSI Aeon credit machine there. It is Hakim Danish who has found his way to the top. I can already hear the Malaysians who are cheering on out there in Kuala Lumpur and all around. Fantastic stuff from Danish. Fernandez second in the rider with the speed. Alvaro Carpe fine third.
Yeah, absolutely. And Salmela as well, we mentioned that his crash was very disappointing for Salmela last time out over in Le Mans, so a good start to the weekend for the Finn. This is Fernandez, of course, we're watching. Feisty Fernandez, I'm going to call him, in FP1. Was getting a bit busy there, wasn't he? But clearly hungry to reap more success on home soil is the number 31, the lead Honda in the championship and in this session. A replay of what happened between him and Uriarte up at turn 12.
Yeah, he'd already done this move to Ryusei Yamanaka earlier on in the lap, and then, well, what we really needed to see was him cutting across Max Kielers there, but never mind, we'll have to rewind and watch that one back on the video, Pascal. Danish on a 47.478, as you can see, 1.5 off really where we have seen the Moto3 time go, and that was done by David Alonso a couple of years ago. So who else is up there in the top 10 who we can shout about? Got to say, Keso Gorman, I just got nudged out towards the end. Ryusei Yamanaka doing the nudging, he's there in ninth, but it's his teammate Hakim Danish who leads the way ahead of Adrian Fernandez. Alvaro Carpe, as I say, up there in third. Rico Salmela and Adrian Cruz completing the top 5. Marco Morelli, the Argentinian, in 6th. He is from Barcelona though, so it is technically a kind of home GP. Max Kielers, championship leader down there in 12th. It is the Little Rony Dynamo Intact Machines of David Munoz and David Almanza 14th and 15th. We barely spoke about them, so we'll make a note of that to touch on later. Bringing up the rear, Cormac Buchanan was a crasher on his way to 25th, just behind a fellow crasher in Zen Matani, Nicola Carraro, rounding out the order. And that is all for myself, Kiko Giles, Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York are taking you through Moto2 FP1. Enjoy! We've touched down in one of the most beautiful settings anywhere in the world as MotoGP readies for Italian GP action. In the rolling hills of Tuscany, passion and euphoria encompass a racetrack that remains unchanged since it was built. It's majestic, it's magic, it is, of course, Mugello. Oh, Mugello, a track that they really did get right first time. 50 years of racing on this hallowed turf, and each corner, climb and descent remains the same as all the way back in 1976. If you're new to MotoGP, this really is about as postcard as we get all year, and we go to some pretty spectacular locations. The track laces its way through the Tuscan hills. It's no wonder why the riders, team and paddock staff, they all love coming here. But it's the fans that get the ultimate experience. Italian countryside setting, adrenaline-fueled MotoGP battling, and perhaps from the stories we've been told, the odd bit of late-night partying in the campsites too. All reasons why we all love coming here. So far in 2026, we have seen plenty. Starting in MotoGP, we come into this weekend having had 4 different winners from the last 4 races. A far cry from last year, where the top 3 in the championship at the same point are all placed outside the top 6 this year. But the reigning champion is back. Marc Marquez will at least be good for FP1 and is expected to go the full weekend. But more on him later. In Moto2, we've had 6 different pole sitters, but only 2 riders have been able to convert them. One of them is not Manuel Gonzalez, whose mega consistency sees him sport an 18.5-point lead at the top over Ethan Guevara. But before all that, Moto3 and the mighty Maximo Quiles, who has almost double the amount of points as his nearest competitor and has yet to finish outside the top 2 on Grand Prix Sunday. But here should be close, very close. Since 2012, only one winning margin has been decided by over a tenth of a second. All the others less than that. And last year's was the closest at Mugello in the Moto3 era, just 0.006 of a second. But it was Max Quiles again who took the honours for a first ever Grand Prix win. You're in the company of myself, Kiko Giles, and Elliot York next to me up here in commentary as we gear up for Moto3 FP1, and even with a little bit of rain overnight and the mother of all thunderstorms, it's always good, El, to be back racing in this part of the world. Good morning.
Good morning, mate, and hello to everyone tuning in from around the world, wherever you may be. Yes, a phenomenal circuit, a phenomenal place to come racing, to stay for a few days, and of course when the fans eventually do come in, pack the hillsides, watching of course Marco Bezzecchi and plenty other Italians on show. It really is a sight to behold, and a place where I would urge any MotoGP fan to make the trip if you can and when you can, because it is absolutely spectacular. And even in the wet conditions, we had a big storm overnight and into this morning as well, which means the running certainly early doors in FP1. I think Moto3 especially will definitely be a fully wet session. We'll unfortunately have to get the wet tyres out, but hopefully the rain stays away. We are expecting sun coming into this afternoon, but there is your championship standings. Kiko and Maximo Quiles once again taking a storming lead into the Italian Grand Prix after what was a spectacular race over in Barcelona.
It was the one where I think we all thought, OK, Max Quiles is going to be off the podium, maybe not even in the top 5 last time out in Barcelona, but as good as he is, he comes good right at the end. And he got that victory over the line, and what a class act it was as well. The others behind him, the likes of Adrian Fernandez, they weren't really able to mount a proper podium challenge. Alvaro Carpe, his qualifying was a thing that he really needs to work on, but he's in the hunt as well. But really, after just 6 rounds, we're only just over a quarter of the way through this season, and Max Kiel's lead is already looking pretty scary. It's already the biggest championship points tally after 6 rounds we've ever seen, and that is why Max Kiel's came into this season as the pre-season favourite, and he's certainly living up to that tag.
Yeah, he certainly is. We all expected Quiles, as Kiko mentioned, to be a title favourite and to challenge for the title. I don't think anyone had any doubts about that. But coming to the Italian Grand Prix, round 7, I did not expect him to have a 64-point lead in the championship. 140 points out of a possible 150. It doesn't get much better than that. Winner of the last 3 Grand Prix, only David Alonso has won more than 3 Grand Prix in a row in Moto3. Of course, when he was riding Graspar in his record-breaking 2024 campaign. A good start to the session for me. Hopefully there's not too many front-end crashes like that in this session for Moto3 as we get the green flag, but it's been an absolutely unbelievable season so far for Quiles, who is storming away to the championship. A long, long way to go. Of course, we can't rule out the chasers as things stand, but they have got one hell of a job on their hands to try and reel in Quiles. He just looks unbelievable, because in Barcelona all weekend long up until Sunday, and even on Sunday, he was encountering issues with the gearbox down into turn 1, he said, and then he just sort of took it steady. But Quiles after the race said once he saw the final 6 laps come onto his pit boards, he sort of switched into attack mode, and attack he did, and of course he went on to win the race. But it was a weekend where he was struggling a little bit, just like he was in Le Mans, but on both occasions come Sunday, he was at the forefront and saw the checkered flag first for the maximum points all of 25. So even when Quiles is struggling throughout the weekends, he goes on to win the race in the last couple of races. And where are we, Kiko? The scene of his first victory last year.
Exactly. It doesn't get much better than that. It doesn't get much closer to home for the rider who is on your screen, Guido Pini. If he was staying at home, which unfortunately he isn't, he's actually staying in his GP room in the paddock, he would be able to roll out of bed and fall into Mugello. He's from Scarperia, and really that's where he lives. He has been absolutely phenomenal, really, hasn't he? He's been a real home hero since he got down here back home post-Catalonia. He's taken the whole team round to his house, his grandparents, his mum and dad, the cats, the dogs, the animals, the neighbours. They were all over there last day. I think he was over on Wednesday this week, and a few members of the team were just thinking, where are all the Pinis coming from? They just keep coming and coming, and Guido Pini is as close to home as you're going to get. Lives in Scarperia, from Borgo San Lorenzo. This is the track where Guido Pini, it cannot get any more home GP than the number 94, and we saw that massive, great big 7-metre tall number 94, and the flares already going off here in Moto3 F1. We actually had a game of football last night, didn't we, Al, over in Scarperia, and lots of I Drive Pines flags and banners and Guido Pini merch all over the place, so he is about as home hero as it gets.
Yeah, if you hop over the barrier at Arrabbiata 2, turn 9, and walk for about 5 minutes, you're basically at Guido Pini's house. It literally does not get much closer than this. And it's fantastic to see. We were obviously driving to the circuit on Wednesday, and the first banner we saw as we approached the Mugello circuit was a massive number 94 with I Drive Pines, the literal English translation to Guido Pini, if you want to wear of that. It doesn't make too much sense, obviously, but I like that Pini's just embraced it and gone with it. Pini, of course, has struggled in the last couple of Grand Prix, struggled last time out, especially over in Barcelona. Just can't quite get that feeling back on the Honda that led him to, of course, claim that opening Grand Prix victory in Moto3 for the Italian over in the United States. So fingers crossed for Pini and the home fans, of course, that Pini can put on a good show this weekend and challenge for the podium at least, and if not, maybe a little bit more, because it's great to see the fans, of course, supporting all the Italians as they will do but especially riders, newcomers into Moto3. Pini in his second year now, but fantastic. You can see the banner there as well at the top of the picture where his teammate Adrian Fernandez is coming through now. Fantastic that these young riders can come to their home circuit and feel the love and support just as much as the likes of Pecco Bagnaia, Marco Bezzecchi, Gian Antonio, etc.
Absolutely, and I think the big thing as well for Pini is all his family are here. I think Leopard hospitality must be one of the most populated hospitality this weekend, because all of the friends, family, we were walking out the track yesterday, Guido Pini couldn't even get back in towards the boxes. He was that popular with various people who found themselves in the paddock on Thursday. He is a real home here, as I say, and we are expecting big things from him. Last year here, he was 21st on the grid. He did get himself up to 8th. He had a big crash here, actually. Exactly. Very lucky not to be clouted by, I think it was Joel Kelso who had to take avoiding action, but it was Biondetti one that unfortunately caught out Guido Pini last year, but he was in that lead group. We can expect more of the same coming up this year. You always find a couple of tension here at home, and I think for Pini it's probably half a second he's that close to a familiar setting. We've had a look at his teammate Adrian Fernandez. His streak of podiums came to an end. He was second in Jerez, he was second in Le Mans, he was ninth last time out from ninth on the grid over in Barcelona. Still though second in the championship standings, but it's that kind of inconsistency, Al, which also reflects Max Keeler's huge points lead at the top.
Yeah, exactly that. Fernandez just couldn't quite get the strategy right until the end of the race. Pushed hard in the early stages, did Adrian Fernandez, and that affected time management, which we know is absolutely crucial around the circuit to Barcelona, Catalonia. A lot of riders across all classes were struggling with that, especially in Moto3 and in Moto2, but just lost that front end feeling that he needed to really attack on the brakes in the latter stages, and that caused Fernandez to cross the line in P9, but as you mentioned, does still hold P2 in the championship, but it was a lot of points lost to leader Quiles. Fernandez is still on a very good run of form. He's not finished outside the top 10 since America last year when he was 12th. That's over a year ago now for Fernandez, so he's been very consistent as Fernandez. There's been a couple of DNFs thrown in there as well, but when he's finished a race, he's well inside that top 10. He continued that streak over in Catalonia, but if Fernandez wants to win this championship, or at least put some pressure on Quiles in the lead up to summer, P9 is going to put the muscle.
It won't, and it was his worst result of the year. His previous worst from that was 8th, that was over in Goiânia, but 9th last time out Barcelona. He's never really done with Barcelona, something we touched on a couple of weeks ago, so Adrian Fernandez probably happy to get back here to Mugello. He's on for an 8th consecutive top 10 here at Mugello. It'll be the 3rd time in his career that he's achieved that. Couldn't get it last year. He was in a DNF situation, and Leopard not getting much luck at all. That was down into turn 1, a little bit of a tangle with his teammate, and then that flattened into Luca Lanetta, if memory serves me correctly. Best result to 8th place coming here in 2024. That, of course, also was with Leopard. We're just over 8 or so minutes into, just under 8 or so minutes into this session. Munoz has gone top at the moment, obviously in full wet conditions at the moment. Munoz, O'Shea, Fernandez, Hakim Denise, who's a bit of a wet weather specialist, as is the rider who's in 5th place, Cormac Buchanan, Almanzi, Yamanaka, Pini, Carraro, Marco Morelli, Joel Kelso, Joel Esteban, Zen Matani, Ruche Moody, Valentin Ferrani, Hazel Rios, Adrian Cruz, and Enrico Salmella. 18 riders on the time and down. That's make up 19 as Vader Batana's first lap is set, but so not everyone quite yet venturing out and getting that first lap time on the board.
Yeah, you mentioned Denise, who's just on top of the standings there as well. We're looking at his teammate Ryusei Yamanaka. Denise had a fantastic weekend over at the circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia a couple of weeks ago. Was in that lead group, was inside the top 3 on the last lap as well. Eventually crossed the line in P7, did the Malaysian. 6/10 away only from the victory, but when you're racing in Moto3, 6/10 can cost you a chance of finishing on the podium and even outside of the top 6, as Denise found out. But it was a really good weekend, a really solid weekend at the office with Denise. Obviously finished Friday P1, then qualified 10th. We was hoping for a little bit more than that, but was in that lead group throughout the race, as I mentioned. And Denise said afterwards that he learnt a lot in that lead group, and that's what you need to do as a rookie. Gain valuable experience fighting the lead group against riders like Maximo Quiles, who have been there, done that, got the t-shirt, won races, and are now challenging for titles. So for Denise to be in that mix on a circuit that a lot of the riders know very well over in Barcelona, I was really impressed with how the Malaysian went about his business at the weekends. from Friday, quickest, and then just continued that momentum. Okay, it wasn't the podium, and he described it as not a great result, but I don't view it as that. Denise will obviously want to be finished on the podium and winning races, but I think there needs to be well inside that podium hunt from lap 1 to the finish line. Was a really top job from him.
Got to say as well, you mentioned Malaysia just there. Brilliant to have a regularly fast Malaysian up there. It's been a little while. 5 point scoring finishes now in a row for Hakim Danish. First time since Fahmi Khair in back in 2012 that has happened. And back-to-back top 10s for the first time since 2017 for Malaysian riders. Had a Norrin in there on a streak of 4. So Hakim Danish, you can link up the next few GPs. He might be able to set a few records here in Moto3. Good news is as well, Denisha knows this place. He was second on the podium last year here in Red Bull Rookies, a couple of P6s the year before, so not bad at all around here is Hakim Danish. He likes it wet as well, and now he's starting to get that front running experience. Just keep an eye on that number 13. Someone who does need to work slightly harder, I think, on a Friday afternoon and guarantee himself a spot over in Q2 directly is this side on your screen, Alvaro Carpe. It hasn't been easy for him of late. Carpe, the last 2 GPs have failed to get in directly to Q2. He has had to go the long way around. Carpe has come good in the GPs. Did finish second last time out in Barcelona, but unfortunately qualifying down on the 5th row of the grid like he did last time out gives him a little bit too much work to do, uses that tyre a little bit too much, and ultimately just puts him right in the middle of the pack, which is far from ideal, particularly at tracks like Barcelona and here, where we've got a long old run to turn 1 and it can get a little bit tight and squeezed up down there.
Yeah, for sure. You do feel like Mugello is one of the circuits where qualifying, of course, does matter, but maybe it matters a little bit less. Longest straight on the calendar, where we're watching Ogden, Cormac Buchanan and Eddie O'Shea just in the background there. Longest straights and slipstream coming into effect, but Carpe just lamented again a crash at the wrong time over in Barcelona on a Friday, but he said with the limited running that they did, he was very impressed with his pace and felt really comfortable on Sunday in the group, worked really well, and said his tactics were really strong, and he managed it very well to be fast and clever in the latter stages as well. So Carpe, I think, given what had unfolded in the weekend with the limited laps he managed to do, he rode a really good race on Sunday, coming from P14 on the grid, as you mentioned, Kiko, but he won't want to be doing that all too often. You don't want to be qualifying outside the top 10 and not getting into Q2 on a Friday. A lot of stress in Q1 on a Saturday afternoon if you're doing that for Carpe, who is third in the standings, of course, 65 points away from Max Quiles. For me, at the moment, Carpe is Quiles' main challenger, because on a Sunday, as we've seen in the last few Grand Prix, Carpe can be right there despite a difficult Friday and maybe a difficult Saturday as well. And of course, it was here last year that Carpe led for a lot of the race, did a lot of donkey work, and he crossed the line in second and nearly out-dragged Quiles to the line. So hopefully we get another Quiles-Carpe battle like we did here last year, but Carpe does need to just not make a mistake basically this afternoon, comfortably get into that Q2 later on, and then just work on race pace on Saturday morning. Just needs a bit of a cleaner week.
The thing for Carpe is, of course, that we mentioned about his poor qualifying. It was here last year he got his first real pole position. He started from pole back in Silverstone, but that was because of a penalty for his teammate Jose Antonio Rueda. He actually qualified on pole for the first time here last year. So Alvaro Carpe, he likes Mugello. There's been quick round here before as well. So yeah, keep an eye on him coming up. More tomorrow in qualifying, but likewise Sunday he's going to be right there. Valentin Peroni, as we clap eyes on him for the first time this weekend. Valentin Peroni's been consistent. He's one of 5 riders who have scored points in every GP so far this year, but he's just slightly dipping in form on those Sundays. Pole position last time. I had to double check he was on pole last time out, because he was anonymous on Sunday. He really fell all the way back to 12th place. He was 11th place before that in Le Mans. So couple of tricky GPs, hasn't had a podium since the season opener over in Burham. So Valentin Peroni, as consistent as he is, and he's in the top 6 overall in the standings, we've got to say he needs a big haul of points in the next few GPs before we head off for our summer holiday.
Yeah, he needs to get that momentum back, doesn't he? Peroni said at the end of the race he just made a mistake on the tyre choice. Basically, he said they tried the the rear soft compound in FP2, didn't feel super comfortable and wasn't sure about doing the full 18 laps. So based on that, they went with the medium, and unfortunately that was the wrong choice. And Brody made a bad start, got stuck in the middle of the pack, and he said the front guys were super fast and it was impossible to follow them. Essentially, he was struggling a lot, really on the limit, managed to recover a few positions, but never felt confident, unfortunately. The young Argentine said the bike was quite unpredictable as well. So essentially, after qualifying on pole position, it was a Sunday to forget. Tyre choice, not the right one, and just didn't get going at all, did the Argentine. Not had 3 consecutive non-top 10s since his first 3 races in Moto3, where he picked up 3 DNFs. So Pironi 11th in France, 12th last time out in Barcelona, won't want to finish outside the top 10 again this weekend. He came from way down on the grid here last year to finish inside that top 6 as well. Top 8, finished P8. So I did qualify in 6, but got a penalty and then came from the back of the grid to come through and be in that victory fight. So yeah, Pironi definitely needs points on the board for sure, and will hopefully make the correct tyre choice from Sunday as well. He was lamenting that post-race at Barcelona.
So hindsight is brilliant vision, but unfortunately you've got to get it right when it matters. So Vanderton Pironi, I mean, he's still consistent right there in the mix all the way through the weekend. Just gets a bit pushed around as well on race day. So that'll be something to watch out for. As we have a look at Bruce Moodley following home hero Matteo Vitali. As we watch them through beyond Detti. This is back over at Casanova Cervelli and into Arrabbiata. We're looking at Brian Uriarte, who was a real star last time out, wasn't he? Qualifying, very, very solid stuff indeed. Qualified 3rd, it was his first front row in Moto3, finished 4th, missing that first podium. He's had 2 podiums here in in Red Bull Rookie, I beg your pardon. That was over in 2nd place, 2024, twice in Q2 that year, 5th and 6th here last year. But Brian Uriarte, they are just starting to grow in stature. Personal best result last time out, and a personal best qualifying as well. So coming up to rather familiar tracks for Uriarte, he's going to be a rather familiar face at the front from here on in.
Yeah, in the sessions that mattered over in Barcelona, I'm talking about practice, qualifying and the race, of course, didn't finish outside the top 5, so it was a really strong weekend for Brian Uriarte. Great to see the number 51, a massive star in the making as Uriarte, as we know. Just said himself, lacked a little bit of experience in the battle on the last lap, but he was learning a lot, like the others said as well, but showed strong praise throughout the weekend. He said we made a name for ourselves, which is important, and was at the front basically pretty much for the first time for a longer period in the race. And his teammate Alvaro Carpe mentioned this as well. It said Brian just lacked a little bit of experience, which is understandable. Of course, Uriarte is the reigning Moto Junior and Red Bull Rookies Cup champion, but coming into the World Championship is a different kettle of fish. And for Uriarte to be in that lead group, to be fighting for the win, leading on the last lap for the first time in Moto3, just made a couple of small mistakes. Quiles and Carpe were mentioning this, and Uriarte said it himself, held his hands up and said, yeah, I could have done this and this differently, but great learning experience for Uriarte. Was so close to finishing on the podium as well, but a sort of a coming of age weekend, I feel like, for Uriarte. He would have gained a lot of experience from that race and weekend in general over in Barcelona. It was good to see.
Good to see as well. This rider here, Eddie O'Shea, has been really in good form of late, hasn't he? Eddie O'Shea, really, really solid stuff. Top 10 over in Le Mans with 9th place, 11th place last time out in Catalonia. Eddie O'Shea has been really a big improvement from last year up into this year. He's just gone 2nd now as he crosses the line. Eddie O'Shea, what did he do here last year? I don't think it was anything right home around 18th here last season. From 22nd on the grid, but he did get 4th in Red Bull Rookies here back in 2022. The big thing is 4 times into Q2 this season now, he's really found pace, not just on Sunday in GP, but he's given himself that opportunity, getting into Q2s on Fridays or Saturdays via Q1, and then doing a solid job in qualifying. He's actually outperformed Joel Kelso, which I don't think we had on our bingo sheets coming into 2026 Moto3. That Eddie O'Shea, after 6 rounds, would have been outscoring Joel Kelso, but that has been the case. Eddie's made a real step.
Yeah, massive step, already 16 points ahead of his 2025 tally, and here last year he was in that sort of...
He was in the group,
He was in the group and had to take avoiding action from Pini's crash. He was one of the riders who had to go through the gravel chapter, and that cost Eddie O'Shea a top 10 here last year, but he's made a massive step forwards Kelso coming into the MLab ranks has helped the entire team with his experience and speed, but Eddie O'Shea himself has improved massively, and just said that in the opening stages of the Grand Prix last year was struggling a little bit with the front end because they'd chosen the hard front, but once that got up to tension and he got that feeling in the front, he was matching the leader's pace in the middle and end part of the races, and that was shown on the results where O'Shea dropped the sort of second route finish across the line in P11, was 5.2 seconds off the lead, 4 seconds off the back of Casey O'Gorman, and 4 seconds and a bit more ahead of Valentin Peroni in 12th. So quite a lonely race, to be honest, for O'Shea in the middle and latter stages of the Catalan Grand Prix. But fantastic for O'Shea to finish as close as he has, I think, to the top set. And just now really looking consistent and looking strong is O'Shea, and it's now see his name towards the top of the timesheets and certainly inside that top 10, and then it's no longer really a massive surprise.
Got to say as well, it was a lonely race, but it's those kind of lonely races that are very easy to make a mistake. You haven't got a reference up ahead of you, you haven't got a bit of pressure coming in from behind. It's very easy for a lapse in concentration. A great job from Eddie O'Shea, I've got to say, this season. Very, very impressed. And I'll tell you what, El, really, really good stuff as well. On a second dynamic with this, new crew chief this year in Franco Vicente, who's come from, I think he's the ex-technical director over at VR46 back in their Moto3 days. He's their technical manager as well. You've also got Kelso's coming to the team. It's a stable team this year. There's a lot of changes within Michael Laverty's good MLab squad last year. And poetry in motion as Max Keeler backs that into Sunday Arthur. But good, solid building, step by step, round by round. Across both sides of the MLab box. We've spoken about Eddie. Let's just speak about Joel Kelso if we can. Very, very quick over one lap. He's definitely the faster of the two in qualifying, but then he just seems to struggle to get into a rhythm with the Honda in the GP itself and drops back, whereas Eddie O'Shea seems to be able to use that Honda experience that he's built over the last year or so and grow into the Grand Prix as it evolves.
Yeah, you feel like for Kelso, he just needs to get a result on the board. The results don't necessarily reflect the progress Kelso has made. Well, they absolutely don't. He had a difficult time of things over in Catalan. He crossed the line in 18th. One top 10 since his Australian GP podium, P2 last year. Doesn't, as I say, necessarily paint the full picture for Kelso, who is adapting to the Honda. Obviously crashed over at the Circuit of the Americas, crashed out the podium places in the tricky conditions over in Le Mans as well. Now I know, of course, when you chuck it down the roads, there's not really too many excuses because everyone's sort of riding on the same circuit in the same conditions. But Kelso has been there or thereabouts, has been threatening to definitely finish inside that top 6 and challenge for a podium or two when the conditions were a little bit iffy, like they were at the French Grand Prix. But back-to-back no scores now for Kelso on that Honda. He just needs to get, I think, some points on the board, get that top 10. It's really refreshing to see a team that let's sort of upgrade to.
Very nice as well. 12 minutes to go until the first checkered flag of the weekend as regards to Moto3 comes out, and at the moment it is just have a little bit of a moment. That's coming through. That's Poggio Secco, I think that is over there at Pelagio over there at turn 11. Scarfree at Pelagio, of course. Poggio Secco, I think, the other side of the circuit. But a little bit of a moment there for Adrian Fernandez. He's on course, so he comes to Biandetti 1 and 2. He comes through the third section now, just on the exit of it. Does he lose a bit of time? No, he doesn't gain the time, even with that little bit of a moment. So Adrian Fernandez obviously confident and finding the way around here at Mugello. It's a long old track, and it's a vast old track, isn't it? I know we like to go out and watch MotoGP at the end of that front straight, and really. We are expecting a little bit of rain here, and I mentioned why it's vast for a reason, because you can easily have a bit of rain at one point on the circuit, and a little bit more dry conditions, maybe windy conditions elsewhere at the track. The thing is, we're racing in a valley anyway, so it is its own little microclimate. I know when we were coming out of the hotel this morning, all those hills that you see in the back of the shop were covered in in cloud. It was really quite something, and it kind of eased off the further towards the track we got, but we are expecting rain later as well, so this is important information out there in FP1 in case they have to go for road later on in practice and try and get into the top 14 in slightly dodgy and tricky conditions.
Yeah, you make a good point. Turn 15 is over a kilometre away. Rarely, I must add. Turn 15 is over a kilometre away from turn 1, for example. Obviously, the 1.1 kilometre front straight here, which Maximo Quiles is entering now, and is the number 28 going to go quickest. Carpe down in P22 has caught my eye. Just understandable that the riders in this title fight will be taking. So look at the KTM weaving and bucking the CF Motor, I should say, down that front straight. Quiles trying to keep it in line, but does go P1 2:11.156 for Maximo Quiles. So the championship leader lays down an early gauntlet here in these conditions anyway, but it's a sign that Quiles is looking very comfortable. He's willing to push the limits a little bit in these conditions, because we know the mentality of Quiles this year, apart from the last 6 laps of course over in Barcelona as he mentioned, he's not been in defensive mode. He's obviously attacked when he needs to attack, but especially on a Friday, he said he's been really conservative, not pushing the boat out too much, trying to not make mistakes. The only session I remember Quiles really sort of making a few errors was over in Austin on Friday afternoon, I do believe, when he was pushing that front end, bucking and weaving, was close to crashing a lot of times, and he said afterwards, I think, on that Friday, that I just needed to reel it in a bit, got a bit too excited. So for Quiles to be P1 early doors here in FP1 in the Italian Grand Prix, maybe not for too long though with Fernandez's lap. A great third split for the number 31, but it's a sure sign that Quiles, as we come to expect, is feeling really good this week.
I've got to say, Fernandez in the third sector is doing something the others aren't, because that's not the first time we've seen the 31 really light up the timing screens with regards to that third sector. Gets it done as well over the line. 3/10 clear now. Quiles Fernandez breaking down into San Donato. Tricky at the best of times in there, let alone with a little bit of rain out there as well. It isn't actually raining, I should say. Well, not where we are anyway. In front of us in the comms box, it's just still a little bit wet and a bit of a hangover really from the massive thunderstorms we've had here in the Tuscan hills, this part of Italy. We were being woken up all night last night. It was absolutely quite something, all the way up until really 7:30 this morning when we were leaving the hotel. It was really massive claps of thunder, and it was relentless for a good few hours. So I've got to say that even though we are here and we are expecting sunshine and typical Italian GP weather on Saturday and Sunday, Friday at the moment is not living up to the postcard that we normally do go racing in.
No, unfortunately not. Coming into the weekend, it looked like Friday, Saturday and Sunday are going to be bone dry and glorious sunshine. Unfortunately, that's not the case. And the circuit doesn't look like it's drying out too quickly either. The temperature's not too warm out there, but it's certainly creeping towards 20 degrees. It might even be above 20 degrees now. Well, according to my phone, it is dead on 20 degrees. So it's not cold. It's obviously not sort of end up to 30 degrees. What is a bit hot is the head under the helmet of Hakim Danish getting in. I don't think that was a good morning to who was it? Ruche Moody, where he was overtaken through the Biondetti chicane. Fast and Furious turn 13 and 14, wonderful parts of this, well, the entire circuit. It's wonderful, got to say. But yes, it doesn't look like it's drying out very quickly. So for Moto2 especially, they'll be watching this and thinking, unfortunately, got to stick the wet tyres in.
Danish obviously waving his hand in the air. He's obviously been taking Italian lessons before he's got to the Italian GP this year. Adrian Fernandez on course to improve that time, as Brian Uriarte just takes a little bit of time out of him, improves his time, goes second. What's it going to be for Fernandez? It's going to be a new fastest lap of this session, 2:10.7, just for reference. Of course, we're in the wet, but a 1:53.926 is the all-time Moto3 lap record, and you can have a good guess at who holds that. It is, of course, David Alonso, who was pretty majestic round here. Oh, hello, turns 2 and 3, yellow flags. So our first yellow flags of the day. This is where Adrian Fernandez is at the moment. So let's see who it is and what has happened. They'll wait until... Oh, Hakim Danish. Well, he was waving his arms in the air. He's definitely going to be doing that now, isn't he? Because it's that number 13 on credit empty helmets MSI machine has definitely gone down and took a bit of a tumble, it looks like, through the gravel trap. So Hakim Danish stomps away. That is going to be an early end to his session. Only one bike, of course, in Moto3. Denise at the moment running up there in 4th place, but he's done a very, very good job of rearranging the front fairing on that KTM machine to get wheels behind the air fence. Denise will have an early bar. The yellow flag's still out, of course, whilst there's a little bit of action in the gravel trap, but they'll be taking in no such problems. Good to see Denise happen okay, probably just frustrated now.
Yeah, absolutely. Easy place to go down, of course, when you're flicking it right through turn 3. Hopefully we get a replay to see exactly what happened, but the main thing is Denise is all okay. The bike does not look all okay. There's a bit of a work to do for this afternoon's practice session, but he's not going to lose too much time, which is good news for Denise. Obviously crashing in the final sort of 6 minutes. He'll lose maybe 3 laps at it in these conditions, but who knows what the conditions will be later on this afternoon. Hopefully they are dry, so he's not losing too much ground. But yeah, obviously you never want to chuck it down the road in any session, but the bike does look pretty damaged, so maybe a bit of a job on, and then the opening couple of laps in practice just to hopefully sort out any teething issues and work out if the bike is all okay. Joel Esteban just lighting it up out of San Donato of turn 1, just gone P2. Joel Esteban, so that's good stuff. Esteban was a little bit disappointed with how his weekend went over in Barcelona. He said basically it was a race to forget. He encountered a vibration on the front, which he said was pretty alien to both him and the team, and that just cost him any chance of trying to battle with the front guys. And I think Esteban eventually finished outside the points in P18. So yeah, sorry, not P18, P16. So yeah, Esteban not having a good time of things on Sunday over at his home Grand Prix in Barcelona.
This is down into Scarpa rear, turn 10. This is where our slow-mo camera is as we have a look at Adrian Fernandez just a touch. If I can, back on Joel Esteban. One previous visit here to Mugello, and he didn't really enjoy his time there that time either. 19th on the grid, 18th on the GP, so far from ideal for Joel Esteban, who actually, even though his qualifying's been a little bit, here and there this year, up and down, Barcelona was the first time he went backwards from a good position when he's finished the race. So Joel Esteban a little bit unhappy, I'm sure, because he is from Barcelona. He's from an area called El Prat, which is not named after Elliot York, of course, but it is an area near the airport. That's where Joel Esteban hails from, and Barcelona, it is a true home GP for him. So a bit unfortunate really not to get any points on the board there, but he's already back up there inside the top 3 at the moment, and looking very, very good indeed in these tricky conditions on a Friday morning. I tell you what, the highlights wheel for Adrian Fernandez looks very nice, doesn't it? We're getting slow-mos just about everywhere, and I tell you what, the reason that is for is because of now P1, the number 31 has carried on improving his time. He's got just over a quarter of a second advantage over Max Quiles, who's there in second. This is Alvaro Carpe down in 16th place at the moment, working his way through this first sector. This fantastic, wonderful opening first sector here at Mugello. I mean, they're all brilliant, but that uphill climb and then down up through turns 4, 5, and then all the way dropping down the hill, Casanova Savelli coming up. So Alvaro Carpe is definitely lighting it up, but at the moment not on the time screen. So that's unfortunate for him. 16th place as he just navigates these tricky conditions.
Yeah, but as we mentioned, Carpe does not need to crash on a Friday. I think just keeping it nice and clean, which is understandable. One rider who I've just caught the attention of me on the time screen is Joel Kelso down in P26, 7.388 seconds off after 10 laps. So something not quite right there with Kelso. We used to see him in way up the timesheets in these conditions, in all conditions to be fair. Jesus Rios also 6.8 seconds off as well. Rios had a good time of things until his crash on Sunday over in Barcelona. He was in that podium hunt as well. It was a good showing from the number 4, but a couple of riders there definitely struggling a lot more than we would have thought in these conditions so far in FP1.
Yeah, David Almanza as well down in 20th place, so just wonder what's going on down there. Just on Rios, I think he's just behind Max Quiles on track. He's just ahead of this rider here, the number 83 of Alvaro Carpe. Scott Ogden has moved up into 8th place, so that's good stuff from the Brit. Eddie O'Shea is there in 13th place. That's why I'll be a bit concerned for Kelso, I suppose, down there in 25th place. Right now, with just under 2 minutes left on the clock, they're going to come round. Whoever crosses the line now is going to start their final flying lap. We enter the final 90 seconds of Moto3 FP1 action. Another improver there was Cormac Buchanan, moving up to 5th. So the New Zealander, we know he's good in the wet, so he'll definitely have had a smile on his face when he rolled out of bed this morning. Good stuff indeed from the number 14, who's now up there, as I say, in the top 5. Joel Esteban looking to try and nick a late P1 here as he fires it out to Fucini, this fantastic final corner, and it's all the way up this massive 1.1 kilometre front straight. The finish line is not quite 1.1 kilometres away, of course, it's just about now. And Esteban, does he go P1? Yes, he does, by a couple of tenths of a second over Adrian Fernandez. We're getting down towards the low 210s or the high 209s. So I think we may well have to wait until later, until we see any slick running, at least in Moto3, and that is only if good weather.
Yeah, Fernandez again through that third split gained over 5/10 of a second on Joel Esteban's time. Esteban has just gone P1. I think we might be seeing the first 2:09 of the session from Adrian Fernandez. Hasn't got, well, he's got a little bit of slipstream, but not quite close to take the full advantage from Roche Moodley ahead of him. But this surely will take Fernandez back to the summit of the session, and it does, and he gains time as well. So a really good lap there from Fernandez. He is doing something in that Sec 3, as you mentioned, Kiko, that no one else is quite able to do. So it will be nice to just have a little look at Sector 3 when Fernandez gets there on this lap, if he's still pushing.
Sector 3 and 4, because he's holding it in that final sector as well. So the 31 in P1 at the moment, and we do indeed have our first 2:09 of the session. It's a long way round here, over 5 kilometres in length, 5.25. Absolutely exact. As the checkered flag comes out, we have a look at Joel Esteban, who is going to see this large Adrian Fernandez is P1 holding at the moment, coming through Scarperia. This is through Pelagio, and then it's out over the top and down the hill into Correntaio. Joel Esteban up there in P2 at the moment. Championship leader Max Keeler's there in third place, second off, but that is mainly because Adrian Fernandez is been dynamite through sectors 3 and 4. Cormac Buchanan takes the flag. He's the first in the top 5 to do so, and he's going to be fifth at best. Keeler just moves up into P2, so good final lap thrown in there right at the end by the number 28. Esteban comes through in the hours, as we predicted, does lose a little bit of time in that third sector. That's where Adrian Fernandez is obviously making a difference. So Esteban, though, still on course for a top 2 in this session, if you can hold that to the line. Who else have we got out there? Uriarte's still out there yet to take the flag. Keely, Morelli and Ogden in the top 10 have all taken the flag. Ferraro 14th, Patama 19th, Yamanaka and Carpe 23rd at best. So a bit of work to be done there. Esteban does improve indeed at the end, goes up into P2, so good stuff from Joel Esteban. It is Spaniards first, second, third and fourth, followed by a New Zealander, and then the top Italian in that session is this rider's teammate, Matteo Bertelli. Fantastic to see Matteo Bertelli back on the pace of recent rounds and up there in 6th place at the moment. And right on cue, thank you very much, Mr. TV Director. We pick him up now, working his way up the straight towards the finishing line. I think he's got Rico Salmella absolutely buried under the bubble there, right in behind him, as well as Leo Ramersdorfer. Does Bertelli improve? No, he doesn't, but Ramersdorfer does. Brilliant lap from Leo Ramersdorfer on the 658 Squadra Corsa Honda, their home GP as well, moves up to 7th there.
Yeah, good stuff from Ramersdorfer. Obviously got a load of slipstream there to help, but obviously got to put the rest of the lap together as well. So good stuff from the rookie to rise into the top 10 to demote Denise down to P8. This is Adrian Cruces, and given the time difference on the leaderboard, that's going to push him potentially into the top 10. No, it doesn't, just slots in one place behind teammate Scott Ogden into P12, and that is pretty much all she wrote for FP1. Not too many crashes, which is good. Denise the only one to go down the road in these tricky conditions, but Moto2 will be looking at this and thinking conditions look okay. Obviously a lot of the riders pushing there, grip out there as well. But yeah, it's not drying out too much. But the rider to chase heading into practice is Adrian Fernandez on the Leopard Honda.
Very good stuff indeed from Adrian Fernandez and the Leopard Honda team. Just looking down the other end of the board though, let's just reckon David Munoz and David Almanza. Team Day 14th and 22nd. Ryusei Yamanaka, I would like to say that's news, but Ryusei Yamanaka have been struggling in 2026. He's down there in 21st. Valentin Peroni down there 19th. Of course, it is a wet session, but it looks like it could be a little bit tricky later on as well, El. So a little bit of work to be done if conditions are going to be similar or the same later on. For those riders we just mentioned, also Del Canto down there as well. Vader Patama in 20th. The likes of Keso Gorman back in the top 10 last time out, down there in 17th.
Yeah, really strong ride last time out for Keso Gorman. We'll come on to that a little later on. Maximo Quiles just showing off around the final corner, coming into pit lane. He'll be very pleased with his morning's work. No issues, no crashes, job done, feeling good. And yeah, heading into the afternoon session up inside that top 3. So yeah, a few standout names lower down the order, but let's not draw too many conclusions. I think the likes of Kelso, did gain time, T25, 3.9 seconds off. That's not where he'll want to be. Hence Rio 6.3 off. So a couple of riders there who have work to do, but as I mentioned, it's only FP1, and if there's a couple of teething issues coming into the weekend, the last thing you want to do is throw it down the road. So it's all about practice later on, Keith.
The main thing is that they've all got a bit of information. I've got a reference going into the afternoon, but it is Adrian Fernandez who is the reference for the Moto3 class in these tricky morning conditions here at Mugello, the unusual wet Mugello practice we have become so accustomed to not seeing in recent years here. But never mind, hopefully it dries out a little bit later on. He's ahead of Esteban and Kido, Uriarte and Buchanan completing your top 5. Further down the order, we've already highlighted a few names down there. Munoz in 14th, Valentin Peroni down there in 19th place. And then we move on to the third page. Vader Patama, Ruse Yamanaka and David Almanza with a little bit more work to do. Likewise, Alvaro Carpe 23rd. But as El says, nothing to worry about too much, and the track will be much better later on. Moto2 is coming up next. I'm out of here. Lewis Sotheby is already ready and chomping at the bit. He's up here with Al. Moto2 next. Enjoy!
Good morning, everybody, from a rather gloomy Mugello. The Italian Grand Prix is up and running, with Moto3 kicking off the action in slightly damp circumstances. Trust us in that we say this weather shouldn't hang around for the full weekend. We are fully expecting to be bathed in sunshine for Sprint Saturday tomorrow, and of course our Grand Prix Sunday action for what is round 7 of the 2026 MotoGP World Championship, and one of the Grand Prix that everybody circles on their calendar when the schedule is released. There are a few places quite like this. Draped in the Tuscan hills is the Autodromo Internazionale del Mugello. This is the Italian Grand Prix, one of 2 visits, of course, to Italy on our 2026 schedule, with Misano to come. In the late summer, early autumn. But if you have a Grand Prix bucket list, this surely must be somewhere very near the top. This is where you see Grand Prix motorcycles at their least restricted, at their quickest, on the 1 kilometre blast down to San Donato. And at a time where we are all reminded of just how brave Grand Prix motorcycle racers are, boy do they display that bravery around a circuit such as this. Corners, corner names that are evocative, that really do stir the enthusiasm and the emotion of what Grand Prix racing is truly all about. A venue that often sees photo finishes with that run to the finish line. We have seen many of the closest Grand Prix finishes around here. Moto2 battles decided on the very last lap here. Your mind goes back to Mattia Fossini's memorable victory just under a decade ago, when he overtook 2 riders on the final lap to claim a memorable victory. A couple of years ago, Joe Roberts denying Manu Gonzalez in a final lap shootout. And Manu Gonzalez winning here last year at what was, little did we know at the time, going to prove to be his final win of 2025. He arrives here, though, certainly on a bit of a redemption arc in 2026, doesn't he? A warm welcome to you from the commentary box here in Mugello. Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York, as always, with you for our Moto2 coverage this weekend. And may I offer the broadcast by saying, from one Premier League supporting football fan to another, isn't it great to be alive on a Friday morning in Mugello? Good morning, Al.
Yeah, good morning, mate, and congratulations once again, and to the thousands of Pool City fans around the world, I'm sure, tuning in to Moto2 FP1. But yes, not a photo finish in Mugello last year was Gonzalez's win, and it was a comfortable win, and as you rightly mentioned, unbeknown to us and everyone else, of course, and none of us have got crystal balls, that would be his last Grand Prix win of the season. However, he has hit the ground running in 2026, and the emotions were running high after the Catalan Grand Prix. Gonzalez was over the moon, safe to say, and he described it as his best win of his career. He's had a few wins in Moto2, so to stick that as his best win, it must have been a pretty good one, and of course it was. Celestino Vietti on your screens here was the rider to run him close, but it was another reminder, and a timely one as well, after going winless since Thailand. The opening Grand Prix, of course, has had 3 podiums sandwiched in between the 2 wins. Gonzalez not exactly been in bad form, has he? But it was another reminder that Gonzalez, after the disappointment of last year, we've mentioned this a few times already this season, that he is ready again to challenge for the Moto2 title. And I think the emotions were a few things. Obviously putting in a lot of work behind the scenes to get over the disappointment from last year, to be back on the top step, had a home Grand Prix over in Spain as well. But I think also that it'll be, as if rumours are to be believed, he might not be getting a MotoGP seat next year. He will feel like, and a lot of people feel like, he deserves one. I just think all of that combining to win another Grand Prix, to sort of banish the demons from last year, so to say, I think it was a special weekend for Gonzalez, and that really showed at the end of the Grand Prix.
He effectively doubled his World Championship lead, unless you're going to split hers over half a point over this man, Ethan Guevara, from 9.5 up to 18.5 World Championship points. Although Guevara, in many respects, pulled off a bit of a save himself, coming through to third from a lowly 11th on the grid, lowly by his 2026 standards at least. Keeping up, I guess, keeping pace with Gonzalez in the podium stakes so far this year. Gonzalez with 5 podiums out of 6. Guevara now up to 4 out of 6, which is why he is the nearest challenger to Mario Gas in the World Championship. Quick updates on the Hamscape. Might as well get out of the way now while this particular news is on screens. No Mario Aggi here this weekend. That is the get well soon message from the Hidemitsu Honda Team Asia squad. Type Rosato goes it alone for that particular team in Moto2 this weekend. We of course missed Aggi back at Le Mans, and having undergone some further checks and understanding what was causing his pain that ruled him out of Le Mans, a cervical fracture was found, which was affecting the C6 and C7 vertebra for Aggi, who has had his fair share of injury misfortune as a Moto2 rider. He will miss this weekend's Italian Grand Prix. There are 1 or 2 suspicions that we might miss him for 2-3 more Grand Prix yet. We'll see how his recuperation and his return develops, but certainly Aggi absent this weekend, just Horasato on the Team Asia squad. That apart, it is unchanged, the rider lineup from Barcelona a couple of weeks ago, which means we still have Suratusa in for Navarro at the Clint team. Unfortunately, we are still missing Angel Piqueras too at the MSI squad. His place once again is taken by Unai Aradre.
Yeah, unfortunately for Aggi, we'll be seeing him not on the circuit for this Grand Prix and at least the next one, of course. It's similar injury, of course, to what Alex Marquez picked up over in Catalonia, C7 and C6 vertebrae. I think it's the C7 that Alex Marquez picked up. So a get well soon to Mario Aggi, and of course Angel Piqueras as well. Neither riders, of course, who are riding injured. It's not nice to have riders who aren't here. But one who is Colin Vire on your screens now. A disappointing end to the weekend over in Catalonia. Qualified on that front row and had that long lap penalty to serve as well, but just got a horrible start, didn't he? Colin Vire said this himself as well, that needed at all times, when you've got a long lap penalty, start on the front row, get a good start, but he described it as horrible. And after a long lap, I think he dropped down to P20 as well, and yeah, unfortunately suffered that big high side in the last stage of the race, slope coming out of turn 8, I think it is, over at the circuit for Barcelona and Catalonia. And thankfully, when you crash in there, that's not a place you want to be crashing. Coming out of the fast sort of pink at turn 8, high siding out, as we saw the bike catch fire as well. Thankfully, Colin was all okay, but a couple of weekends where he's not picked up points now, so he'll be wanting to get back on that horse and finish inside the points, because he's not finished outside the points too often in his Moto2 career, especially when crashing. So the Dutchman just needs a clean weekend, I think, this weekend.
Just here with the background, someone is clearly already firmly on the rev limiter ahead of this Moto2 Free Practice 1 session. Is a bit of a soundtrack to Mugello, is that? We'll get used to hearing that at about 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday when we come here for race day action. We saw one of our former Italian Grand Prix winners on screen a moment ago, Joe Roberts, in 2024. Winner, of course, the year prior to Manu Gonzalez. In fact, Calexes have won the last 6 Italian Grand Prix, dating back to Alex Marquez in 2019. You have to go back all the way, in fact, to 2012 for the last time a Boscoscuro, of course, when it was called a Speed Up, won around here. Andrea Iannone, who took 2 victories in 3 years on board that chassis, 2010 and 2012. This has been a Calix-dominated circuit in recent years. Here is Danny Munoz for the home-based Italtran squad, of course, who came here last year challenging for the World Championship with eventual champion Diogo Moreiras. But say their expectations have been changed somewhat in recent times. Munoz finishing in 11th place in the Catalan Grand Prix, not quite scaling the same heights as the year prior when he finished on the podium. And we certainly saw green shoots of recovery for Jose Antonio Rueda, didn't we, in Barcelona a fortnight ago. Of course, it has to be said, if you want to adopt or put a little caveat in place, has often been a very strong circuit for Rueda. But the Moto3 world champion starting to show that he's getting the hang of Moto2 up.
Yeah, 100%. And after that arm pump surgery he underwent after the just before the French Grand Prix, as well, it was obviously bothering him a little bit more than the team and himself were letting on. And yeah, fantastic to see Rueda get into Q2, I think for the first time in his Moto2 career, qualified inside that top 10, and then said on Sunday he could have finished higher up the order. At the start, though, like his teammate, really held them back a little bit, and yeah, just lamented the sort of opening few laps, but was able to make some passes and show a really strong pace, and most importantly from Rueda, enjoy himself, he said, which is vital for us, he says, at this part of the season. A very positive weekend overall for Rueda, which is fantastic to see. More of the same, please, this weekend as we get the green flag for Moto2 to kickstart their weekend here at the Italian Grand Prix. Unfortunately, not in ideal conditions, but there is 2 Italians who had a good weekend, more than a good weekend, I think it's fair to say, over in Barcelona, who will be hoping on home turf to be repeating and maybe a little bit more as well.
It's the Speed RS team of Celestino Vietti and Luca Lanetta. Vietti was, of course, a very close second to Manu Gonzalez in Barcelona. Lanetta, career best both in qualifying and in the race. 10th on the grid, 9th at the checkered flag for Luca Lanetta, who had been quite excited about before the Moto2 campaign got underway. Of course, his rookie season interrupted by that injury at the opening round in Buriram, when he was collected by Sergio Garcia at the very first corner of one of our several restarts on that particular afternoon. So Moto2 FP1 underway in wet conditions. There was some pretty heavy rain for a couple of hours or so first thing this morning. The rain so heavy that it woke us all up in the nearby hotel that we're staying in, just on these Tuscan hills. But we are fairly confident that it certainly is going to dry up by the time we get to tomorrow. Slightly difficult to predict how the weather's going to unfold over the course of today, particularly when you're in a setting such as this. The weather can just sort of bubble up from anywhere, given that we are at quite a high point here in Tuscany. But certainly Saturday and Sunday we're expecting temperatures around about the 30-degree mark and bright sunshine too. So perhaps not an awful lot will be learned in this Moto2 session, but potentially for someone like Manu Gonzalez, who isn't the strongest wet weather rider, it's fair to say, in the Moto2 field, an opportunity potentially for him to make some progress.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Manu Gonzalez gets on. He was just fiddling with something there on the left-hand side of the handlebar. Hopefully that's not too much of an issue. I don't think it looks like it is, but career, something that has let him down in the past. We don't have too many wet races, but when it does come around, Gonzalez, we know, doesn't favour those conditions. Now, if he's got a big enough championship lead when it comes to maybe not picking up the points he needs, then it could work out all okay. But to really sort of round off what Gonzalez is as a motorcycle racer, as we know, a fantastic one, and a Moto2 title contender for consecutive years now, and a race winner, a proven race winner. That sort of wet weather performance does need to be improved slightly for Gonzalez to really take a step forward. So intrigued to see how he gets on in this session. Tricky conditions, it is wet out there as you can see, but not massively wet, and we're hopeful for MotoGP that It's going to drive tight. You can just see a dry line starting to appear there as the riders come out of turn 5 of Borgo San Lorenzo. Sorry, that's turn 3 of Poggio Secco into turn 4 and 5 before you get to Casanova, Savelli and around the Arrabbiata 1 and 2 section as well.
Yeah, so many challenging corners on a Moto2 bike. There are a lot of third gear corners around this circuit. We're in the heart of a couple of them here with Celestino Vietti through Casanova and Savelli, plunging downhill before you then begin to climb once again up through Arrabbiata 1 and certainly up through Arrabbiata 2. You come over a major rise, which certainly from our friend and colleague Jack Appleyard, when he covered this circuit on foot on Wednesday, was certainly causing him some problems on his second lap around the circuit. You plunge downhill once again as Vietti looks to get up the inside there, and he's going to get his front tyre taken away there by Unai Aradre, who's busy trying to get himself around the circuit and nearly gets tripped up, or trips up Celestino Vietti. Reflecting on what we saw though in Barcelona, you gave reference a moment ago to the emotion we saw from Manu Gonzalez when he took victory. Of course, not a rider that isn't used to winning. It's his 7th Moto2 victory now and 2nd of the season. But he's had to work hard for those victories. Of course, we were so used last year to seeing Manu Gonzalez win races from the front. He's only led 5 racing laps in 2026, but he's taken 2 wins and leads the World Championship by 18.5 points. I think the manner of the victory would have certainly meant a lot to Manu Gonzalez, but as you mentioned, clearly the outside circumstances of what is going on in terms of Manu Gonzalez's mid to long-term career at the moment clearly triggered some of that emotion. He's always so ice cool when we see him in the pits, when we see him on the grid before a race, but it's not question that the mask slipped a bit there for Manu Gonzalez, showing us that he is very much human, and I guess feeling that he has had a bit of a point to prove to some, and perhaps feels he has now proved that point.
Yeah, 100%. I touched on this earlier. Don't want to read too much into the words of Gonzalez after the race, but I think you can. When Gonzalez, he's always very honest and open and gives you a good answer. His English is fantastic, a very intelligent young man is Manu Gonzalez. But he said, even when conditions aren't on our side, I try to push harder and show what I can do. Today's win was like a gift, and it came at exactly the right moment. Like I say, there's a lot of talk, and you guys listening and watching will know that it looks like Gonzalez might not be getting a MotoGP seat. Missed out on one last year as well when Trackhouse picked Igura, of course, to join their ranks, and a couple of others didn't get Manu Gonzalez on their sheets as well. It sounds like, of course, as we mentioned, in 2027 he might not be getting that move up as well. I think he spoke to DAZN yesterday and admits that talks have been held in World Superbikes to obviously move on from Moto2. If it's not to go to GP, he wants to go to World Superbikes if that is his only option, but he wants to be on a winning package and be able to challenge for the title there. That remains to be seen, but I do think it was a race where Gonzalez, tactics spot on, tyre management spot on. Celestino Vietti said afterwards that fair play. Obviously Vietti, when he was overtaken, did challenge Gonzalez, didn't let the number 18 just clear off into the distance. Gave him some stress on the last couple of laps, did Vietti, but said that, yeah, fair play, Gonzalez just managed the tyre better. I just think it was a race where the pressure was on, home crowd as well, and Gonzalez just proved once again to everyone, after going a few races without a victory, that yeah, I'm again, for the second year running, a favourite for this title. I'm now nearly 20 points clear of my rivals, one of them who is moving up to MotoGP. I'm ahead of Senna Regis, my teammate, by nearly 40 points. I'm ahead of David Alonso by over 45 points. Another rider who's heavily tipped to go to MotoGP, Damian Holgado down in P7. Another rider heavily tipped to be going to MotoGP in 2027. I think, rightly so, Gonzalez feels a little bit hard done by. He obviously won't necessarily say that in public, and understandably so, but as you mentioned, I think the mask slipped a little bit, and that's great to see. That's what we want to see. We want to see emotion from elite level sports stars who work day in, day out to finish on the top step and fight for championships and fight for race wins. So great to see Gonzalez emotional at the end of the Grand Prix. But yeah, reading a little bit more into it, there was a lot behind the scenes that's obviously going on. The management trying to get him a MotoGP seat. And I just look back to the Aragon test last year, and he was massively impressive over in Aragon. I just think everything that he's doing at this moment, bar the end of last season, I think, where he just sort of went off the boil a little bit, but everything else in the last couple of seasons for Manu Gonzalez so far has been phenomenal, basically. Yeah, I just think that in Barcelona, winning that Grand Prix was just a little bit of a sort of wave to maybe MotoGP management and everyone else who has maybe doubted him, just to say, why, basically? Why are you not picking me?
Yeah, it's ultimately, I guess, a case where you've got to make yourself unavoidable. You've got to make yourself such an attractive proposition that if one MotoGP factory or team doesn't sign you, then someone else most certainly will. And yeah, Gonzalez, I guess, will only truly know in the latter stages of this season whether he truly has learned from last season and has moved on as a rider, both in terms of his ability on the bike, but also his ability to manage the pressure and the scrutiny that comes with fighting for a Moto2 World Championship. Of course, he has won championships in the past. He's the youngest motorcycle road racing world champion, isn't he, when he won the Supersport 300 title some 7 years ago when he was still only 16. So this isn't a young man who was afraid of the finish line or afraid of collecting trophies at the end of a season. But it is fair to say that as last year went on, Diogo Moreira just had a little bit too much for him, and I think there's a school of thought of some that perhaps Moreira got in Manu Gonzalez's head a bit in the second half of last season. Perhaps that's not the likely scenario this year if he's up against someone like Ethan Guevara or Celestino Vietti or even potentially his teammate Senna Aegis. We'll see how that develops, but it does feel as if Gonzalez is going about this championship in a different way this year. There was perhaps a bit of bravado last year. He was always very keen to go out in free practice one on a Friday morning and send a message out to his opposition to top free practice one, be fastest on a Friday, and just let everyone else know who the boss was. As Guevara has a bit of a twitch there in the middle of San Donato. He's currently third, but he's, I guess, been a little bit quieter this year. He's been so consistent, and there's been barely any mistakes for Manu Gonzalez so far this year. Podiums, as mentioned, in 5 of the first 6 Grand Prix, and the one race where he wasn't on the podium was a very competitive 5th back in Austin, Texas, when he qualified down in 9th place. He's doing what champions tend to do, which is squeeze every last point out of a Grand Prix weekend, and he's, I guess, asking the question of the likes of Senna Aegis here on screen, of Vietti, of Ethan Guevara, that they've got to match his consistency if they're going to challenge Manu Gonzalez ultimately for the World Championship over 22 rounds this year.
Yeah, and at the same stage last season, he had 111 points. He doesn't have that at this stage, but without the half points, he would be on 117. I don't think anyone would have thought coming into this year Manu Gonzalez would surpass without the half points. Let's just sort of caveat that for a second. He did win the race, so four points as the rules were not given, but for the sake of the point, let's say it was sort of the same result anyway. I don't think anyone would have said that Gonzalez would have surpassed that tally in the opening 6 rounds of this season. So another point where Gonzalez has put to bed sort of what happened at the end of last season. Now, of course, we're going to, as you mentioned, Lewis, realise that when we get to that point of this season, of course, in a few months' time. But yeah, probably just to round off the point on Gonzalez, just another sort of gauntlet laid down in this 2026 title chase, that he is here to stay. I think the only thing left for Gonzalez to prove in Moto2 is for him to clinch the title. He's proven he can win races, he's proven he's a super consistent rider. Just needs that title to cap off what would be a fantastic Moto2 career. Now, we don't know what Gonzalez, as we mentioned, is going to do next year, whether he stays in Moto2 if he can't get a MotoGP seat, whether he goes to World Superbikes or not. Obviously, that's the paddock where he came from, sort of made a name for himself over in World Superbikes, so maybe it sort of feels like sort of going home sort of thing, going to a familiar place. But he said yesterday to his own that MotoGP is absolutely the goal, and obviously that goes without saying. Of course, all these riders want to reach the pinnacle of two-wheel motorsport eventually. And Gonzalez, fingers crossed, whatever comes next year, Gonzalez will go on to challenge for more titles, whether that's in MotoGP, in World Superbike, or of course in Moto2 as well. But I think the only thing that he just needs to cross off from his time in Moto2 is to have world champion next to his name. That's a little bit tight down into San Donato. Alonso Lopez just chopping the nose off Barry Bautis, and to some extent Senna Aegis as well.
Yeah, I mean, just taken top spot away from Senna Aegis. 2:03.741 for Alonso Lopez. Of course, we'll be expecting lap times around about the 1:50 mark in dry conditions, which we hope we'll have later on today. For Aegis, I guess it continues what's been a very up and down season for Senna so far. The ups have been very, very high. Of course, 2 victories consecutively in Austin and in Jerez. But of course, having not scored a point prior to that, he hasn't been in the top 6 since those back-to-back victories. It was a 7th place, which wasn't helped by some lap 1 contact back at the French Grand Prix, and a 10th place in Barcelona, where he thought he was doing a very good job of managing his tyres. Unfortunately, the Pirelli rubber underneath him didn't agree.
Yeah, exactly that. He said from one lap to another after the opening few laps, where he, as you say, was managing the tyres really well. Just said he had a sudden drop off that was totally unexpected. Didn't happen in the practice sessions as well. He said, I was definitely riding smooth, taking it easy as possible, and didn't do anything wrong in the first part of the race. So yeah, unexpected tyre drop, I think, is what a lot of riders were saying across the classes, especially in Moto3 and in Moto2. But yeah, Aegis, we saw him in that front group, didn't we, in the open exchanges, and he was looking really strong. But once that tyre goes, whether it was the front end or the rear end, or sometimes both, absolutely impossible to stay with the guys at the front, and that's exactly how it played out for Aegis, who just needs to get some points back on the board. It's not been a bad run of form. Of course, those 2 victories were absolutely fantastic, but P7 and P10 is sort of not what Aegis would have wanted, of course, especially when you're seeing the rider sat on the left-hand side of him in the box go on to win the Grand Prix in Barcelona. So always not lost, of course, a long way to go in this title chase, but Aegis just needs to regather a little bit of momentum. He's not looked bad at all, Aegis, the Australian. But when you have your teammate who is super consistent, as we mentioned, like Gonzalez, finishing outside the top 5, finishing in P10, you're going to lose a lot of ground. And if you don't gather that up quickly, and Gonzalez doesn't look like he's going to make too many mistakes this year, the pressure is not piling on Aegis, but there's a little bit of pressure there for Aegis and the others as well who are chasing. It's not just Aegis, of course, to get back on that podium and put a little bit of pressure on Gonzalez.
Yeah, Senna's results so far this year sort of look like a lie detector test, don't they? The graph's been up and down so far this year, and that is why ultimately the inconsistency of Aegis versus the consistency of Gonzalez has them 39.5 points apart, first and fourth in the World Championship. Here are a couple of riders who need to start getting their World Championship campaign up and running. 2 riders who I think many of us thought would be the leading 2 in the World Championship in 2026, and who knows, by the time we get to Valencia in November, they may still be David Alonso and Danny Holgado. Alonso's 46.5 points back in 5th place. Holgado is 55.5 points back in 7th place overall in the points. Starting with Alonso, who's now had 5 consecutive top 6 finishes, none of which were podiums. He's majored in 4th, 5th and 6th so far this season. I guess the back-to-back that we saw in Le Mans and Catalonia has to be seen through the lens of the injury that he brought into those back-to-back races, and a 5th and a 6th from those 2 races. I guess he might well have signed for when he arrived at Le Mans with an injured shoulder, which he wasn't even sure he'd be able to compete in the Grand Prix weekend with. But how far do we get into this season with Alonso and Holgado still winless, and in Alonso's case podiumless, before we start to think their championship challenge is starting to come to a bit of strain?
Yeah, I think at least till the summer, I think, depending on, of course, how big that gap gets. But Alonso has come into this weekend saying he shouldn't have any issues now with that shoulder. He was very happy after the Catalan Grand Prix, mainly because of the shoulder didn't give him any problems throughout the race. He said he had the best start of his life as well, and everything seemed to come a lot easier. But it was still not a podium for Alonso. Now 7 races without a podium in Moto2. And getting to round 7, I don't think anyone would have put any sort of money on Alonso not finishing on the podium in the opening 7 races of the season. A heavy title favourite, of course, as Lewis mentioned, alongside his teammate Danny Holgado as well. I just think for both Alonso and Holgado, of course, Holgado has stood on the podium, of course, already a couple of times this season, including that victory over in Brazil, but hasn't really got too close since, unfortunately. So, yeah, the Aspire duo, especially in Alonso's case, who is being consistent, it's fair to say, especially with the shoulder troubles that he has had. I think he'll be looking at this and thinking, right, I'm 46.5 points behind Gonzalez, who is finished on the podium week in, week out. Need to definitely stand on the podium, I think, in the next couple of Grand Prix and just show a sign that Alonso Lopez on screen, David Alonso is fully back after the injury issues, and I don't think it's going to be long before Alonso is back on the podium and at least challenging for a win. He's challenged for wins already this season. I think the biggest thing for Alonso is to get a clean weekend. No injury issues, don't crash on a Friday, get straight into Q2, get a decent qualifying on the top 2 rows, and then place himself really well on a Sunday. It feels like, and we've mentioned this a few times, haven't we, that it's only really Brazil that he's had a clean run at things so far in 2026. So hopefully for Alonso's sake, in Mugello, he can have a clean weekend of things, and hopefully for our sake as the fans of the sport can see Alonso at full tilt and challenging the likes of Aegis on screen, likes of Gonzalez, Vietti teammate Danny Holgado as well.
It makes quite a story, doesn't it, Alonso's 2026 so far. Of course, got tripped up by Senna Aegis here on screen, his bike breaking down in Buriram. That was after already crashing in practice. Brazil, as you mentioned, was relatively trouble-free, although that was only a 5th on that occasion. Austin, he got dumped out of pole position because of the tyre pressures. He made a mess of the start in Jerez when he could well have won, and then of course arrived in Le Mans with the injured shoulder, which he did then ultimately come through that to finish in 5th place. Qualifying clearly still an area where David Alonso needs to step up. He did say after the race in Barcelona he feels super strong on old tyres, but he lacks the pace on fresh tyres. Often those two facts are connected, because you're ultimately perhaps not working the tyres as hard as you need to be on a single lap in qualifying, which is why you're starting deep on the grid, but that does then pay you back later on because you've got more rubber left than your opposition to come steaming through in the latter stages. Of course, we have to take the Austin qualifying as it was. He got thrown out due to the tyre pressures not being set correctly, so he qualified in 17th place officially, which means that he's had 1 front row start, that was in Brazil this year, and only 1 second row start, that was the 6th that he botched off the line in Jerez. He was 10th on the grid in Thailand, of course 17th with the penalty in Austin, and then 13th on the grid in Barcelona. For all of the strengths that David Alonso clearly has in the latter stage of a race, if you're putting those strengths into action from way too far down in the pack and the race-leading battle has already disappeared off the road, then it's not an awful lot of use to you.
Exactly, and Gonzalez and a few other riders mentioned this season, that this year's field is so much more competitive than, for example, last year's. There's
so hard to overtake.
Exactly, and so hard to overtake. You've got Guevara, who also needs to sort his qualifying out, who's going great guns. You've got Vietti, who's started the season really well. You've got Aegis thrown in there as well. Even the likes of Ivan Ortolu, who's only just behind David Alonso in the championship standings. As well, you've got so many riders who aren't necessarily challenging for the title, but are consistently inside that top 6 and looking really strong. So Alonso definitely, I think, needs to just get a top 6 in qualifying, and then, as we know, especially here, use a bit of slipstream and a bit of know-how. He's a winner here back in 2024 in his Moto3 days as well. So I think just get a clean weekend. I think that's what the team will be hoping for, Alonso will be hoping for. There's no injury issues now to worry about as well, so that's been put to bed. So Alonso, I think we're all just waiting, hoping and expecting the Colombian to sort of rev into life in 2026. I think the best we've seen of him is Sunday after the opening sort of half a lap, of course, in Jerez, where he reeled in the leaders, sort of half a second per lap, and given another lap he would have been on the podium. Given another 2 laps he might have won the Grand Prix. That's all lift ups and maybes though. That wasn't the case, and he did mess at the start. So fingers crossed as for the spectacle this weekend, we do get Alonso fighting at the front with the likes of Ethan Guevara and with the likes of Manu Gonzalez, who are just at the bottom of your screens there, setting personal best laps, one a bit quicker than the other. Guevara up inside that top three now.
And we're on board there with the Boscoscuro of Guevara heading towards San Donato. He hit around 280 kilometers an hour down towards the first corner here at the Mugello circuit, which is what is it, around about 5.25 kilometers in length, 3.2 miles, 15 corners, 9 to the right, of which this is the final of them for Manu Gonzalez, and 6 left, of which this is the last. Pacini, of course, in Moto3. This is perhaps the most important corner on the circuit to get that run out of the final corner up to the line. Still important in Moto2 as well, given that you have that 1 kilometer blast down to the finish line to come. And Manu Gonzalez isn't going to hit the finish line because he's coming into the pits. He's currently 12th in this session on a 2:05.3. Naturally, in these wet conditions, or sort of half and half conditions we're heading towards now, the lap time is a little bit more spread out. It's Gonzalez's teammate Senna Aegis who is back ahead now of Alonso Lopez. They've been trading the top spot throughout the session. Munoz is 3rd for Etal Trans ahead of Arbolino, who we generally don't have to look too far down the timesheets for when conditions are slightly damp. He's 4th ahead of Alberto Ferrandez for the Blue Crew Pramac team. Vietti's just gone 6th on the Speed RS Boscoscuro ahead of Unchu, Guevara, Ortola and Colin Vaya, although these lap times, of course, do not count towards the overall qualifying picture. That will, of course, be decided in practice later on today in what we hope will be full dry conditions.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Just looking down the timesheets, Philip Salat in P26 is 11.9 seconds off the pace. Obviously, that is not what the Czech rider is capable of. Something not quite right down there in the OnlyFans American racing team. We saw this over in Le Mans as well, didn't we? A couple of technical issues down there for Salat. Of course, had a crash in FP1 over at the French Grand Prix as well. So, yeah, something not really going on there, or something is going on, I should say, down there for Philip Salat, who's on a good run of form, the Czech rider, who was back inside that top 10 again over at the Catalan Grand Prix. Was really impressed with how he was feeling and how he was beginning to get to grips with the team and with the Kalex as well. So expect to see the Czech rider a little bit higher up than that, and a little bit higher up is Ethan Guevara now, because the Boscoscuro rider, second in the championship, of course, has gone P1 with a good lap time, nearly half a second clear now of Senna Aegis.
And perhaps another weekend where we have begun to take Ethan Guevara even more seriously as a World Championship contender in 2026. They often say, don't they, you win the World Championships on your bad days, on your weekends where you're perhaps a little bit less strong. And it's fair to say Guevara nowhere near as strong in Barcelona as he was in Le Mans when he dominated the weekend. He rode like a lion, his team manager Alex De Angelis said in the early stages as he made his way through from what was by his standards a poor start from 11th on the grid to get himself up the order and into that sort of podium group in the early stages. And without making this sound like a bit of a dig at Ethan Guevara, he used his brain back in Barcelona, which is not something we've always praised Ethan Guevara for in Grand Prix over certainly his Moto2 career in the last 2 or 3 years, but certainly did. He was certainly playing the long game in Barcelona in terms of making sure he had some tyre left for the latter stages of the race, and that strategy ultimately saw him get the better of Ivan Ortola in that battle for the podium. Yeah, exactly that. He said the key was the tyre management, as we mentioned a few times now over in Barcelona, and just said he kept it nice and calm, thought that the riders ahead were just pushing a little bit too hard in the opening exchanges, and just, rode with it himself, was looking after that rear tyre and then pounced towards the end of the Grand Prix and ultimately finished on the podium to limit the damage, of course, in the championship when he knew Gonzalez was battling away with Celestino Vietti for the victory that, of course, eventually went to Gonzalez. Guevara, 7 top 10s in a row now, 4th podium in his last 6 races, and the first back-to-back podiums in Moto2. We didn't need a reminder of Guevara's step forward that he's made over in Moto2 this season, but that was another sign coming from outside of the top 10 on the grid to finish on the podium in front of your home fans. Guevara couldn't have really asked for much more than that. He definitely couldn't have asked much more than that, that's for sure, with Vietti and Gonzalez's pace at the front. So another weekend apart from qualifying where Guevara was really, really impressive, and it was the weekend where reports really started to surface
that he was moving up to MotoGP next year as well. We know the rumours have been flying around for a number of weeks, but it was that weekend in Barcelona where it really started to gather momentum. Was asked a few questions about it as well, so a lot of outside noise that weekend as well, was getting asked questions about 2027, not just focusing on the weekend. So I think for Guevara it was a much busier weekend than he would have intended, but another one where he just proved that he's really in this title race.
Yeah, he's certainly going to have to get used to an awful lot of scrutiny on him over the next year or two. If the rumours are to be believed, and we certainly believe them up in this commentary box, that Ethan Guevara is going to be partnering Toprak Razgatlioglu at the Prima Pramac MotoGP squad next season. He's a rider who certainly harbours hopes of joining Guevara in MotoGP next year. Senna Agius, who's happy to sit and wait. We're heading towards that stage of the session, aren't we? And the stage in the conditions where it's starting to get a little bit too dry for the wets and still too wet for the slicks. Guevara is one of a handful of riders. As we look down the timing screen, we've got 8 riders still out on the racetrack, and Guevara is still setting overall best sector times. He's now closing in on the 2-minute mark, 2:00.831. His advantage now over Munoz is nearly 9/10 of a second. There's Gino Borsoi, who of course was the team manager the last time Ethan Guevara won a Grand Prix World Championship. And that was of course with the Aspar team back in Moto3 some 4 years ago. Is he once again going to unlock the title-winning potential of the Mallorcan?
Looks like he potentially is, and Boscoro now got 2 riders in the top 3 in the standings as well, with Celestino Vietti. Where is Vietti on the timing screens? He's fifth, yeah, just looking at P13 of Colin Vine, working out which way the I and the E around on the timing screens just to not try and make that mistake. But yeah, Vietti, we should probably talk about him, Lewis, shouldn't we? Another fine ride from Vietti. We mentioned, just admitted in the last stages that Gonzalez had a bit more tyre left, and Vietti is always a fantastic rider to watch. We had a couple of really big moments on that rear end, didn't he, before Gonzalez came on through and then was skating around the circuit. It was fantastic viewing. I'm sure it was enjoyable enough to ride with Vietti, but I think he would have wanted a little bit more grip in the closing stages, but did say that the team and himself just worked really well throughout the weekend. A shame to lose the win on the final laps, but yeah, as I say, Manu just managed the tyres better, has had something more at the end, and a P2, not a bad result at all for Vietti. His second P2 of the season after Austin, of course, as well, and he's on a really strong, consistent run of form, and only just over 30 points away from Gonzalez in this title race as well. And obviously it goes without saying, a special weekend for all the Italians, let alone Celestino Vietti, the lead Italian in the Moto2 title chase, the only Italian inside that top 11 in the standings. The next one is Tony Arbolino down in P12. So a special weekend for Vietti, who was very close to finish on the podium here last year, as well as Guevara improves his lap time once again, goes another 4/10 quicker to get towards the 159s. The track is drying, but clearly there's some pace left on the wet tyres. But yeah, Vietti, I think, given another lap, given the phenomenal battle it was between Moreira and Canet, fair in bashing, pushed each other wide, was fantastic viewing, and was great viewing for Vietti as he reeled in the 2 riders ahead of him, just finished in P5. There wasn't quite enough to finish on the podium, but Vietti, I think, will come into this weekend and full of confidence and hoping that he can definitely challenge for victory as things stand.
Familiar face there in the Ital Trans box, particularly to MotoGP fans. Livio Supro, of course, former championship-winning team manager in an advisory consultancy role down at the Ital Trans team in this Moto2 field. And yeah, Vietti and that Speed RS team, we of course have drawn a lot of attention, haven't we, in the last couple of weekends to their change of suspension across to WP. I think firmly at this stage chalk that one down as a good move for that particular team. Not that the Boscoscuro of Guevara on the old ones is struggling, but clearly it's working for Celestino Vietti and Luca Lanetta right now, isn't it? And Lanetta's a rider who we certainly should just give a little bit of a nod to for what he did in Barcelona. Can't necessarily say it came from nowhere, but we should remember he was in qualifying 1 on the Saturday afternoon, got himself through that session, and boy did he make the most of that boost up into Q2 qualified in 10th on the grid, which on its own I think we thought was overperforming, but went forward in the race.
Yeah, exactly that. Qualifying P10, I think points from there would have been a fantastic result for Luca Naletta, let alone a top 10. Fantastic for the Italian to get inside that top 10 after what has been an injury hit sort of last year, basically. Of course, it was at the TT Assen where he broke his leg in Moto3, then re-broke his leg over in Thailand this year, and Naletta understandably very happy with the progress he's making on that Vossascuro. He's getting to know the bike better every session, race after race, and he says he thinks they're getting closer to the front runners in terms of feeling, and that certainly showed over at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. And of course, Naletta coming into his home Grand Prix this weekend as well. He crashed out of second place, I think it was last year in Moto3 with Adrian Fernandez down at turn 1 in a bit of an incident. I think the Munoz was involved as well. There's a couple of incidents down in turn 1 at Moto3 last year. Naletta unfortunately crashed out of his home Grand Prix as we get some first slick tyres slotted into the machines. Adrian Huertas is one of them, and you can see there is performance and grip out there.
And the first sub-2 minute lap of the weekend in Moto2 should come with it. For Huertas, some yellow flags are up ahead of him into turn 1, but that won't affect him for the moment, and it is a 1:59.907. And those yellow flags have been brought up by Ayumu Sasaki, who is also on slick tyres. Looking on our screens, he just completed a slower lap, perhaps an out lap for Sasaki, but perhaps didn't find enough grip for those slicks down at turn 1.
No, good to see the Japanese rider is all okay. Hopefully that's just a slowish front end tuck and not a faster one coming off the back of the fastest part of the circuit. Alonso Lopez drops closer to the 1:59s, down to a low 2 minute, and is Manu Gonzalez heading out on slicks? Yes, he is. Certainly a rear slick tyre. I'm sure the front is one as well. Let's see what Manu Gonzalez can do as Ayumu Sasaki just walks through the gravel. Here we go, a replay. He's just tucked it behind Barry Bautas on the wet, and yeah, just the front end folds away, unfortunately for Ayumu Sasaki. Easily done, of course, at San Donato in the dry conditions, especially when there's wet patches around, just asking a bit too much of that front end.
Yeah, and as mentioned, he had come across the line. His previous lap was 18 seconds off the pace, and perhaps just didn't ultimately have the temperature in the tyres when he did grab some brake. Clearly enough temperature and confidence for Huertas at the moment, and so we see his teammate Munoz, who is still on the wet, which is why you see plenty of movement there for his particular Calex, but he's still setting PBs. He's 5th now, just under a second behind his teammate. Here is Barry Bautas, who we also saw leaving the pits on dry tyres a moment ago. Bautas, once again, unfortunately for Barry, another Grand Prix where we compare him to last year, and it's not a favourable comparison for the Belgian. At this stage last year, he had 73 points to his name, and of course was up in the top 3 of the World Championship. Just 16 points to Bautas' name after 6 rounds of 2026, and yeah, his weekend never really recovered from that Friday crash that put him into Q1.
Yeah, P13 unfortunately for Bautas, only one top 10 this season. A really disappointing opening 6 rounds for the Belgian, as we focus in on Taio Furusato, who's going really well around this lap on the number 72. We've obviously not seen too much of Furusato this season in Moto2 as he gets to grip with the jump up in class. Sort of getting there. Furusato was saying that he's making some important strides forward, obviously not where he wants to be, but maybe where he will end up in this session anyway is P1. He's certainly well on course of doing that now, he's the rookie. This is a great lap coming in, 1.3 seconds under the current top time of Adrian Huertas, so just one corner to go for Furusato, and then he fires his Calex Triumph towards the start-finish line. Won't get too much of a tow from the rider ahead of him, but this could be taking Taio Furusato to the top of the session in Moto2. It does, for the very first time.
Yeah, very good friend of ours and former colleague, Danny Parada, the press officer down there at Honda Team Asia. He might be about to write an emergency press release for Furusato quickest on a Friday morning. You could see the team manager there, Hiroshi Oyama, just trying his best to stay calm with what's going on as his rookie leads the way. Of course, conditions that aren't entirely representative, but it's the same for everybody. At the moment, it's Furusato who's fastest of all. Here it comes, or here went, Munoz just across the line. No improvement for him expect his pace to start dropping off now with those wet tyres, struggling to ultimately keep themselves cool with the lack of dry tarmac. Alonso is now 7th on a 2:00.07. We pick up the number 7 of Barry Baltus, who might be about to spoil Forasato's morning across the line. No, he slopped into 2nd place, but slicks very much now are clearly the way to go.
Yeah, 100%. We saw Alonso still on the wet tyres. He's not got enough time to come in and change, and if you don't see the point which a lot of the teams might not do, no point risking it and risking a crash, of course, like Ayumi Sasaki did. Then keep it nice and clean for the session this afternoon. Adrian Huertas now rises to P1, 7/10 quicker than Tayo Furusato. So Huertas going well in the early stages on slick tyres. Alonso Lopez has clearly made a mistake, or just used all those grip, overheating those wet tyres. Lopez, you can see there the grooves in the Pirellis on the front and rear end of the 21. Loses time in the 3rd and 4th splits, and yeah, 2:09, 2:09, I should say, isn't going to move Alonso Lopez up the order, and that is still rain tyres for Senna Aegis. So clearly the Australian and the Molly Dynavolt Intact GP team don't feel like there's a need to go out on slicks and make any unnecessary risks.
Don't feel a need to use one up, and maybe they're thinking if we get a red flag on Sunday, we might we might want the extra.
There's been a few
brand new
of them, isn't there?
Yeah, we've been quite accustomed to them in all classes, it has to be said, in 2026, and yeah, it became a real talking point in MotoGP back in Barcelona. Those who had a fresh tyre available, of course, we saw, I think it was in Barcelona, we saw some Moto2 riders saving a tyre on Saturday morning, going out on old tyres because they wanted an extra brand new slick available in case there was a red flag in Sunday's Grand Prix. So perhaps in conditions such as this, there is no real material benefit to putting in some dry tyres, but several still have, and we're following a couple of them here on screen. So Screech up ahead of Arbolino, who we generally point towards him when conditions are wet, but when conditions are mixed, he's also proving pretty adept as his teammate takes top spot. We're into the final 30 seconds, but it doesn't look as if Baltus is going to stay on top for long.
Yeah, maybe a red Spantic Racing 1-2 coming up. Arbolino does rise to P1, just ahead of his teammate. I say just 1.2 seconds, and the P1, P2 that Bobby Locatelli would have been celebrating has just been ruined by Adrian Huertas, who moves back up into the top 2, less than a second away from Arbolino. But these are the conditions that Arbolino liked. Arbolino was happy with his race over at the Catalan Grand Prix. He said his pace on Sunday was very strong, and he was really pleased with that. He just a shame about the bad start that he had. It cost him a couple of places and a chance to really fight for that top 5, but it was nice to hear at the end of the Grand Prix that Arbolino was at least feeling good and had some good pace heading, of course, into his home Grand Prix this weekend.
As is Celestino Vietti, and I guess to aid us slightly in trying to pick CVIE and CVEI apart on the time tower on the left, is that the Speed RS team have switched from the orange to the blue this weekend with their rolling conveyor belt of title sponsors, and Vietti, just as the checker flag comes out, goes top on a 1:54.801. We might have a very similar picture to the last time we saw Moto2 on track at the checker flag in Barcelona, because Vietti might just be about to be pipped by Manu Gonzalez, the World Championship leader. All of a sudden very happy he's on slick tyres as he takes top spot.
Yes, a switch from rain tyres to dry tyres, and he moves up the order by about 15 places. Can't remember where Gonzalez was, but he certainly wasn't inside that top 10 on the wet tyres. However, Tony Arbolino is going again through Biondetti 1 and then flick it right through Biondetti 2 before you parry it down to Buccini at the final corner of turn 15. Arbolino, great that we get clear visors in these conditions as well, isn't it? The piercing eyes of the riders focusing in on the apex. Alistair Screech as well, getting a nice bit of slipstream hopefully for a Screech's sake, and sometimes needs it. A taller frame is a Screech, very lanky rider, pushing 6 foot and beyond. Arbolino to the line, half a second quicker, and a Screech rises to P2, so a good lap time from those two at the end of the session.
Tony Arbolino, who from memory did take his first Grand Prix pole position here back when he was a Moto3 rider, and yep, he has his fans, both of them on the hillsides. I'm sure there will be several more cheering on Tony Arbolino on Sunday afternoon. However they're dressed, I'm sure Arbolino will not fail to spot them on the trackside hillsides here in Mugello, which will be absolutely packed with fans on Sunday afternoon. And Arbolino clearly happy with life, much closer to the front than he was at any stage in that Catalan Grand Prix weekend. Not the circuit that has generally seen the best Arbolino, it's fair to say, in Moto2, but he is a former podium finisher here back in Moto2 back in 2023 when his crew were on the receiving end of some pizza boxes from the eventual champion Pedro Acosta, weren't they?
I was just thinking about that as well when I saw Tony Arbolino. Unfortunately for Arbolino, the immediate thing to remember is Pedro Acosta's, how do you call it?
He got served,
yes.
not in that way, but by a pizza box on the Sunday afternoon as Acosta, I guess, left his rivals. Of course, Bacalusa might be the S-rider at that time. He no doubt who the main man in Moto2 was.
Yeah, funny to Acosta and quite amusing to us, but certainly not to Tony Arbolino and his crew. So yeah, Arbolino will be hoping he's doing the ditching out of a celebration come Sunday, and as we mentioned, a good end to the session for championship leader Manu Gonzalez inside that top 3. Other notable riders in that session up inside the sort of top 10 anyway. Alonso was just about there for Osato, as I mentioned, had a great lap time as well. Good to see Roberts up inside that top 10 as well. Riders to keep an eye on, as I mentioned, Philip Salac didn't improve, only 3 laps, so something absolutely not right there, and Roberts only completed 6 laps as well. Maybe Roberts was just keeping his powder dry in the wet conditions, but something clearly not right with Philip Salac.
You just saw a sticker there on the tank there, per siempre Didac. It's worth drawing attention to that. A member of the Dorna crew of our onboard team sadly lost his life since the Catalan Grand Prix. There was a minute's silence in the TV compound earlier on this morning for Didac, much loved and now much missed member of the team, which is why you can see those stickers from the onboard camera views on these Moto2 machines. Our thoughts with his family and friends. Tony Arbolino then tops free practice 1 in Mugello this morning. 4/10 clear of Alex Escridge. Calex from forward. Manu Gonzalez, the championship leader, 3rd, having certainly benefited from that late switch to slicks. Vietti fourth from Baltas Huertas, Roberts, Lanetta, Forasato and Alonso. Of course, these lap times very spread out with only around about half of the field switching to slicks in the latter stages. Ethan Guevara dropped to 12th. Of course, he was leading on the wets until the dry tyres came into play. Only 3 laps this morning. Clearly some issues down in American racing for Philip Salac. So it is Tony Arbolino, an Italian on top in Moto2 FP1. Certainly high excitement in MotoGP though, with the world champion making his return to action. FP1 in MotoGP.
After Jerez, Le Mans and Catalonia, MotoGP's tour of classic European tracks brings us to the spectacular and scenic Mugello for round 7 in 2026. Half a century after its first Grand Prix in 1976, it's full speed ahead at the world's fastest track in the Brembo Grand Prix of Italy. Located north of the historic beauty of Florence, FP1 gets the action underway next live. It's time for MotoGP. What a circuit, what a venue. MotoGP's fastest track on the Grand Prix calendar. Will the top speed record of 366.1 kilometers an hour be broken here this weekend? It's a classic venue, 15 corners, 6 left, 9 of them right, including a start-finish straight which measures over 1 kilometre in length. Hard braking into turn 1, San Donato. Turn 6 and 7 to complete sector 2, the famous Casanova Cervelli section. Arrabbiata 1 and 2. It is fast, it is flowing. It's for the adrenaline junkies, isn't it, this Mugello venue in the Italian Grand Prix. Good morning and welcome to what is a bit of a cloudy and damp start to proceedings in this Brembo Grand Prix of Italy. You join us for live coverage of the start of our MotoGP coverage here this weekend against the postcard backdrop of the spectacular Tuscany Mountains. It can mean only one thing. We are at magnificent, we are at majestic Mugello once again. Round 7 of 22 coming your way in this year's MotoGP World Championship. Good time for Italian fans right now, isn't it? in the top class, with Italian Marco Bezzecchi leading the World Championship by 15 points on the factory Aprilia, and Fabio Di Gianantonio, the Italian winner of the shortened Catalan Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. Digia's second MotoGP success, the first of VR46 Racing since the Indian Grand Prix in 2023. Quite a lot of housekeeping to cover off as we go into this 7th round of the season. The good news is reigning world champion Marc Marquez on the factory Ducati, winner here last year, of course, in the Italian Grand Prix. He is back after surgery on the right foot and right shoulder. We haven't seen Marc since that horrendous crash he had in the Le Mans Sprint. Unfortunately, there's no place here this weekend for his brother Alex Marquez. Alex confirming he's out of this Italian Grand Prix and out of next weekend's action in Hungary at Balaton Park. Alex, of course, involved in one of two serious incidents, two red flag incidents in Catalonia a couple of weeks ago. No Alex Marquez after he fractured his right collarbone and suffered a C7 vertebra fracture. Alex, we wish you a very, very speedy recovery. Likewise to Frenchman Johann Zarco. The Frenchman, it seems, an extended period of absence coming up the way for the former Moto2 world champion. Serious tendon and ligament damage in his left leg after he got tangled up with Pecco Bagnaia's factory Ducati in the second of those two nasty incidents over in Barcelona. He still has not had surgery on that left knee as yet, has Johann Zarco. His place, and we welcome back at the ripe old age of 40, has gone to former LCR Honda star Cal Crutchlow. The Brit is back in action here this weekend. Alex Marquez here in Mugello will be replaced by Michele Pirro. A lot of talk that maybe Nicolo Bulega, runaway World Superbike Champions League, might fill Alex's shoes in Hungary next weekend. But as mentioned, a lot of housekeeping to cover off, and all we can say after those two nasty incidents in Barcelona, we wish our continued well wishes and the speedy recovery to both Alex Marquez and to Johann Zarco. So under what a rather threatening grey clouds at the moment. Didn't expect this. We were all woken up very early by claps of thunder in the Tuscany Mountains. We get our coverage underway with Matt Burton-Lewis up in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. We're missing a couple of big-name stars this weekend. There was unfortunately no Alex Marquez, no Anjarco, but we do welcome back the world champion.
Yeah, to echo your thoughts and comments, we wish all the very best and a speedy recovery to Alex Marquez and to Johann Zarco, but we welcome back Marc Marquez. And the words of his rivals yesterday, including his teammate Pecco Bagnaia, said if Marc Marquez is coming back, it's because he feels he can come back and win. Well, whether that's a realistic expectation for Marc Marquez, we will find out as we go through the weekend. But on what is a special weekend for Ducati, a centenary weekend, they are celebrating their centenary this year and marking it at their home Grand Prix. It's the right time for them to be back to full strength. And just what kind of Marc Marquez are we going to see here at Mugello this weekend?
85 points behind Marco Bezzecchi. He is in the World Championship. But when you speak to every one of Marc's rivals in the paddock, none of them, and quite rightly so, you're right, Marc Marquez off at your peril, don't they? None of them are discounting him as a serious title contender still in 2026. Marco Bezzecchi said the only reason that Marc is back here this weekend is because he feels that he can be competitive, he feels he can be at the front. Marc knows his body better than anybody else. He's not here, is he, just to make up the numbers? Well, after an incredible start to 2026, where he was first or second in our opening 5 Grand Prix, it's fair to say that on paper, Lewis, when you look at the results, 9th in the sprint, 4th in the Grand Prix, a rather fortuitous 4th as well for Marco Bezzecchi. Catalonia was the toughest weekend he's had so far this season.
Yes, new title sponsor, as you can see, very easy to see it there in the Aprilia team. That was announced a few moments ago. Yeah, he very nearly did keep that podium record going in Barcelona. Of course, there were all sorts of tyre pressure investigations and penalties. It was the fact that Pecco Bagnaia was the one rider to escape sanction that ultimately left Bezzecchi 4th in the end in the revised result we got in Barcelona. The first weekend, I guess, really, where we can come out of it saying that Aprilia with genuine questions to answer after the Catalan Grand Prix. Of course, we'll never know where Jorge Martin would have ended up had he not been collected by another Aprilia in Raul Fernandez. But it's fair to say that the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya is not Marco Bezzecchi's favourite, and he won't be sad to see the back of it.
There is Michele Pirro, as mentioned, yeah, as we all are passing on his well wishes to number 73, Alex Marquez. Failure. KTM, nothing that Alex could do. And as you've seen, you might have tuned into Alex's YouTube channel where he has given a special message to his fans. He's still in a neck brace, isn't he, Alex, recovering from that neck fracture. He admitted himself how very fortunate and how very lucky he was. A scary incident. Can't wait to see Alex back in action, hopefully, at the Czech Grand Prix in Brno. And it was so serious, Lewis, that incident with Alex. He was discharged from hospital on Monday, got picked up by his brother Mark, and then within a couple of hours, I think Alex's girlfriend was reporting that he wasn't feeling too well. He actually got readmitted and spent another 2 days in hospital. It was such a horrific incident for Alex.
Yeah, and it must have been so tough for Mark to watch, having, of course, not been there himself due to injury, to have to watch that from home. And I guess waiting with the rest of us for information and understanding on Alex's condition. Mark said himself that he's been through, of course, his fair share of injuries over the years, that sometimes the pain doesn't the true gravity of the situation doesn't really hit you for another day or two. The upshot of the pair of injuries, of course, we've already seen Michele Pirro with Johan Zarco absent. It's a homecoming for Cal Crutchlow at the age of 40 at LCI.
Never thought. I don't think Cal Crutchlow thought he'd ever be back in MotoGP action. Thought he might maybe throw his leg over MotoGP one day in the future, but not in the full thrust of competition, not at the world's fastest circuit. But we welcome back the very distinctive number 35, of course. Cal's last full-time season in MotoGP was with LCR Honda back in 2020. He did a 6-year stint, didn't he, with the Italian-based team. Arguably the best period of Cal's career, the best period of Lucio Cecchinello's career as a team manager. So many great moments. That victory in Argentina, the victory, 10 years ago now in Brno, and Cal sporting a special livery this weekend as LCR celebrate 30 years as a world championship outfit.
Yeah, not in the circumstances that they would have wanted it, but I guess it does feel fitting to a certain extent, doesn't it, that it is Cal Crutchlow that gets to run that special livery, the most successful rider for LCR, 3 times a MotoGP winner with that team. Our most recent MotoGP winner, though, was this man, Fabio Di Gianantonio, winner of that dramatic Catalan Grand Prix. And of course, he wasn't immune to the drama, nor to the pain either, after he was collected by debris by a front wheel with forks still attached that took him down, which brought out the red flag. And Di Gianantonio, as a result of his victory and the relative struggles for the 2 factory Aprilia riders, is now only 26 points off the World Championship lead.
Yeah, we have to factor, don't we? We have to say that he's a genuine championship contender this year, Fabio Di Gianantonio. Third the standings, top Ducati, as he has been for most of 2026 so far. Yeah, Fabio Di Gianantonio, I think, probably carrying a few mental and physical scars after his involvement in the Alex Marquez incident in Catalonia. He did not participate in what ultimately was a rain-affected Monday test. I think he and the team agreed just best off to sit this one out. Fabio Di Gianantonio, when you watch back some of the TV replays and some of the photo images of his involvement in that incident, Lewis, he was super fortunate. I mean, he was taken out ultimately by a flying front wheel that had detached itself from Alex Marquez's crashed Gresini Ducati. To sort of regain your composure, to sort of block out the pain, as Fabio Di Gianantonio did, to then take that second MotoGP victory. I mean, that showed some mental toughness from Digia.
Yeah, it sets these riders apart. It's why we can only watch on in awe and admiration at what all of these Grand Prix riders do for 22 Grand Prix weekends a year, to ride through physical and, in some cases, some mental pain from what they've just been through. Of course, it was a stressful weekend, a stressful Sunday for the MotoGP riders to have to go through 2 incidents like that, 2 red flag stoppages, and then still put the visor down, still focus on the job at hand, and still go out there and race for Grand Prix victory. And it was a victory claimed by Fabio Di Gianantonio in what was, in the end, the race that we got over those dozen or so laps in Barcelona. Was still highly dramatic in its own right and highly entertaining, with Fabio Di Gianantonio winning that Prix 4 rider group at the front, which was led for so long by Pedro Acosta, but ultimately it was Digia, injured hand and all, who emerged victorious.
Back in their special and rather gorgeous looking Gulf livery. First time they've run that livery on European soil is the Trackhouse Aprilia squad, where they, I'm sure, still got a very embarrassed and a very contrite Ayagura We said, didn't we, in commentary when he cleaned out Pedro Acosta at the final corner in that third started Catalan Grand Prix, that was a very unlike Agura move. We saw him immediately go try and offer his apologies to Acosta inside the Red Bull KTM garage. I think he stood around the garage for a long time after the race looking for Acosta, and then eventually caught up with the Spaniard in his motorhome. And the comments after, you just knew that I was going to come out and offer his sincere apologies for that controversial collision, which got him a 3-second penalty. He said it was a stupid move. That's not the kind of rider I am. I'm embarrassed by what happened. Just got to try and put it behind him. But we said at the time, didn't we, Lewis, that was not an Agura move at all.
No, he ended up 8th at the, well, I say the checkered flag, once the race result had been rejigged on a couple of occasions by his penalty and by the tyre pressure investigations. He did still finish the race in 8th place, but he's a rider who is generally so clean out there on the racetrack. I think Pedro Acosta, given what he'd been through on that afternoon, he wasn't going to hold a grudge over that one for Agura. Acosta, I think, was perhaps a little bit more sore at how his hopes of a maiden MotoGP victory from pole position had already gone south by that point.
Yeah, I think Pedro Acosta sensed just how upset and apologetic Agura was. He couldn't find himself to get angry about it, and of course what had unfolded on in the day as well. Acosta, of course, on pole position, wasn't he, in Catalonia? Wasn't able to convert it though into that elusive first victory at all, was he? A few damp patches can still scatter around the Mugello circuit, which, as we saw on the screens there, is keeping Quartararo, Bastianini, Alex Rins, Aldeguer and Marc Marquez at the moment, spectators inside their garages. Understandably, you can imagine from the likes of Aldeguer and Marc Marquez are concerned. They don't want to be out in these iffy conditions, making mistakes or getting caught out on a damp patch when the pair are still very much in recovery mode. Yeah,
they did get onto slicks around about 4 minutes before the end of the Moto2 session that was just completed, and every MotoGP rider that is currently on the circuit is on the dry tyres. We saw Marc Marquez in the box watching for a period of time with his right foot perched on top of the fan in the Ducati box, although he does say that the broken bone in his right foot that initially ruled him out of the French Grand Prix when he crashed in the sprint is not something that he's too concerned about this weekend. It is more a case of the shoulder issue that he has had remedied. Of course, the shoulder that he injured back in the Indonesia Grand Prix when Marco Bezzecchi took him out. They actually didn't just take out one screw, they took out a couple when he was operated on, 24 hours or so after that French Grand Prix sprint. And Marc Marquez said that there wasn't any damage, or they didn't have to cut the muscle apart to make that sort of remedy action to his shoulder, but it is still going to be a case of again building up some strength and building up some comfort once again when he rides a MotoGP bike for the first time since that Le Mans sprint.
He said pre-Le Mans, didn't he, or after Le Mans, when it became evident he had been suffering with that screw that was compressing a nerve and sort of making him lose feeling in the right arm, that he had effectively been campaigning at the start of the defence of his World Championship with 1.5 arms. He felt like it was costing him as much as half a second per lap, particularly in race conditions. So we haven't really seen, have we, the reigning world champion fighting at full fitness so far in 2026. You better watch out when he is, because we know what Marc is capable of. Win number 93 in his career here last year, for the number 93, of course. He was playing down expectations about a repeat of that here this weekend. As Lewis just mentioned, this is just all about rebuilding a bit of feeling and just assessing where he's at on that recovery wise. I did like it when he said yesterday to the media, oh yeah, the fracture in my foot, that was just peanuts. That was nothing. I mean, come on, he's still hobbling around the paddock with a protective boot on, as you might have seen across our social media channels yesterday, but it just shows once again that they are a different breed, these guys. They think completely differently to us mere mortals. Yet a fracture in his right foot after a vicious high side going to record him in Le Mans. Peanuts.
Yeah, and we've just been reminded as recently as Barcelona, haven't we, that riding hurt is seemingly part of the job description in MotoGP. Of course, it's not something that we necessarily want to see. No MotoGP rider wants to ride hurt or ride injured, but they accept that if they are going to become the very best in the world on two wheels, that is something that you have to do. You have to grit your teeth, you have to go through it when we are in such a relentless stage of the season. Marquez almost looking bored there, isn't he? He's chomping at the bit to get himself back on his factory Ducati again as his teammate leaves the session.
He looks like a kid who's been told he's got a nice bike he could ride, but you can't go out. Sorry, Mum and Dad have said no, naughty step for you. He looks really big there, didn't he? As we pick up Marco Bezzecchi, more than likely we know that's Monster Energy Aprilia Racing, as we pick up Bez, being hotly pursued by Diogo Moreira. We've talked about what a kind of average weekend it was for the 2010 World Italian. given the fact that Catalonia's 4th place was the first time in 8 Grand Prix that Marco Bezzecchi has finished lower than second. He was on that incredible run, wasn't he, of victories, 5 successive victories, a smattering of second places to throw in there as well. And so 4th, by his recent standards, was a bit of an off day as far as Bez is concerned. But for Jorge Martin, Lewis, I mean, we see him have a bruising weekend in Catalonia, 5 crashes across the race weekend, and then he was hospitalised himself after a pretty nasty get-off at the Monday test at turn 7. 6 crashes in 4 days for Jorge Martin, from a double win in Le Mans to a double DNF in Catalonia. It sounds like the test crash on Monday really did rattle Jorge's cage. No serious damage, fortunately. He is racing here this weekend, but I mean, talk about a rider that's going to be rebuilding confidence. 6 crashes in 4 days, almost unheard of.
Yeah, it was smashed to pieces, wasn't it? His confidence thrown very early on. Because remember, it was so easy to forget. It feels like a lifetime ago. He started that Catalan Grand Prix weekend quite well in FP1 before he had that first crash at turn 12 when he followed his bike into the air fence. And then, of course, a couple of crashes on the Saturday morning left him down in 8th on the grid. And then we got to a situation prior to the 3rd start in Barcelona on the Sunday where I think a few of us thought Jorge Martin was going to win the race, given that he was up on the front row of the grid with the change to the grid order taken from the point the race was stopped, where he was up in those podium positions. And then, of course, to get knocked off or be a part of an incident with Ralph Fernandez, whichever side of the fence you fall on in terms of blame for that one. Ultimately, no penalty was handed out, deemed a racing incident. It's clear that Aprilia and the factory team thought that it was Ralph Fernandez's fault, because we saw Massimo Rivola pointing his finger at the trackhouse team manager Davide Brivio as soon as that incident happened. Ralph Fernandez wasn't taking a backward step after he was interviewed, saying that he felt that Jorge Martin let the brake off and turned in on him. And of course, I think that would have all then led to the anger that we saw from Jorge Martin when he returned to the Aprilia box and almost got physical with team manager Paolo Bonora. Now, of course, Jorge Martin soon afterwards, once the intensity and the adrenaline had died down, was very apologetic. But I think the anger from Martin was reflective of a weekend where ultimately I think he missed a big opportunity.
Yeah, Aprilia will be looking to bounce back from what was a pretty difficult weekend, all told, in Barcelona last time out. They are, though, still 1-2 in the World Championship. Marco Bezzecchi 15 points clear of the Martinez, coming into Aprilia's crunch home Grand Prix here in Mugello. Let's get some early thoughts and some reflection, I'm sure, on Barcelona as well. From the boss, Paolo Bonora, who's with Jack. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning to everybody at home. Good morning to Paolo. As you guys rightly say, it was a difficult weekend in Barcelona for the Aprilia squad. It's been happy families, everything going so smoothly, and then suddenly we started to see maybe some fractures within the Aprilia squad and down at Trackhouse as well. So let's just cover off some of the things we saw in Barcelona, Paolo. Firstly, the coming together between Jorge and Raul. We saw Massimo walk down and make his feelings known to Davide Brivio. So what has been said after that to make sure that as we go throughout the rest of the season we don't have any more instances like that happening?
Yeah, to be honest, after Barcelona we had a meeting yesterday. There was a meeting all together between us and between the Trackhouse guys. But it was very quiet, very everybody understood that it is necessary to be more quiet during the race, in particular when we are fighting to score points. So everything is under control. Regarding the Jorge Martin reaction, because I heard that you were talking about it. To be fully honest with you, I love Jorge. I love this passion, because it means that he was thinking that he lost the opportunity to make the points. So it was not good to see in the TV, but you have to know that he is a strong talent. He knows that he was able to do something good. He analyzed the data regarding all the three part of the races, and we found at the end on Sunday a good setup, in particular for him. And yes, he lost the opportunity to make points. So we totally understood the reaction. it was not good to see that in the TV, but after that reaction, everything was clear, because we totally trust on him. In particular, I totally trust on him. I love him, and I love his riding style, his passion. So everything is under control. Everything is good now.
Was there any thought within the team to discipline Jorge internally, maybe with some kind of fine? Because as you say, you've managed to patch the relationship together, but we don't like to see sort of any kind of hands being put on other members of the team, in particular a team manager.
Yeah. No, but it's nothing very important or that now we are thinking about. Everything is now clear. He was disappointed because during the Saturday, it happened something close to the Sunday one, so it was quite similar. But the effect at the end on Saturday was not so critical as what happened on Sunday, because on Sunday, as you have seen, there was a crash, unfortunately. So he was so disappointed because he said, I can't say to you the bad words to be honest, but he said, happen another time. So it was the reason, only this. So totally understood the reaction. Was not good to see, but now everything is clear, and we're looking forward to see here in Mugello fully different track, different in particular the grip. We struggle a lot, in particular on Marco's side, but also on Jorge's side during the Friday, during the Saturday. At the end, on Jorge's side, we found the correct setup. We didn't have the opportunity to show to you the result, but here in Mugello will be, we hope, different, because the grip level is fully different. It is a fast track layout for sure, but the grip level is totally different.
Just finally, after that meeting yesterday, what are the rules of engagement now? What was the key message to all four riders?
Respect. Only respect. Wait a little bit to make maneuver. Don't attack if there is no enough space to do this. And yeah, at the end, respect.
Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Thanks.
Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks, as always, to a brilliant boss, Paolo Bonora. Yeah, they're just good. Business as usual, I think, this weekend, as far as the factory Aprilia team are concerned, hoping that Barcelona was just a blip, I have to say. As Paolo Bonora was mentioning now, I was on the broadcaster set doing some post-race interviews, as always, in Catalonia, and Jorge Martin was very upset with himself. Very, very remorseful and apologetic about that push that he made with Paolo Bonora. That's all in the past. In the present, and a circuit which we know he loves, Pecco Bagnaia has had a pretty rapid start to his home Grand Prix here in Mugello. Of course, race winner in front of his home crowd here in 2022, 2023 and in 2024. Sprint winner also in 23 and 24. He used to win for fun, didn't he, here in Mugello, Pecco Bagnaia. Spoke to him in the pre-event press conference yesterday and asked him, does he feel that the current Pecco and the current Ducati GP26, is that a combo? Is that a package that can fight for more glory here in Italy this weekend? I have to say, Lewis, he wasn't sounding overly optimistic in his prospects.
Well, Pecco Bagnaia has at least ended that long run without a podium, even if he didn't ultimately stand on it in Barcelona. Of course, has had to wait since he won the Japanese Grand Prix last September to stand on a Sunday podium. Technically has still have to wait to stand on the podium, but he does have the trophy and the 16 points for third place. We know how super strong, as you just outlined, Pecco Bagnaia generally is around this Mugello circuit. Of course, Ducati, as already mentioned, are marking a centenary this weekend. They will have a special livery too on Sunday afternoon, which Pecco Bagnaia and this man, Marc Marquez, will be sporting. You can head to Ducati course on Instagram to have an advanced look at that yourself. But I'm sure Bagnaia, deep down, will be targeting victory here. He'll have the memories of last year in his mind, won't he, where he was fighting with the Marquez brothers for much of the first half of that race and ultimately was knocked off the podium altogether by Fabio Di Gianantonio, and it was one of the symbolic images of the Bagnaia decline in 2025. The sight of him in the box after the Italian Grand Prix last year, a race where he was so used to standing on the top step of the podium, just that shrug of the shoulders and the look at the cameras as if to say, there is nothing at the moment that I can do. Can he announce his return to top form once again on home turf this weekend?
Might take something special from the Aprilis and Co. To knock Ducati off their perch here in the Italian Grand Prix. Ducati, well, they're undefeated in all 3 sprints so far here in Mugello. They've won 7 of the last 8 Grand Prix. Their only defeat in that run of 8 was Fabio Quartararo's win for the factory Yamaha team back in 2021. So, yeah, Ducati tend to get business done when they're in front of their home crowd. We're about an hour away, actually, from nearby Borgo Panigale, which is the Ducati HQ, of course. Pecco Dinireida in the damp conditions this morning. That span a lap in the 46s, only just. The 146.971 as Enea Bastianini has just gone up into the top 6. The Rebel KTM Tech 3 rider, one of several KTM, well, all KTM riders across Saturday and Sunday. It was a pretty painful weekend reliability-wise, wasn't it? Technical-wise, as far as the Austrian band are concerned. Maverick Vinales had the sort of gear shifter issue in sprint, and then Enea Bastianini had an undiagnosed problem that ruled him out the Grand Prix. We saw the very publicised incident involving Pedro Acosta. Brad Binder had fried his clutch before the start. So I think it's fair to say KTM are looking for a slightly more reliable and under-the-radar weekend, technically-wise.
Yes, the kind of headlines KTM will potentially hope to make this weekend are, in terms of top speed here, of course, they hold the all-time top speed record in MotoGP, set here 366.1 kilometres an hour, hit by Brad Binder around the Mugello circuit. Might not see it in this morning's free practice 1 session, but we shall see. At the moment it is a KTM, unsurprisingly, that does top the top speeds. It is Bastianini who's hit 362 Ks down the main straight. In old money, that is just over 225 miles an hour.
Pedro Acosta did the 7th best recorded top speed a couple of weeks ago in Barcelona, and having done that 363 point something kilometres an hour, I can't quite remember, I can jot it down somewhere, the top speed that Pedro did in Barcelona, it was nearly 364 kilometres an hour. He was motoring down the start finish straight in Montmello, 7th fastest ever top speed, and he said, well, if I'm doing nearly 364 clicks in Barcelona, you get a good run, don't you, coming out of Bacchini, the final corner here, onto this long start finish straight, the second longest straight on the Grand Prix calendar behind Austin. Acosta pretty confident that somebody, he hopes it'll be him, that will set the fastest ever recorded top speed in MotoGP history. Maybe the last opportunity to get to do it for a good number of years, as we drop down, of course, next year from 1000cc to 850cc, which will inevitably have an impact on the top speed figures.
And it's with the top speed in mind that potentially this rider on screen might be slightly concerned at what awaits him this weekend. Fabio Quartararo through the final corner. What a good run he's had. Back-to-back top 6 finishes for Quartararo on the factory Yamaha. It's one of those potential venues where he expects this current iteration of the M1-2 struggle. Top speed, of course, is always so important here. Quartararo at the moment is giving up some 16 kilometres an hour through the speed traps on the very fastest through there, and it's also a circuit where you really do need the turning performance on board your machine, and that's also something that Quartararo is concerned about on board the current version of the Yamaha.
It's great, isn't it, to see then the reigning world champion Marc Marquez back in action here in Mugello, the Grand Prix he was victorious at last year. Of course, we've covered off what happened to his brother Alex and to Johan Zarco in the Catalan Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. Of course, the MotoGP Sports Entertainment Group have been at the forefront for so many years, trying to improve safety both on and off the track in the MotoGP World Championship. And never too, there's been discussions in the fallout of what happened over in Barcelona after those high-profile incidents. We know that Alex and Johan are recovering. Once again, we wish them a speedy recovery. Cal Crutchlow in for Johan Zarco, Michele Pirro in for Alex Marquez. Now, from a championship standpoint and in the paddock, there's been a lot of discussions already this weekend here in Mugello at the Italian Grand Prix. I'm delighted to say, joining us for a brief spell here in the commentary box is Carlos Espeleta, Chief Sporting Officer of the MotoGP Sports Entertainment Group, who'll, I'm sure, be right on hand, Carlos, to give us an update on what happened with those meetings. As I just mentioned, of course, you guys, for so many years, have been at the forefront of taking steps to improve safety in the MotoGP World Championship. What happened in those discussions here in Mugello yesterday?
Hi guys, thank you for having me. And I think it's just important to start off by saying, the most important thing is that both Alex and Johan are well and they're recovering, and that we hope that they're back with us as soon as possible. And thanking also both Michele and Kyle for filling in, in what is an incredibly demanding weekend here at Mugello. And after Barcelona, race direction and us together, we wanted to align with the teams as soon as possible, see if there's any things to improve on, and really speak to the teams. And we'll of course be speaking to the riders this afternoon in the safety commission. But of course, to every incident we have to try to learn from and try to see what things we can improve. I think that there's consensus among the teams that the regulations and let's say the process that was followed in Barcelona was correct, and that's, I think, an important starting point. And then there are things to improve on that we've started to consider with the teams. One being, of course, the grid itself. If there's a chance or a consideration to be taken over, basically, leaving more spaces between the riders, so they have also more maneuver, like more space to maneuver going into turn one. The other one is whole shots in general, and then just two things on the bikes that we really want to look into, which is one, sort of protection around that rear wheel, the swing arm area, following Johan's crash, and the other one, if there's a bike failure, like Pedro had, giving some warning to the bikes that are approaching that area, which probably in Alex's case probably wouldn't have changed much, because Alex was so close to Pedro. But maybe in other occasions that could actually make a difference. So 4 areas that we're looking into. Of course, it's not possible to make a reaction into this weekend, but I think all those 4 areas are ones that we can actually make a difference.
We know that you guys are always in constant dialogue with the teams, with the riders, about how you can improve safety both on and off the circuit. You just mentioned those sort of 4 key areas that you're currently looking at as a result of what happened in Barcelona. It's difficult, I guess, to sort of put a time frame on when you might implement some of those changes, but do you have an idea? Could we possibly see some in 2026, or is this all moving towards 2027?
So I think with the grid design itself, there's been consensus that we should consider that, and that's unanimous with all 11 teams. Of course, we want to speak to the riders today about thinking what makes the most sense to pursue. There is sort of the thought that we should try to do this as soon as possible, but no later than 2027. Of course, changing the grid is a major change to the sport, and in some occasions, given the space from the start line to the last turn, we might have to actually, consider changing some bigger things in the circuit. So that being one of them. On the whole shot devices, of course, that is a conversation that, it has an expiry date, because the whole shot devices will not be here in 2027. So that is a conversation about, can we do something this year?
There's been some discussion, I think, amongst the riders, the safety commission behind the scenes, which has been in operation in MotoGP for over 20 years, that maybe the whole shot devices could be restricted at certain circuits. Silverstone was mentioned, Phillip Island was mentioned. Are you looking at an across-the-board change where whole shot devices could be banned for all tracks, or are you just looking at certain circuits where the riders have raised some potential concerns?
So the proposal and the consideration is around all tracks in general. Of course, it's obvious to us that there's 2 of the remaining circuits where basically the energy, the braking into turn 1 is not that great, that you might have that risk of not disengaging the whole shot device. But the consideration that it's now on the manufacturer's table and they're up to consider is around all of the circuits.
In terms of the process of the 3 starts that we had, or the 2 restarts that we had in Barcelona, there was a bit of chat immediately after the race of whether a 3rd restart should have happened, whether a 3rd start was ultimately necessary. How does the process pan out in race direction in terms of restarting a race? What are the parameters you have to look into? What ultimately dictates that decision? And I guess ultimately when you are making that decision, you can't be governed by emotion, can you? You've got to, I guess, make a very hard and very calm and sensible decision when you make that kind of call.
Yes, I mean, obviously, I'm not part of that decision, and you know, you have to ask our friends from Race Direction. I think that, you know, when Race Direction spoke to the teams yesterday, they all agreed that, you know, the process was followed. The process which was followed is correct, and you know, obviously, there was nothing wrong with the track itself, and by the time both races were decided to be restarted, both riders were conscious at that time, sort of out of the biggest danger. So that is basically the process that was followed. But again, you know, it's Race Direction's decision.
You mentioned that, and I guess, Carlos, because these are very initial and early discussions about the talks with manufacturers about potential ways that the area around the swing arm or the rear of the bike, which we saw the incident involving John Zarco, unfortunately could be in some way better protected to prevent those kind of incidents happening in the future. I mean, do you have any idea, or did the factories give you any indication of how they might be able to improve the sort of protection in that area to hopefully avoid a repeat of what happened with Johan?
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, Zarco's incident is probably the most graphic one that we've had, but not the only time that an incident like that has happened in the sport. So it's something that, you know, we do want to give consideration to. Again, it's on the manufacturer's table now, but from what we understood yesterday, it doesn't seem like it's completely, like it's not that far-fetched to really come up with a solution. So positive conversation.
Just have a quick update on the timing screens here. Firmin Aldeguer is the second rider into the 46, the 46.916. He's just ahead of Pecco Bagnaia. You said it, as always, on Friday, every Friday at every Grand Prix, which has happened, I think, for over 20 years. The Safety Commission convenes to meet with MotoGP management, organisers, etc., with the riders. That will happen, of course, here today in Mugello. But have you canvassed any early opinion? Have you spoken to riders after what happened in Barcelona, just to get an indication of what they're thinking ahead of the Safety Commission today?
Yes, I mean, I've spoken to a couple of the riders. Again, I mean, I think it's more important when they come today, and you know, I think it was also important for things to cool off after Barcelona, because clearly, you know, it was, again, the incidents were very, very graphic, unfortunately, and I was at an event with at Red Bull Ring on the Tuesday with a number of them, you know, with Pedro, with Brad, with Toprak, and with Enea. And, you know, after 48 hours and having cooled down a bit more, they were actually more, let's say, in line with the decision that had been taken. So, again, I think it's, you know, the rules and regulations that we have been adjusted season through season through season throughout all these 77 years of the sport. And it's important not to run into anything right now.
Okay, Carlos, as always, really appreciate your time. And as mentioned, we all know here in the paddock the fantastic work that the MotoGP Sports Entertainment Group have done, not just in the present but in the past, to thankfully sort of minimise the incidents that we see in Barcelona. It is a very rare occurrence. It is part of the game, unfortunately, as so many riders have said. We wish you well in all these ongoing discussions with the teams and manufacturers in the future, because I'm sure you're going to make the right calls to make MotoGP better and safer, as always.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's definitely something that it's the #1 priority for everybody around the table. You know, we've come a long way, and we want to go even further. And for us, it's something that, you know, of course, next year there's been a big step in that direction with the new regulations, which should make not only the safety, which is the #1 objective, but also the sport itself better, even better. And I, you know, think something that we're all looking forward to. But it's really important that we're, you know, having those conversations.
And long may those conversations continue. Carlos, as always, we really appreciate your time. Have a great weekend here in what hopefully will be eventually a sunny Mugello. Have a great Italian Grand Prix.
Thank you, guys. It is looking sunny for the rest of the weekend, and it's going to be, I think, for all of us MotoGP fans, really excited to see how this goes, because a lot of question marks for the championship going into this weekend. Thank you.
Thanks very much, as always, to Chief Sporting Officer Carlos Espeleta. Always great to get the inside thoughts on what's going on behind the scenes in the MotoGP World Championship. So as you can glean from that interview here with Carlos, there have been already immediate discussions which will be ongoing with the riders, with the teams and the manufacturers to try and take steps, if possible, to avoid repeats of what we saw with Alex Marquez and with Johan Zarco. Of course, it's motorcycle racing. It is a dangerous sport. There's no getting away from that. It's part and parcel of the game, but we know more than anybody that the steps are taken behind the scenes to make sure that not only do we deliver the greatest motorsport show on earth, but we also deliver the safest possible motorsport show on earth at the same time as well.
Yeah, the show and safety are almost two forces that are always pulling apart, pulling away from each other. It's very difficult to try and find that perfect balance between the two, which is a battle that MotoGP and motorsport in general is always striving to try and perfect. And incidents like that just remind you of the ultimate risks involved and why these riders are the best in the world and why we are in awe of their talent and their bravery. At the moment, it is Fermin Aldeguer, who himself has certainly shown his ability and his pain threshold this season, who leads on a 1:46.916. Was Aldeguer podium finisher, second in the end in Barcelona last time out. First podium since he broke his femur back in January. Here's the rider who ultimately lost that podium with the tyre pressure penalty, Joan Mir, on the factory Honda, who did take the checkered flag in second place, but of course got booted back down the order to 13th with that tyre pressure penalty. Takes away the points from the trophy, but doesn't take away what a great ride it was from Joan.
Was Catalonia not just an ultimate Joan Mir weekend? He got taken out on the outside, completely not his fault, cleaned out after an incident involving Digia and Brad Binder on the first corner of Blackwood in the sprint, and then he rode quite brilliantly, didn't he? Rode his heart out on that factory Honda. Thought he got a richly deserved and hard-earned second place, and then there was also all of a sudden the Q Grazzini mechanics outside the garage going, "You've got a trophy for us, mate." Yes, poor old Joan Mir. The positive signs, let's look at the glass half full, shall we, for the 28-year-old Spaniard. He was strong, he had pace, and I said to him in a post-race interview that you get a feeling from listening to Joan Mir that a result like that has been coming. He feels like there's been plenty of pace and potential so far this season in the Honda. A bit of bad luck, a few mistakes of his own doing have cost him a bunch of top 6 finishes, but I think quite clearly there is on paper we've seen Joan Mir has been the strongest Honda rider so far this season. But it was the one that got away, wasn't it, in Barcelona? It would have been just his third podium in 62 starts for HRC with Japan and Malaysia last year. But yeah, let's hope it's not too long before we see him back in Parc Ferme. Well, talking about Hondas, and we welcome back, well, one of their own, certainly one of their own as far as LTR Honda are concerned. Of course, with the unfortunate and we believe a prolonged absence ahead for Johan Zarco, Cal Crutchlow, the 40-year-old Brit, steps back into the LTR Honda garage this weekend. So it's been a pretty eventful couple of weeks for the boss, Lucio Cecchinello. Let's get his thoughts for Jack down in pit lane.
Yeah, I imagine it's been a very busy 10 days for Lucio Cecchinello. I feel as though I've stepped in a time machine here, Lucio, to see Cal roll back into the LCR box, the bright yellow 35 now back on the front of your bikes. We'll talk about the previous 10 days in a minute, but just firstly, what were the emotions like having Cal back in the box this morning and seeing him roll back out on one of your bikes again?
It's the same as it was in the past. Where is my glove? Where is this? I want this. Prepare this. You know, it was already on fire. No, joking apart, I'm really pleased. We are all very happy. Of course, any comeback in a professional sport, in especially such hard category, it's unbelievable hard. It is something that is remarkable. The fact that he said, I'm ready to be back, and then physically, I think that he's in a very good condition, considering overall. Of course, he needed time to get back on the pitch.
We'll talk us through the last 10 days then and how this came together. From what Cal was telling us yesterday, it sounded like you've had to convince his wife Lucy more than him himself.
Yes. Well, I believe that he wanted to experience something special again before eventually it's too late. I believe that he kept training first because he liked, and second because I know that deep in his soul, in his mind, he wanted to do something in MotoGP still again, as a test rider or whatever. really special moment, and we are very happy that all the family fully support him and is behind him.
And this all comes off the back of some fairly positive, I think, updates on Johan's condition. I know you were speaking with the media yesterday, but for those at home that weren't able to catch those quotes, just give us very quickly the latest on Johan and his recovery.
Well, I'm very pleased to say that I personally spoke with the surgeon, and then he said that he clearly told me we are going to fix 100% his knee. There is no doubt. I'm sure that he will be again, you know, like he never had anything before, but in time. How much? He told us that eventually he will be able to say more after the surgery. But for sure it's a matter of some months.
And that surgery, is there a date now scheduled for that? Because I know initially you wanted the swelling and everything associated with that to go down. Do you now have an idea when that surgery can take place?
I don't know. It's, anyway, it can be in a few days. I would say a couple of days. I believe that he will undergo the surgery. As you know, many doctors before perform a surgery, they wish, they want, they would prefer to have, you know, all the swallow, the inflammation going down. And that's the sole reason.
Well, Lucio, obviously we wish our best to Johan in his continuing recovery, but I'm sure there are lots of MotoGP fans that are very, very pleased to see the 35 back out there again. Have a good weekend. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to LCR Honda boss Lucio Cecchinello. Yeah, I'm told by a couple of LCR sources that he's in very good hands whenever he does go under the surgery tonight in Franco. The personnel or the team that will conduct what sounds like rather major reconstructive surgery on that damaged left knee were involved in treating at one stage in the past France World Cup star, global footballing superstar Kylian Mbappe. So he sounds like he's in very good hands.
As is that factory Ducati now, with Marc Marquez back on top of it, and he's just got into 7th place now on a 1:47.419, bringing himself up to speed on board the 93. Of course, we have seen a fellow Spaniard and rider expecting to be teammates to Marc Marquez next season. Pedro Acosta getting a little bit hot under the collar earlier in the session while we were joined by Carlos Espeleta here in the commentary box. We saw Acosta having one or two moments around the circuit, particularly coming through Borgo San Lorenzo and thumping the tank of his KTM with his fist. Acosta at the moment is down in 14th place. The leading KTM is Enea Bastianini, who's only 2 places ahead of it.
Yeah, he wears his heart on his sleeve at times, doesn't he, Pedro Acosta? By his own ambition last year, when things weren't going his way in the first half of 2025, he was a little bit petulant, saying perhaps too much to the media about what he thought of last year's KTM at times. There was a more mature and sort of reasoned approach, I think it's fair to say, from Acosta in the second half of last season, which, to be fair to him, to his credit, he has carried through into 2026 when he knows, and well, we all know that the KTM at the moment is not on a par with the Aprilia and the Ducati. Nobody on par in the Catalan Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago, was there, with Fabio Di Giannantonio. What a season the Italian is currently having. There was a great shot, wasn't there? You might have seen some behind-the-scenes content post-Catalunya, where there was some rather raucous celebrations for VR46 Racing, where the boss, Valentino, said, let's pose for a picture, and he said, are you sure you want to leave? Of course, this all in reference to the fact that it's, to all intents and purposes, it does sound like Fabio Di Giannantonio has already inked a contract to be on this bike next year at a factory KTM. I'm not even sure a Catalan Grand Prix winner is going to change Fabio Di Giannantonio's mind, although I would imagine that Valentino Rossi might be a rather persuasive team boss.
Yeah, well, he clearly did weave some magic in Barcelona. Both he and Frankie Morbidelli, he being Di Giannantonio, of course, felt the impact of the doctor and team owner being in the house. Of course, Morbidelli propelled up onto the front row of the grid on Saturday morning via qualifying 1, even if the race itself didn't quite hit those same heights. He finished 10th in the end, but Di Giannantonio, he's shown signs of it, hasn't he, already through this season. He's got the speed to win a Grand Prix. This was the first time he actually did win one. Not that he has truly got over the start issues that he's been suffering this season yet. It's fair to say that even with the win, it will paper over perhaps the cracks in the fact that Gian Antonio did box the start again in Barcelona. Got a massive front wheelie as we see Acosta having a moment into turn one where someone has clearly gone down. You saw the line there through the gravel trap. Someone's either down or off into that first corner. But clearly the start problems for the Gian Antonio are not fixed yet.
Yeah, if you get that nailed, well, he's going to be a real thorn in the side on a regular basis, as he has been so far. This is Pecco Bagnaia. So Pecco Bagnaia in the dirt at San Donato. Such an easy mistake to make when you're decelerating from about 365 kilometres an hour all the way back down to a second gear tight right-hand hairpin before you climb out of San Donato up to the Luco turn 2. So while upright this morning, Pecco has been pretty quick. That early 1:46.971 had him at the top of the leaderboard for much of this session. Of course, all these laps won't count as far as the rides that are coming through, which includes Jorge Martin. So too Maverick Vinales, who yesterday was sounding quite bullish about his prospects of retaining a seat in Gunther Steiner's Tech 3 KTM squad next season. He says it's all a matter of just agreeing the finer details. Not sure who's going to slot in alongside him at Tech 3 KTM next year with Enea Bastianini. He said yesterday all they've got to do really, Lewis, is agree the time to sign the contract at Trackhouse at Aprilia, and possibly 4 Italians maybe at Aprilia next year. We know Marco Bezzecchi and most likely Pecco Bagnaia, who's a rather harmless, just a topple over the right-hand side in the gravel, rather deep gravel at turn 1. That will be Aprilia's factory team, and some gossip of Carola Bagnaia, Pecco assist, having a bit of a chuckle about that on the left-hand side. And if you're going to crash it at San Donato, that's how you want to do it, at 0 miles an hour, just rolling off the side of your bike in the gravel. Some rumours emerging of late that Nico Buliga, World Superbike Championship leader, is on the serious consideration for the second Trackhouse seat. So Bastianini and Buliga, anybody for Trackhouse Aprilia next season? Could be.
It would be a strong line, wasn't it? Because we're fully expecting Nicola Buliga to be the World Superbike champion by the time that point comes around. He's halfway to achieving already, isn't he? Might take 3 more steps this weekend at Motorland Aragon. Of course, they're racing the same weekend as us, so you are well and truly served if you like your 2-wheel fix this weekend. And you'd imagine Ducati would did he not want to lose Nicola Buliga, given the role he's currently serving alongside his World Superbike winning commitments, of course, in preparing Ducati for the brand new 850cc era that starts next year.
Yeah, quite interesting in the Gresini Ducati statement where they announced that Michele Pirro was going to be replacing Alex Marquez here this weekend. There was no confirmation that he will also be substituting for the 73 next weekend in Hungary, which of course does potentially leave the door open for Buliga, or maybe even
He's already won there 3 times very recently.
Yeah, to come back. I mean, they've got very, very recent World Superbike experience around the Balaton Park circuit. So the fact that they could have easily just announced Pirro as Alex's replacement for the next 2 Grand Prix, couldn't they? But they didn't, as Jorge Martin goes off-roading. That's not the optimal line you want to tackle down through Casanova and Savelli.
And Martin's now second in this session. He, Gian Antonio and Vinales for sure, and I'd imagine Miller 2 and 4 have gone for a brand new medium rear tyre late in this session. That was a brief trip to the gravel trap, and very quickly I suspect he'll have a look behind to make sure that he doesn't get in the way of Marc Marquez. There he is as the 93 comes through the picture. 15 seconds remaining of this session, and no personal best at the moment on our time screens, even if the yellow flags have now cleared. Bezzecchi now has just set his personal best, but of course he has not gone across to brand new rubber in this session.
Well, there's nothing derailing the Digia freight train right now, is there? He's fastest at the moment in this morning session, which is going to end on a full dry Mugello circuit. Time to go to Gian Antonio's got some special memories around this home Grand Prix venue. His first ever World Championship podium came here in Moto3 back in 2016. His first Premier Class pole position was here back in 2022. He did complete an all Ducati top 4 here last year when he got Bagnaia late on for 3rd place. So this is no big surprise, and the form he's shown already so far in 2026, I think it's fair to say, Lewis, Fabio Di Giannantonio is there to stay at the top of this World Championship campaign. Top 3 already. We mentioned earlier on, no question about it, he is a title contender. He might be playing it down, but he is.
Yeah, 26 points off the World Championship lead with 37 to be played for in every weekend. That was Marc Marquez dropping downhill into Scarperia. That's the 2nd time now we've seen Marc Marquez wide through there. Now, that is a right-handed corner, not suggesting necessarily that the right shoulder is a cause for him running slightly wide through that corner, but that is twice now we've seen Marc on that downhill descent into turn 10 going ever so slightly wide. The world champion will end this session no higher than 40.
Well, Iagura, who's normally at the wrong end of the leaderboard at the end of the morning sessions, he'll be getting a nosebleed right now. He's as high as 8th place in FP1. What's happened to Iagura? Briefly, he was 8th because his teammate Ralph Fernandez has just pinched that 8th place away from him. The Track-Ass MotoGP duo there. 8th and 9th. Hasn't he? A 146.680. Wakey Iagura-san. He's finally turned up on a Friday morning.
It's amazing what a brand new medium Michelin rear tyre will do for your fortunes on a Friday morning. Yeah, we said about the Barcelona, not a morning person. As Marc Marquez there to read the body language, he was just saying, you know, okay, everything's calm at this stage. We'll take it step by step and we'll make another step forward later on. Of course, no reason, no incentive for Marc Marquez to put some fresh rubber in late in that session. But I think Marc Marquez's sole goal for
producing a 149.913, which, given the fact that since that Japanese Grand Prix nearly 3 years ago, he's done 50 laps on the LCR Honda in Misano on Wednesday. That is a pretty respectable lap time, isn't it, as far as Cal's concerned? 3.6 seconds behind your fastest rider on circuit this morning. There he is, your fastest Ducati so far. It has to be said in 2026, Fabio De Gianantonio. P1 once again with a 146.242. VR46 rider then delivering one of 8 riders that found 146s. What is it, about 46? Fabio Gianantonio right now. His first win in MotoGP since Qatar 2023, which coincidentally was 46 Grand Prix, so almost 1,000 days. He'll be hoping that he doesn't have to wait that long before his third victory in MotoGP.
46 is the number we generally see a lot of here in Mugello. It's generally in the grandstands. As we look outside our Coinshop's window, we can still see some Valentino Rossi caps. Of course, a Grand Prix winning team owner once again, last time out in Barcelona. And just imagine if he could actually become a Grand Prix World Championship winning team owner by the end of the season. And as we've already discussed, it's far from a remote possibility for Fabio De Gianantonio this year.
Yeah, it does look like, though, as far as Valentino's concerned, a bit of a lost cause in terms of keeping Fabio De Gianantonio on board the VR46 Ducati next year. Marco Bezzecchi as we get ready for our traditional practice start session here. You struggled for many years back in Rossi's heyday to find anybody that wasn't wearing yellow merchandise here on the grandstands and the hillsides in Mugello. Remember all the on the warm-up platform, the yellow flares that used to get ignited. He was a god in this part of the world, no doubt about it. As we pick up Jorge Martin, he was a busy boy. I'm sure he was looking to maybe get a bit of rest and R&R after 6 crashes in 4 days in Barcelona, but he had to go and do some media duties, some PR duties over in China. Looked like he enjoyed himself, but he could have done with a couple more days on his sofa at home just to give his battered body a little bit more recuperation time as he hobbles into the factory Ducati. This is Marc Marquez, sort of very dismissive about the significance of the right foot injury he picked up in that Le Mans high side in that nasty sprint incident, but you can clearly see there, visibly and physically, it's having some impacts on the reigning world champion.
Another return from injury for Marc Marquez, of which there have been several in his career, and he's returned from all the previous ones as good as he ever was, so there's no reason to suspect he won't do that this time. He's been through so much, of course, hasn't he, in his career, with the right humerus fracture, with the diplopia that he suffered from on a couple of occasions through his Grand Prix career, once in Moto2 and once now in MotoGP. The right shoulder to the list of issues that have plagued the 93. Still, of course, chasing that 100th Grand Prix victory across all classes. Of course, the 99th did come in Italian territory, of course, when he won at Misano last year, and this was the sort of body language moments ago, just saying there to Gigi Dall'Igna, front of picture, saying, yeah, nothing to worry about at this stage.
Win number 1 came right here in Mugello, didn't it? All the way back in 2010 in the 125cc era, as Gemma Pinto and Mrs. Bagnaia also have a little bit of a chat at the back of the garage. Bagnaia had he wasn't even moving, was he, when he got stuck in the gravel at turn 1 and just fell off the side of his factory Ducati. He's had bigger get-offs probably walking around his living room than that one at San Donato this morning. Where did he end up? Back at 8th fastest. He was the first rider into the 146s. As the number 63 then comes to the start-finish line for his first practice start. Of course, famously here, you remember the hot dog celebrations, the kiss celebrations, where he got a message, didn't he? A personal message of congratulations from Kiss frontman Gene Simmons 2 or 3 years ago when he took one of his brilliant victories here in Mugello. Boy, would he love to be victorious once again in front of his home crowd.
He was entering the paddock yesterday with a pizza box in his hands that he was offering around the paddock. I don't know if he's been taking some tips from Pedro Acosta back in his Moto2 title-winning season when he famously handed one to Tony Arbolino and his crew after winning in Part Ferme. Don't know whether that's potentially foreshadowing of what Pecco Bagnaia might have planned if he wins again on Sunday.
Well, there's a little bit of a pizza cook-up, wasn't there, by Ducati in the pit lane here last night. Pecco was on the spanners, he got the gloves on and he was on the pizza oven. Where was our invite though, Mr. Bagnaia? Come on.
In the mail.
Some of those pizzas look damn tasty as well. Although we did make do with a rather nice takeaway pizza up in the spectacular Tuscany Mountains. There's Pedro Acosta. Nice, very nice. Good launch that on the factory KTM. Diogo Moreira fires away just ahead of Marc Marquez, who's going to drop the clutch on the factory Ducati. Was it here last year when he made a right?
On the sprint,
I was going to say in the sprint, he
was almost not looking at the lights, was he?
He was all over the place, wasn't he, Marc Marquez? He was still getting everything. Well, we're split into our press now. Oh no, the lights are going out, crikey.
I think he was around 9th or 10th, wasn't he, when he actually braked to the first corner. Brad Binder, not for the first time, he's having some problems. This time it's in a practice start session rather than the start itself, but it's a session that Brad Binder's not going to take part in. More KTM gremlins.
I just hope for KTM's sake that it's not reliability and he just ran out of fuel at the end of the session. Whatever has happened, that KTM is not in full working mode, is it, at the moment? What about Marco Bezzecchi? Well, the Aprilia, I was just about to say, I've got a feeling that on this replay we're going to see a mishap here for Marco Bezzecchi's practice start. Yeah, look at that wheel, look at that rear tyre. Look at the wheel spin, what a shot that is. That is zero forward momentum for Marco Bezzecchi, and he quickly decided to shut the throttle there and back out of it, because all you saw there was almighty wheel spin as he tried to put a whole bunch of torque and 200 horsepower through that rear tyre.
On the timing screens, Brad Binder was shown as having pitted at the end of the session, so yeah, we'll have to get the bottom of that before we get to practice this afternoon to find out what happened. Of course, this is the only opportunity they get in the weekend before the sprint on Saturday to actually do a practice start from the grid itself. In other sessions through the weekend, you are allowed to do a practice start at the end of sessions, but you've got to do it from the designated area on the circuit, which will be elsewhere around the track. So let's see if the second time is slightly more successful for Marco Bezzecchi. His first attempt was spectacular to watch, but it didn't seem to go forwards very much.
Snatchy, the front wheel was skywards a little bit more than he'd been hoping for. We've seen it repeatedly, haven't we, so far in 2026. That Aprilia is just a rocket ship off the line. It's a fairly long run as well down to your initial braking marker for San Donato. Pretty decent start that by Bagnaia. Likewise from Mir. Boy, Martin nailed his practice start there. Middle of the picture on the factory Aprilia.
Yeah, they're all congregating on the right-hand side, their right to the racetrack, because it's still a bit wet offline over to their left, so they don't want to do a practice start over there because they'll have even less grip than clearly Bezzecchi had a moment ago.
Cal Crutchlow trying to get himself back in practice start mode himself. Here, I'd love to have been inside. There's that little camera inside Cal's helmet the first time he got into 6th gear down the start-finish right here. It's been a long, long time since Cal's done anything near 350 kilometres an hour, which he just missed out by half a click this morning. His best top speed was 349.5. Which is still a heck of a rate of knots for you not running a MotoGP bike in anger since Motegi 2023.
Iagura on the very fast starting Aprilia. We now look into the eyes of Marc Marquez. Yeah, 15th in that session, 1.1 seconds off the pace, but a trouble-free start to the weekend. We have a trouble-free practice start. Of course, it looks very serene from this particular vantage point at several hundred frames per second, but plenty going on both on the bike and in the head of Marc Marquez at this point.
Yeah, nothing on planet Earth that accelerates quite at the speed and the trajectory of a MotoGP motorcycle. 0 to 60 before you can say 0 to 60. As Marco Bezzecchi, yeah, they weren't clean starts, were they really, from the World Championship leader in that session? Marc Marquez, though, he's not back just to play around at the Italian countryside, is he? He's not back to make up the numbers, as the three Italians in the press conference yesterday, Bezzecchi, Bagnaia, and this rider, Gian Antonio, said he's only back because he knows he can be competitive, he knows he can be strong. 85 points, Mark, is behind Bez after the opening 6 Grand Prix of the season. Insurmountable? Of course it's not. Pecco Bagnaia came from 91 points behind Fabio Quartararo to win the 2022 World Championship, and that was, of course, before the pre-sprint era, when there weren't 37 points a weekend up for grabs. And if Mark can get anywhere near the kind of Midas touch he found around this point last year, Lewis, when he went on that winning spree, 7 successive sprint wins, 7 successive Grand Prix wins, 7 doubles. It was actually 15 successive wins once, because he won the sprint in Barcelona before Alex toppled him. If you can get anywhere near that kind of form, well, only a fool would ride him off.
No, because we know what he's capable of. We know that he is relentless when he gets into that kind of form, and yeah, clearly the Ducati's capable of winning Grand Prix. It's won 2 of the last 3, with Alex Marquez in Jerez and Fabio Gian Antonio in Barcelona. And Marc Marquez surely would have been, well, watching, of course, in Barcelona a couple of weeks ago, and of course he crashed earlier on in the race when his brother won in Jerez, knowing that if I'm 100% fit, if Alex Marquez and Fabio Gian Antonio could win on this bike, with all the respect in the world to those, Marc Marquez, as a 7-time MotoGP champion, will think, well, surely I could do it too.
A flag-to-flag bike swap practice for Pecco Bagnaia. Well, he's done that once. I was going to say, he's done it in San Donato, and he almost did it in pit lane. What's going on with the right knee or the right ankle? He's lacking strength there. Pecco Bagnaia has been playing too much football, has he, in the break after Catalunya? There is the fastest bike, though, in the Catalan Grand Prix. It's the fastest bike in Mugello so far here this weekend. Fabio Gian Antonio's purple patch continues. What a time it is for the number 49. He has not finished outside the top 6 on Sunday so far this year. There's been the sprint podiums in Brazil and in Catalunya as well. It has not just been the fact that he's been super fast. He's got the speed, but he's been able to marry the consistency with that as well. Consistency which everybody else really on the GP26 has not really been able to deliver. You look at Alex Marquez, you look at Pecco Bagnaia when they've been fully fit. Mark hasn't really been fully fit at any stage this season, but they've been sort of up and down, a bit of yo-yo form. That has not been the case for Digia.
How will he now thrive? Well, the early signs are positive this morning, with the confidence and momentum that he's now got from taking that victory in Barcelona. Had to wait, what, the better part of 3 years, 2.5 years since he won in Qatar. You don't expect he's going to have to wait as long for his next victory. He tops Prix Practice 1 by a third of a second in the end from Jorge Martin. Ducati from Aprilia in third too, with Ayagura. Much better than his usual Friday morning form. Maverick Vinales fourth on the Tech 3 KTM, ahead of Jack Miller's Pramac Yamaha. These all went for new tyres. Aston Pedro Costa in 6th. Aldeguer was the fastest before those changes. He was 7th in the end, ahead of Bagnaia, who had that very slow speed topple over at San Donato. Fernandez 9th from Morbidelli Marini. Binder, who had some issues in and around the practice start session, 12th, ahead of Mir. Bezzecchi didn't change tyres, 14th, ahead of Marc Marquez. Pirro, Bastianini, Moreira, Quartararo, first of the factory Yamahas, in 19th, ahead of his team Alex Rins. Toprak 21st, and then Cal Crutchlow.
What about our analysis of that opening 45-minute session then here in Mugello, the Brembo Grand Prix of Italy? And it's an Italian that leads the way. Cautious start for Digia on the damp patches early on, but it was right in the middle of that third run when there was heat in those tyres and a bit more grip on offer. He found a 146.242, fastest ride.
46.6 for Jorge Martin, who followed a fairly similar pattern. Some of the information on our screens there, although something we saw different on screens. He certainly did appear to go for a new tyre.
A fast Friday morning. We've been waiting for one, haven't we, as far as Ayagura goes, and he's finally delivered it on his final circuit to 146.680. Japanese rider third.
Maverick Vinales, who also took his time to get up to speed, certainly looks much more like the old Maverick, doesn't he, this weekend, at 46.694, put in 4th.
Fast and long lap. Who's quickest in sector 1? It is Fabio Gian Antonio, 1/1000 of a second quicker on the run down San Donato than Vinales.
Gets slightly more twisty through sector 2, but once again it's Digia on top.
Digia has absolutely destroyed the field in sector 3. Look at that, over a quarter of a second clear of Agur and Aldeguer.
And the final sector takes in the Biondetti chicane and the run out of Baccini. It's Bezzecchi on the Aprilia, quickest through there.
Well, he was a P1 and the king of Catalunya in the Grand Prix of Montmello a couple of weeks ago to find himself well and truly into World Championship contention, and he's P1 at the end of FP1 here in his home Grand Prix. Is there anything to stop Fabio D'Antonio from going back-to-back for the first time in his Grand Prix career? Your Montmello winner already fast out of the gate here in Mugello 2. Digia quickest in FP1 here in Italy.
This is as good as racing gets. Gladiators in the arena.
Oh, listen to the crowd. They are on their feet. All the blood, sweat and tears, all the surgeries, all the sacrifices.
The riders, the fans, they are a different breed.
Brilliant job that by Alex.
Alex Marquez held up, he stood up to the pressure, and he does take his first sprint win of the season.
We are at another classic and iconic Spanish Grand Prix venue for round 6 in 2026. It's Pedro ready to power away from pole position here. What can Alex Marquez do? But we've got problems here. Is that Brad Binder? It's the number 33 who's rolled off the line. It's lights out, and we're racing in MotoGP here in Catalonia. It's a great start from pole position once again by Pedro Acosta. And here's Martin, another dynamic start from Martin.
We've touched down in one of the most beautiful settings anywhere in the world as MotoGP readies for Italian GP action. In the rolling hills of Tuscany, passion and euphoria encompass a racetrack that remains unchanged since it was built. It's majestic, it's magic, it is, of course, Mugello. Oh, Mugello, a track that they really did get right first time. 50 years of racing on this hallowed turf, and each corner, climb and descent remains the same as all the way back in 1976. If you're new to MotoGP, this really is about as postcard as we get all year, and we go to some pretty spectacular locations. The track laces its way through the Tuscan hills. It's no wonder why for riders, team and paddock staff, they all love coming here. But it's the fans that get the ultimate experience. Italian countryside setting, adrenaline-fueled MotoGP. And fall into Mugello. He's from Scarperia, and really that's where he lives. He has been absolutely phenomenal, really, hasn't he? He's been a
And where are we, Kiko? The scene of his first victory.
in at home. But unfortunately he isn't. He's actually staying in his GP room in the paddock. He would be able to roll out of bed and fall into Mugello. He's from Scarperia, and really that's where he lives. He has been absolutely phenomenal, really, hasn't he? He's been a real home hero since he got down here back home post Catalonia. He's taken the whole team round to his house, his grandparents, his mum and dad, the cats, the dogs, the animals, the neighbours. They were all over there last day. I think it was over on Wednesday this week, and a few members in the team were just thinking, where are all the Pinis coming from? They just keep coming and coming, and Guido Pini is as close to home as you're going to get. Lives in Scarperia, from Borgo San Lorenzo. This is the track where Guido Pini, it cannot get any more home GP than the number 94, and we saw that massive, great big 7-metre tall number 94, and the flares already going off here in Moto3 F1. We actually had a game of football last night, didn't we, Al, over in Scarperia, and lots of I Drive Pines flags and banners and Guido Pini merch all over the place, so he is about as home hero as it gets.
Yeah, if you hop over the barrier at Arrabbiata 2, turn 9, and walk for about 5 minutes, you're basically at Guido Pini's house. It literally does not get much closer than this, and it's fantastic to see. We were obviously driving to the circuit on Wednesday, and the first banner we saw as we approached the Mugello circuit was a massive number 94 with I Drive Pines, the literal English translation to Guido Pini, if you weren't aware of that. It doesn't make too much sense, obviously, but I like that Pini's just embraced it and gone with it. Pini, of course, has struggled in the last couple of Grand Prix, struggled last time out, especially over in Barcelona. Just can't quite get that feeling back on the Honda that led him to, of course, claim that opening Grand Prix victory in Moto3 for the Italian over in the United States. So fingers crossed for Pini and the home fans, of course, that Pini can put on a good show this weekend and challenge for the podium at least, and if not, maybe a little bit more, because it's great to see the fans, of course, supporting all the Italians as they will do, but especially riders, newcomers into Moto3. Pini in his second year now, but fantastic. You can see the banner there as well at the top of the picture where his teammate Adrian Fernandez is coming through now. Fantastic that these young riders can come to their home circuit and feel the love and support just as much as the likes of Pecco Bagnaia, Marco Bezzecchi, Gian Antonio, etc.
Absolutely, and I think the big thing as well for Pini is all his family are here. I think the Leopard hospitality must be one of the most populated hospitalities this weekend, because all of the friends, family, as we were walking out the track yesterday, Guido Pini couldn't even get back in towards the boxes. He was that popular with various people who found themselves in the paddock on Thursday. He is a real home hero, as I say, and we are expecting big things from him. Last year here, he was 21st on the grid. He did get himself up to 8th. He had a big crash here, actually. Exactly. Very lucky not to be clouted by, I think it was Joel Kelso who had to take avoiding action, but it was Biondetti one that unfortunately caught out Guido Pini last year, but he was in that lead group. You can expect more of the same coming up this year. You always find a couple of tenths when you're at home, and I think for Beanie it's probably half a second he's that close to a familiar setting. We've had a look at his teammate Adrian Fernandez. His streak of podiums came to an end. He was second in the ranking.
Marquez can of attrition. What a brutal weekend this has been for KTM in Germany.
Oh, brave move that from Alex Marquez. The door slammed shut in his face. Bezzecchi clinging on to that third place.
Marco Bezzecchi then on pole position. Green flag though clears at the back. Lights out and we're racing in MotoGP here in Austria. It's a sensational start for Pecco Bagnaia. He's immediately ahead of Alex Marquez. Bezzecchi then's made the perfect launch away from pole position. Alex already back in 4th place. Mark up into P3. Attacking immediately on the inside of Bagnaia. Now, Mark up into the 2nd. Red on red. That's Aldeguer getting aggressive on the inside. Bastianini. And Alex goes into the long lap penalty loop. Drop back in front of reigning world champion Owen Martin. So back out on circuit, Alex Marquez in 11th place.
Here comes Alex Marquez, looks straight back through on Morbidelli and Martin. And it's Martin that gets mugged. 3 go past him. This is Ralph Nona's just going to stop it on the inside of Brad Binder. And Fermin Aldeguer is the big winner out of that one.
Oh, so somebody has gone down.
Because it's Jorge Martin, the reigning world champion, out of 15th place.
Step back when I step in.
The fastest rider on the track is the rider behind Acosta, Fermin Aldeguer.
That's Bagnaia. He's got top to Bezzecchi.
The 7th round of the 2026 MotoGP season comes from picture postcard Tuscany and the Italian GP. Located between 2 great Italian cities in Florence and Bologna, sits a phenomenal racetrack that has seen so many memories made across its 50 years of action. Welcome to Mugello. As we just get our bearings for a moment, welcome back live and trackside to the Italian MotoGP at Mugello. Please do not adjust your TV set. One of the most beautiful circuits that we have the privilege of racing at all season long, and what an afternoon we've got coming up. I'm happy to report that the track has dried out, more or less. All the racing lines are fine and dry. And that means that we will have nothing but good conditions, at least for Moto3 Practice, which decides the top 14 of who goes through to Q2 directly and who has to fight it out for the top 4 spots in Q1 tomorrow. Thunderstorms are in the area and forecasted to strike around 2 p.m, so 50 minutes from now, more or less. But with this microclimate we have here in the Tuscan Hills, you can never be 100% sure that that will not change. Up here in commentary, it never changes, it never rains. Kiko Giles here, Elliot York next to me. Everything from this morning now has been completely thrown out the window. This is basically an FP1 session, but with the added importance of it actually being practice. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, mate. Yes, thankfully the weather has pretty much cleared. You can still see some damp patches around the circuit, which is understandable. It did take quite a while to dry. At the end of Moto2, we saw some slick tyres slotted in, and then pretty much for the entire MotoGP session, it was dry, and thankfully the sun is shining. The temperature has risen to 25 degrees, so plenty warm enough out there for the track to continue, hopefully keep on drying. And yes, this morning pretty much wiped away from the history books in terms of what matters this weekend, and especially going into this afternoon. Dry conditions, slick tyre running. No Moto3 rider has been out on Pirelli slick tyres so far this weekend, so very excited for this one, as always on a Friday. Gets us warmed up in FP1, get the juices flowing, and then we really get the session and the weekend underway in this afternoon's practice session. Plenty of fans already in the circuit. The paddock is very busy, as it always is on these European rounds. Jerez, Mugello, Barcelona, Le Mans, always busy paddocks. And yeah, everyone excited to see how this Friday afternoon unfolds. And this rider was the fastest of the lot this morning.
He was just under a quarter of a second ahead of Joel Esteban. Adrian Fernandez, second in the championship. 76 points is his tally. He is quite a long way back, it's got to be said, of Max Quinez. Max Quinez sitting at the top there on 140, so by my quick mental maths, that's a 64-point difference. Adrian Fernandez has got a lot of work to do, but he got on with it. The man who is going to be ready to be getting out very, very soon. You can see on the screen, Munoz was 14th this morning. Wasn't a brilliant session, I don't think, across the board for either Munoz or teammate David Almanza. Almanza down in P22, so the number 22 in the position of his number, but tricky conditions out. We're going to see him go out in some anger in this Moto3 practice. Now it's dry.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't actually really remember seeing the 60 score on our screens at all, and on the other side of the box as well, David Almanza on the number 22. Both normally fast starters during a weekend, and I think we're going to see plenty more of them in this session as well. Brian Uriarte, we're seeing the number 51. He was 4th place this morning, continuing his really strong performance over at the Catalan Grand Prix. Has brought that over so far this weekend in tricky conditions this morning anyway, and Uriarte gained a lot of confidence from being in that victory fight throughout the weekend over in Barcelona, and looks like not a new rider per se, because he's always been very strong, but that weekend over in Barcelona was, I think, a little bit of a turning point in this season, and Uriarte just taking a little bit of time to get into that victory fight, but he was absolutely in it over in Barcelona. Was the reigning Rookies Cup and Moto Junior champion. Yeah, gaining confidence all the time. That's going to happen with each round and each lap that these guys get under their belts. Fellow rookie Vico Salmela there in the box, the Finnish rider. He was up in 13th place this morning in
the wet conditions. Here was one of our crashers from this morning, Hakim Danish. Good to see that they fixed the number 13 Aeon Credit MSI empty helmets machine. As the riders now head out, a little bit of a lull in proceedings right at the start, but the clock is ticking down for 35 minutes. We've already had nearly a whole minute here, and now the riders will hit the track. And well, I believe we're going to see some quick lap time pretty much straight away here because of set thunderstorms that are in the area. Moto2 and MotoGP coming up a little bit later on. Might be worth, if you're wandering around in the paddock or out there in the hills of Tuscany, to have an umbrella and a raincoat with you, because it seems like we are destined to have a pretty mighty downpour. We'll have to wait and see, of course. We said all of this a couple of weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, in Le Mans, but I think here in this microclimate that we do have, you can see it's a little bit dark just in the hills towards the back. So all of these guys are going to get out here and try and get a lap time set and a good benchmark. Mega important thing here, Al, is that actually lots of variables. You want to get a lap time to avoid the rain. You want to get a lap time in to avoid yellow flags and lap cancellations later on in the session. You absolutely don't want to be exceeding track limits. Neither do you want to cop an early penalty on a Friday for dawdling on the racing line. So it's a mix of, with that massive long front straight, you need a bit of slipstream, you need track position, but also you need a clean lap time, and that can also come doing what Max Keeler so often does on a Friday afternoon, and that's lap alone.
Yeah, and what you also don't want to do is throw it down the road early doors and lose a lot of time in this session. Of course, the wet weather this morning meant we've had no dry running in Moto3 so far this weekend, so this session is crucial to get that one lap down. Of course, you want to be inside that top 14 ahead of tomorrow to take a little bit of stress off and maybe sleep a little bit better on Friday nights. But also, you want to get a bit of race rhythm dialed in as well, which we've seen this rider Quiles do so often on a Friday. He's not been bothered about topping Fridays or finishing inside that top 3, seeing his name at the top of the leaderboard. All he wants to do is, of course, get inside that top 14. If he finishes P14 on a Friday, Quiles, job done, and that's job done for all the riders. We're seeing Alvaro Carpe, the number 83, the last couple of weekends over in Le Mans and in Barcelona, crashed on a Friday. It cost him time, cost him a bit of race rhythm. Of course, he finished, well, didn't finish the race over in Le Mans, but he did come across the line to finish second at his home Grand Prix over in Barcelona. But tricky Fridays have been the name of the game so far for Carpe in the last couple of Grand Prix. Just need to sort that out today and this weekend.
Carpe has been in Q1 3 times this year. Goiânia, Jerez, Le Mans and Barcelona. Excuse me, now I'm reading from the wrong column. It's Goiânia, Le Mans and Barcelona last time out. 2 of those occasions he did come through into Q2, so good job all around there in the end, but you don't want to be putting yourself down, particularly somewhere like here, Al, where you've got the likes of, let's be fair, Nicola Carraro, who are here on your screen right now, yet to come through and really show us what he's capable of here in 2026, but it's his home GP. He's normally down there in the Q1 sessions. He'll be looking to find something, and then how often do we see riders who just end up down in Q1 that really shouldn't be there at all? So you really don't want to be putting yourself at the mercy of perhaps other riders who you normally want to be battling with, as Carraro trying to come under one of the Code Motorsport machines that looked like, to me, Cormac McCannon, who was up in 5th place this morning. Arabiata 1. Oh, that is a bit too early doors, and I tell you what, Cormac Buchanan's already having a look back at the Italian there. That's down into Scarparia. That was very tight for the opening 5 minutes of this session.
Yeah, all battling for track position, of course, trying to chase Alvaro Carpe. They know that Carpe has consistently been at the top of the leaderboard throughout this session. Valentin Peroni just indicating there may be a bit of an issue in the tech Prix box, was indicating there. It looked like he was sort of reenacting the pit lane limiter, but has Peroni been out in this session? Can't quite see. No, he's not. So maybe an issue there, or maybe just being patient, Peroni, inside that box. Of course, the pole sitter from last time out, but couldn't hook it up in the race. Chose the wrong tyre option, did Valentin Peroni and the team, unfortunately, in Barcelona's Sunday Grand Prix, and that led to him finishing outside the top 10 on the second consecutive occasion. Hasn't finished outside the top 10 on 3 consecutive occasions since he suffered 3 DNFs at the start of his Moto3 career, so he won't want to be finishing outside the top 10. Of course, that goes without saying, but Peroni not done that for a long time in Moto3.
having a look at Jesus Rios, I was a bit of a fan of what he was able to do over in Barcelona up until the last 3 or 4 laps when he just started getting shuffled back, and then obviously he crashed out at turn 10, a pretty big crash as well. Out there on board that really called Sniper's team machine, and he's definitely showing what that team can do when someone is quick enough to fight at the front is on board that machine.
Yeah, 100% agreed. Rios unfortunately did crash in the latter stages, but was well in that podium fight and was looking very aggressive and strong as well. Was 10th on Friday, qualified on the top 2 rows, of course, over in Barcelona as well, and as mentioned, was in that podium fight as well, and scored points over in the US, and of course got a top 10 in Jerez as well. So Rios has been on a decent run of form around the circuits we've been to in Moto3, and around the circuit we go on board with this morning's pace setter, and so far this afternoon's pace setter, Adrian Fernandez into San Donato.
Yeah, tell you what, they come up over that hump down that front straight, and what a vista they are greeted with. The hills of Tuscany just awaiting. This is coming through turns 2 and 3, and this is down towards turns 4 and 5, and Borgo San Lorenzo I think is coming up through here, so I've got to say this is fast. Then it's opening on the power, up through the gearbox, ride it right out to the edge of the curve, down the hill, and then just let the bike do all the talking. Casanova, Cervelli, and then it's all the way on this long left-hander, then it's Arrabbiata 1, and it's just direction change after direction change. We were chatting to a few of the MotoGP riders here for a video coming up that you'll be able to enjoy on MotoGP.com about the benefits and disadvantages of being a tall rider or a small rider. And all the tall riders were saying that Mugello is a track they love because it's a lot less force on the bike, it's a lot more natural. They can leave the bike to its own devices. They don't have to hustle to get that direction change over twice as much as perhaps somewhere like Balaton, where we're going next week. This is down into common tyre. This is turn 12, the long lap penalty loop. It's just off to the left, and then it is asking for the power. Biondetti 1 coming up here. Remember, some 16 years ago, Valentino Rossi, big high side there in practice, missed the first ever Grand Prix of his career, and then down towards turn 15. This is Puccini. This is where it is really fast on entry. Run it out in the middle of the corner, and then 1.1 kilometres of front straight, and the mountains away as they come up over the top of the hill, and now blast into the line. You can be sure that slipstreams are going to be vital here in Grand Prix Sunday. Thank you very much, Adrian Fernandez, for being our chauffeur that time around, but we do have yellow flags, and we pass through those yellow flag zones just in time. Turns 12, that's Correntine and Biondetti 1 and 2. Oh dear me, Hakim Denish with a second fall of the day, and again the front of that bike seems to have taken a beating, so yellow flags out on the crossover between sectors 3 and 4.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Denish crashed this morning. It was in the opening sector. Denish crashed, I think, is at turn 3. Here we're going to get a replay on the exit. Oh, dearie me.
Out the front door, and look how far he slid. Oh dear me, at least he's facing the right way up the track, and he is able to get out of the way there. Hakim Denish, and to see him up on his feet after that, he just run it out so wide up over the curbs, and they just lost adhesion and fired him out of the top there. Very lucky that Hakim Denish, at least he was on his own.
I'm glad the Malaysian is all okay. That was a monster high side, just touched the green, didn't he? And of course, there's not a lot of rubber out there. You're not meant to go on the green anyway. That's where you get track limits. But with the rain we've had overnight and into this morning as well, and obviously not many riders touching the green there and drying it up. So clearly, you do not want to be running wide. Denish, glad to see, first and foremost, that he is all okay, because that was a huge crash and a second crash of the day, and a bit of a fix for the mechanics down there at MSI to get him back out in the session. But that's what we were talking about. Going to lose vital track time.
Exactly. You don't want to throw at the scenery. As much as and as nice as the scenery is around here, you don't want to spoil that. And I mean, Hakim Denish, the main thing is he's okay, but the Aeon credit machine guys down there now are going to have a lot of work on with less than 25 minutes to go, and the bike's not even going to be back yet. So I think the good thing is the bike, well, it depends what side it ended up on, judging by where Hakim was. Maybe it has ended up on the outside here, out towards turn 15. So they've got to get that bike round Puccini and then back into the paddock. So at least they're going to be on the right side, but they're just going to have to go a long way around. So you can expect that Hakim Denish, I'll tell you what, his session might be done there. The bike didn't look as badly damaged as the crash, the violence of the crash maybe suggested it could be.
No, it could have been a lot worse, couldn't it? But also he had a crash this morning, and that looked pretty battered and bruised. KTM, as a KTM emerges from pit lane, Valentin Peroni heads out for the first time, so clearly there was a little bit of an issue down there on that side of the Red Bull KTM Tech pre-box, but good to see the Argentine is out on track. Fingers crossed Danish on another KTM can get back to the box. He's all okay, the bike can get fixed and he can get back out for maybe the last 15 minutes if it's quick. Who knows, we'll wait and see though. This is Maximo Quiles being chased by Almanza and Kelso, shadowing and then overtaking Matteo Bertelli.
Good power from the Honda there, a little bit of slipstream city coming into all of that, and Kelso moves himself up to P1 with still a considerable amount of time away from the lap record, so expect that maybe to be going more towards tomorrow if indeed conditions permit. This is looking at Hakim Danish. He's been a bit of a qualifying hound as well, 3 top 10s in the last 5 GP for the Malaysian, so keep an eye on him. If he does get back out, he's definitely going to be pushing and shoving. Where was it he really struggled? I think it was Kota, where he was so fast and he missed out getting through into Q2 directly. Then in Q1 he had that big crash when he was pushing for a lap time and ended up down in 25th on the grid. So Hakim Danish, sometimes when he's already got a push for a lap, doesn't always go to plan either, but you can be sure that he'll be looking to try and get back out there. So far he looks at least uninjured. We'll have to wait for confirmation on that, but Hakim Danish has had a very eventful Friday, hasn't he?
Yeah, a lot can change in a couple of weeks in motorcycle racing, coming off what I would say, and I'm sure Hakim would probably agree, was his best weekend so far in Moto3. Topped Friday, qualified 10th, okay, that's not where he wants to be qualifying, but not a bad qualifying, and then was in that podium and victory fight throughout the race and eventually crossed the line in 7th place, only 6 tenths away from the victory. Another rider who was in that victory fight was Brian Ariarte, as I mentioned. Where's this going to take him? No, he loses time. Of course, without the slipstream, always vital in Moto3, but especially here at Mugello, the number 51 just prefers to ride alone so far, and that's the same can be said for Max Quiles. But when push comes to shove, I think even the likes of Quiles will be wanting to have a dose of slipstream down the front straight if needed. Of course, it can gain you up towards half second and maybe even a little bit more. Kelso chasing Quiles now. He's ahead of Matteo Bertelli on circuit, and returning the favour potentially is Bertelli when he gets a face full of Quiles' slipstream. We'll get Quiles over the line, improves his time. Quiles does not, Bertelli does. Marco Morelli also on a decent lap time here as well. So the riders, understandably so, as we was expecting as well, pushing on early doors here in this session.
Quiles, of course, loves Mugello. He took his first victory here last year. Some chap called Mark Edwards took the first of his 99 GP victories here as well back in 2010, as going across the grass and the gravel. Adrian Fernandez, he has been pushing on, I've got to say, all day today. In the wet, he was really quick. Had a couple of moments actually there, wasn't it, over in Pelagio, that turn 11. So I've got to say, Adrian Fernandez looks comfortable. It's good to see him pushing, because 9th place in Barcelona is not where he wants to be, but this time he just runs it right out wide. The curb's unsettling, and he goes through the sandpit.
Yeah, picked it up just in time, did Adrian Fernandez. Not too much to worry about, but a little bit of a warning, and finding the limits over on the exit of Pelagio of turn 11. This is Marco Morelli. Mentioned he was on a good lap time. Lost a little bit of time in that third split, did Morelli. Not having slipstream as well is the 97, and loses 3 tenths down that front straight. But up inside that top 10 so far, good stuff from Morelli, who was a little bit disappointed with his opening half-race stint over in Barcelona. Couldn't get into his rhythm and struggled a little bit to go with the pace of the front guys, but did then rediscover his mojo and get back into the podium fight. But by then it was a little bit too late, and was happy to bridge the gap over in Barcelona, but when trying to make a couple of overtakes, he was finding it a little bit tricky. He said he knows he's got the pace, Marco Morelli, and we've seen that a couple of times this season. Brazil springs to mind, Jerez springs to mind as well. Just needs to iron out a few details, Marco Morelli's words, and then I think we'll be seeing him, well, we're already seeing him at the front, aren't we, in Moto3, but really pushing for victories on a regular basis. Marco
Morelli's got so much pace in the second half of GPs now. I remember chatting to him about this over in Goiânia and likewise in Jerez. He just, I don't know if he struggles to get into his rhythm, or like the more experience he's getting in Moto3, the quicker he's getting, but unfortunately he's just not getting it done early doors. And even with that middle of the second row he qualified in last time out, 5th place, he still went backwards and was outside the points at one point. So very, very commendable ride back through the field up into 6th. We've got yellow flags up at turn 4. So that's quite a fast entry in there. Oh, Adrian Cruces has gone down. So turn 4, that is at Materazzi corner there. So not ideal for Adrian Cruces. And again, that's a really awkward place to kind of get back from in the paddock. You're very high up, but you're going to have to go down the hill. I tell you what, it's a quick entry into there, so we'll have to wait and see what happened there. Adrian Cruces up on his feet, but again, far from ideal to be thrown out the fence as we approach the halfway mark in this session.
Yeah, hopefully Cruces is okay. Turn 4, not the fastest place, of course, on this track to crash, but still plenty of speeds when you're chucking it on the left-hand side into turn 4. But yeah, fingers crossed the bike and Cruces is all okay to head out for a bit of the session later on, because he's not inside that top 14, so needs a lap. Casey O'Gorman jumps inside that top 14. It was a really strong Sunday for O'Gorman, wasn't it, Kiko? Over in Barcelona. Had a tricky time of things on Friday and Saturday, did the Irishman. Well, qualified in 12th, not bad, but then got that 12 place grid penalty, so he started from P24. And when you're starting from P24, more often than not, you're not going to really challenge for a big haul of points, but that's exactly what Casey O'Gorman did. Is this the Cruces crash just watching the background? Yes, it is. Front end folded there on the number 11 machine, slides to the gravel. Hopefully Cruces is all okay. But yeah, O'Gorman just ahead of Cruces on track, because there as well is a second crash in the gravel for Cruces. But yeah, really impressed with O'Gorman on Sunday. A great fight back and was inside that top 10 as well. So top job from the Irishman, who qualified well, but then got that penalty, but then got his head down in the races and was in that podium fight come the end of it as well. So yeah, a strong Sunday for O'Gorman.
O'Gorman has been impressive, I've got to say, on Sunday so far this year. 11th in Burham, 9th and a top 10 performance, his best results of the season. That was over in Guyana. He was in the top 10 again in Kota, but then fell off late on. I think it was a penultimate lap. And then 12th time out in Jerez. Then at Le Mans it was a DNF. 10th last time out and back in that top 10. Oh, hello! Oh, dearie me. Guido Pini, well, he's just absolutely run out the inside of Rico Salmella. That's not going to be getting the KTM Tech 3 mechanics are very excited, that is for sure. Guido Pini absolutely ran it through then at Correntine. You can guarantee that Rico Salmella's already thinking about San Donato in 1.1 kilometres time. I was just about to mention to you, Al, that where Guido Pini is, down in 18th place yet again. Guido Pini on a Friday, really struggling. Something flat there. He got a bit of KTM probably on his right hand side, although it was the left side. It's his glove. It's his glove. It's a bit loose, the strap there. Have a look at this. Pini's turning it tight. Ooh, I'll tell you what. The race direction, FIA MotoGP shoes will be looking at that. I think if it was on a Sunday, you could say all is fair rubbing his racing, but unfortunately, a bit much on for Moto3 Practice. Guido Pini trying to show exactly where he lives to Rico Salmella there.
Yeah, maybe a tad aggressive, and Salmella wouldn't have seen Pini, of course, no. So Salmella was just taking his racing line, maybe a tad wide, but Salmella certainly didn't lose too much time, but the door was open for Pini to try and come through, and then the two paths merged, didn't they? Unfortunately for the two, turn 12, Correntine. But yeah, Pini has a little bit of work to do. He moved up to P15 with that lap, but of course that's not good enough for the top 14, and he was outside of the top 14 in Catalonia, outside of the top 14 in France, outside of the top 14 in Jerez as well. So since his win, hasn't seen a top 14 on a Friday as the number 94, so just needs to get that rhythm back on a Friday. He said he has struggled to get into weekends and find that feeling he needs on that Honda to start the weekend. He was mentioning ahead of his home Grand Prix, it was really important for them to try and figure out to get up to speed quicker on a Friday.
At least he did go through Q1 and into Q2 in Le Mans and Catalunya. It was more the disaster of Perez, where a lot of big things were expected from the 94, fresh from his win in America, but unfortunately it just didn't happen for Guido Pini, who is quite literally racing at home. We touched on it quite a lot this morning, and yeah, he is from Scarperia. That's the exact location within the Borgo San Lorenzo commune, let's say. So Guido Pini is as close to home as is basically possible here racing at Mugello. Crossline moves into the top 14 now. So provisionally, he's in. Let's just give you a rundown then. Less than 15 minutes of this session left to go. Here in Moto3 Practice, your top 14 names are the ones that are going to move through provisionally. But of course, that can all change with just less than 14 minutes on the clock as we have a look at Guido Pini's glove strap flapping in the breeze. But it's Joel Kelso, Alvaro Carpe, David Almanza, Adrian Fernandez and Max Quiles who are your top 5. Joel Kelso, brilliant lap for the Grid M-Lab Racing Honda team. Puts himself up there in P1 thus far. Outside the top 5, Brian Uriarte, Musa Yamanaka has woken up. Great to see the number 6 up there in P7. 8th for Matteo Bertelli, who was top Italian this morning, and very, very enthused about that fact when I spoke to him very briefly in the pause between the sessions. 9th for David Munoz, and completing your top 10 at the moment is Marco Morelli. Then it's Joel Esteban, who was 2nd this morning. Queso Gorman is 12th, ahead of Eddie O'Shea and Guido Pini, this rider's teammate. So at the moment, both Leopard Hondas are in, both of the Grid M-Lab Hondas are in, and that is a sign that Michael Laverty's squad have really, really upped their game, up their performance, and are really starting to make waves in Moto3.
Yeah, good to see that for sure. Adrian Fernandez, we're watching, one of only, well, I think the only rider out on track, along with Guido Pini's teammate, of course. Adrian Cruz has still not made it back to the pits according to our timing screens. Jesus Rios just re-emerging onto the circuit as well for the final 12.5 minutes as expected. Adrian Fernandez pits for some fresh Pirelli rubber, and in a couple of minutes time I think we shall be seeing the field head out for the time attack, the final 10 minutes of basically, as you guys will know, is a mini qualifying session, or Friday's qualifying session to get into that top 14.
Q0 really, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what it is. Just outside that top 14 at the moment, Al, let's just bring this attention to Scott Ogden, 16th, who'll be looking for better than that. In fact, both the CIP repowered machines after what was quite a difficult weekend over in Barcelona. Alan Bonnet's team are not going to be very happy if they're both in Q1 again. Ogden 16th at the moment, Cruz says 18th, that's split by Salmela, who's in 17th. Danish is going to need a lap if he can. Oh dear me, what has happened to him? Guido Pini, has he stalled it somewhere in pit lane? He was out on track. He was one of only 2 riders who were out on track, so it's run out of fuel or whatever, but it's getting back into the box now. And Alex saying, having a look down at the bottom of the bike, is
The gear lever.
Gear lever, maybe, yeah. So I'll tell you what, that's far from ideal for Guido Pini with 11.5 minutes on the clock. Also outside, Denise, as I said, will need a lap time. Very good time. Very, very quiet Friday for the Indonesian down there in 21st. Valentin Peroni, 22nd. He was pole sitting last time out. Moodley, Rios, Ramersdorf and Matani. There's no big surprises there. Perhaps Jesus Rios, but I think he was so strong anyway in Barcelona that perhaps he's just getting acquainted to Mugello. Worth noting that for Adrian Cruz, I believe, judging from my research, that this is his first time here. He's never seen Mugello, so you can almost forgive him for tucking the front on his first day of action.
Yeah, Cruz wasn't in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, and I've got it noted down as never raced here as well for Cruz, but he's a quick learner, is Cruz, and yeah, he's back in the box, or just outside the KTM box as it is. All the Moto3 teams who haven't got a pit box on the pit lane, there's a lot of garages outside the back of the paddock as well. It's very difficult to find a circuit that can fit every single Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP team in the pit lane, so not unfamiliar to see that as David Almanza sits patiently in the box. We didn't see much of him and his teammate David Munoz, not seen much of Munoz in this session either, but Almanza is inside that top 5. Where is David Munoz? Ninth. So yeah, a bit of a better session so far for the Liquid Money Dynabot Untitled GP team.
We get a load of replays, and that is the kind of postcard setting that we are racing in this weekend. Perfectly illustrated by Max Quiles. Love the curves around here as well. Reflecting the flag, of course, the Italian flag over Matteo Bertelli. One of the home heroes is going to be going for broke on Sunday. Missed this GP this time last year, but his first Moto3 top 10 did come here. That was back in 2022. 9th place, his best finish so far at Mugello. Best grid position of 4th. That came a year later, but he did miss Mugello here last year. Of course, he had that quite frightening set of injuries from a training accident, but he's definitely back to his best, Matteo Bertelli. I've got to say, as we've seen the world's biggest number 94, no, it's not a massive Jonas Folger fan club. It is Guido Pini's fan club, the iDrive Pines fan club. He is the most popular person in this paddock this weekend, and I'll tell you what, I think that flag was flapping in the breeze just as much as his glove was as he was coming down the front straight. Rodrigo Salmela in behind. 13 there, Hakim Danish is now back in the pit lane, so let's see what they can do there with the on credit MT helmets. MSI score looks like it's ready to rock and roll, so good stuff then for Jordi Cattell's team down there, and let's see if Hakim Danish can indeed get himself up into dear me, into Q2. He's got himself some airtime, that's for joy more ways than one. Oh dear me, at least he slides off the track towards the right hand side and out of harm's way, but wow, that was a massive run. Just on back to Matteo Bertelli, if I can just close off that subject. Of course, not only has he been fast really since we came back to Europe, but he's, I think we can say, now walking absolutely normally. He's not got a limp on him anymore, at least it's not a proper limp. He's looking very, very normal. Finally, I think, fully recovered and back to full fitness.
Yeah, it was this time last year in Mugello where we first saw him back in the paddock after those numerous injuries, and yeah, it's safe to say that Bertelli was not in fine shape, as good a shape as he could have been after the training crashes that he had, of course. So great to see Bertelli around about a year later, who's been back on the Moto3 podium and looking somewhat back to his best. So yeah, good stuff for Matteo Bertelli, and of course the level of MTA team as well, who have stuck by Bertelli through thick and thin. And yeah, it's good to see that the Italian is getting back to full fitness and of course riding like we know he can be. Now then, who is everyone waiting for, I wonder? Who is going to be the guinea pig? There's been a few guinea pigs head out there already. Adrian Fernandez, Yamanaka, Morelli and Hakim Danish. Maybe they're all waiting for the number 64. Who knows? Yes, everyone's going to be wanting a bit of slipstream down that start-finish strip.
I have a horrible feeling we're going to see a load of dawdling incoming as well in a moment. So less than 7 minutes left on the clock. The Red Bull KTM IO guys are getting ready with car paint. This is the CIB Green Power setup. Cruces on the left. Good to see that Cruces is now going to be back out on track after his accident. Scott Ogden is in the pink helmet as well there on the green machine. Ryan Ariarte, Ruche Mooding, Guido Pini all head out. So whatever the problem was with Guido Pini, whether it was the gear lever or something else, Pini is back out there and now out on track. Quiles is still in the box. They don't seem too urgent to get him out. It's like getting ready for a 100-metre sprint down there in pit lane for some of the mechanic.
Yeah, this is Cormac Buchanan, who's just lingering outside the top 14 as things stand. There's obviously a few riders you can see there. Jen Cruces less than a second away from top spot. Joel Kelso and just over a tenth and a half away from the top 14. Expect that to change a lot, as we can see. Quiles, as you rightly mentioned as well, he'll look at the times and see that he's well over 6/10 clear of the top 14, the cut line, over half second clear at least, and yeah, he's just going to be sitting patiently, let everyone else do the donkey work, let everyone else play some games, and he'll head out when he needs to head out. Of course, he'll try and set up for the lap times, but he's under no pressure to get inside that top 14. As things stand, it could change a lot.
I must admit, I'm very surprised that they didn't all try and get down pit lane and join onto this little train at the front here. So, well, Adrian Fernandez, for now at least, has a clear bit of track. Max Quiles is heading out. Let's see if anyone else is going to follow him. I wonder. I wonder if he's going to throw him a dummy. No, indeed he's not. John Kelso straight out there. Cormac Buchanan likewise. As we were saying. Oh, brilliant. Max Quiles punching the biggest hole in the air, metaphorically, and is now the biggest moving target, metaphorically, out there for everyone else. Less than 5 minutes ago, the championship leader has a decent train behind him. I
might have broken them.
They're a bit slack, aren't they? They didn't get on that very well at all. So Quiles is already blasting up towards turn 2, and John Kelso and Eddie O'Shea are kind of caught with the trousers around their ankles a bit there.
Kelso, though, is under no real pressure, really. He's top of the time sheet, so doesn't need to try and follow anyone. However, times are about to tumble here. This is Morelli chasing Alvaro Carpi on chapter 97. Is this going to take him to P1? Surely it does. Not got a whole heap of slipstream, but surely that's good enough to take him P1, and it is. But now we need to clap our eyes on Adrian Fernandez, FP1 pace setter. He's going great guns, and the third split this morning was where he was particularly strong. Is he going to gain time in that split? No, he loses it a bit to Morelli.
Yeah, a little bit, but he's still up as he comes into Buccine. So let's see what Adrian Fernandez can do. 4 minutes, as I said, on the clock now. So there's not going to be a great deal of luck. I think Fernandez is going to get this one, and then potentially only one more. We'll have to wait and see. Adrian Fernandez at the moment is safe in fifth, and he's now looking to try and move up into P1, and he does so indeed, and goes down into the 55. So 55.963 for number 31, Adrian Fernandez. Great job behind him though. Hakim Danish, who has had the biggest crash we've seen all day here in practice for Moto3 on the exit Biondetti 2, moves himself up into the top 10, and that means he moves himself provisionally up into Q2 directly after practice. So great job from Hakim Danish.
Yeah, absolutely, and it pushes Guido Pini out of the top 14 as well. And here is the freight train that a lot of riders are in. Scott Ogden in the background there, Eddie O'Shea's in the mix as well. He is P14 and on the cut line now as we focus in on Leo Ramastorfer. Where is Ramastorfer? Down in P25 after finishing inside that top 10 this morning. So a bit of jostling position, get that slipstream and then try and get a clean lap in, which is going to be difficult in the group. Here is Guido Pini, the home hero, picking him up. He's on a decent lap time, half a second away from his teammate though, but if he holds that to the line, he's going to go inside that top 5.
What he absolutely can't do is crash. So Guido Pini, at least he's going to get this one over the line, but he absolutely cannot crash really, because he just risks so much by not being able to get out there and get a lap in. Pini comes across the line. This will put him top 14 for sure. Oh, does it? Puts him 7th. It put him 6th, but he towed Rouchet Moodley, the South African, round as well. So Rouchet Moodley is on course at the minute to move directly into Q2. That would be some job by the Code Motorsports team down there, and some brilliant job by Rouchet Moodley. Moodley has been a little bit underwhelming at times in 2026, but it would be his first direct movement into Q2, I make it this year.
And got some demons to banish for Mugello as well.
He
Picked
has.
up multiple fractures in his right arm at Mugello last year when Mooley was in a bit of a rich vein of form. So great to see the South African jump inside that top 10. Adrian Fernandez is not going to improve on this lap time around, but he won't care. He is P1. Ryusuke Yamanaka.
Yeah.
Good to see the Japanese rider, as he did over in Barcelona on Friday, get inside that top 14. That's more like it from Ryusuke.
Yeah, Massimo Virgini looking on down there from the Leopard camp. His riders are 1st and 8th at the moment, so both Leopard Hondas at the moment moving through. Quiles is down in 9th place at the moment, and not on a lap this time around. He's only going to get his next one when he crosses the line, because we're 90 seconds away from the checkered flag falling. So Max Quiles, I would normally say 9th place, you are okay, but there's a big train of riders, and we just saw Rouchet Moodley move right up into the top 6, top 7, so keep an eye on that. Yamanaka's the one who moved up into P3 just then. Let's see what Quiles has got in his final sector, but it doesn't look like he's going to do anything at all, and he doesn't. Stays 9th, doesn't improve his time. Almanza's on the lap, Uriarte's on the lap, Morelli halfway round is under. Adrian Fernandez is 55.963. Almanza it is, who is punching a big hole in the air. Matteo Bertelli drafting him through as well. Almanza goes 2nd, Bertelli still 11th, doesn't improve. Munoz moves up into 8th place. That knocks Quiles back another place, so Quiles is now rounding out the top 10 with less than a minute to go. And we are now at the point now where those who need a lap can always just have a little trip through the gravel, could always take the front. Yellow flags at this stage of the session are so vital.
Exactly, and now Quiles is 11th because Brian Uriarte, who was just in shot, has moved into the top 10. Marco Morelli goes P1, a great lap from the young Argentine on that 9.7. That should be now Marco Morelli safely into Q2, but pensive faces because they know in the Aspar box, Jorge Martinez Aspar and Nico Tirol, that Quiles is not safe here.
Yeah, Esteban 14th, 13th for Danish, but he's lacking track time really, so Danish, if he can put this together, he may well be able to knock Quiles back another spot. Quiles is up on his own time through the opening half of this lap, so it's not all done yet. Fernandez takes the flag, the checkered flag is out. Fernandez and Yamanaka take the flag. Danish takes the flag, he's down there in 13th, so he will be also likewise holding his breath to see if he does move straight through into Q2. We pick up Keyless. This is Biondetti 1. Flick it right. Biondetti 2. Look at Scott Ogden. Scott Ogden halfway round this lap, and David Munoz as well. So this is not all done yet, and Ogden needs this. He's down in 18th, so Bryn Scott Ogden a second and a half off the pace at the moment, but he's flying great guns here. Valentin Peroni, I was just about to say, Valentin Peroni, looking almost on the second page of the timing screen to find the number 73. He's down in 23rd. He needs this lap too. Keyless coming to the line, half a second off 3 sectors in, moves up to 7th. Now that should secure his Q2 placing. We need to see Peroni, we need to see Ogden. They're in this big train. Let's see if there's a little bit of slipstream at play. There ain't going to be any for David Munoz. Munoz going for the line now. 10th looks like it will be enough anyway, but does he improve? Yes, moves up to the top 3. Ogden up into P1 to top practice. Brilliant stuff from him, and Peroni moves through as well. I'll tell you what, it's a great job that Max Keyless set that lap time, but I'm just wondering if he's had that chalked off. Maybe I'm wrong, but Keyless is in 14th place.
Yeah, it's still his last lap that's counting.
Yeah.
So.
Keyless down in 14th place. Eddie O'Shea got ahead of him. Alvaro Carpe got ahead of him. And oh, dear me. 17th place. And it's Q1 again for Guido Pini. It just isn't happening on a Friday. But what a great job by this lot down here. The CIP Green Power team banishing their demons and woes from Barcelona. Scott Ogden, P1 on a Friday. Oh, well, that sounds great.
Yeah, very good stuff from Ogden. Needed a lap time at the end there and delivered. Got a bit of slipstream to help as well. Ogden is on a run of 3 consecutive non-point scores. Now, he's not done that since mid-2024, and that's a great way to start the weekend here in Mugello. He was on the front row here last year as well with the number 19, so top job from Ogden, and a few of the riders pounced in late stage as well. Valentin Peroni, you mentioned, Kiko. Another one, Pratama, Rios, Eddie O'Shea on his last lap as well, so plenty of movement. And another big name, Brian Uriarte, hanging out there in P15. He lost out in the latter stages.
That is going to be a really tricky Q1. Look at who's in there tomorrow. Uriarte, who was on the front row last time out. Moodley, who set that great lap time just a few moments ago. Guido Pini, your home hero. At least he's got experience to fall back on in Q1. Down further we go. Rico Salmella can put a lap in. Bertelli, Daniche, Queso Gorman down in 23rd. There's a lot of riders that are not going to fit into those 4 places. I've got to say, big problems down there though for Guido Pini on a Friday. That's something that the young Italian is going to have to work on. Oh, and when he gets back to the box here, this rider on your screen, Max Keyless, no, he's going to be breathing a massive sigh of relief, because that could have been a real headliner if he was not to make it through into Q2 directly, but he just scrapes in. And I'll tell you what, how much he's scraping by? 72,000. It was tight at the end.
Very tight, yeah. A few riders, including Uriarte, including Moodley, including Pini, missing out by around about a tenth of a second and even less. So, yeah, interesting Q1 coming up. It pretty much always is, but there's some big hitters, some fast riders who've been on the podium and been challenging for podium so far this year. Bertelli, a podium finisher, of course, as well. Pini, a race winner. Uriarte in that victory fight last weekend over in Barcelona. Keyless not looking too pleased, and that's understandable, but at the end of the day, you're inside that top 14, so it's pretty much job done on a Friday.
He looks very, very disgruntled, Max Keyless. Not looking happy down there at all in the CF Moto Aspar camp. Gotta say, Al, you mentioned him just then, and we missed it at the moment at that time because we were looking at Scott Ogden and Valentin Peroni, but brilliant job by Pratama, who had a very, very quiet Friday up until when he moved up into ninth just at the end there. And Jesus Rios, who was last this morning, completes that top 10. But it's Scoggers who is P1, a 155.812 sees him move through on his final flying lap ahead of Marco Morelli. Adrian Fernandez, who was fastest this morning, completes your top 3. Munoz and Peroni 4th and 5th. Almanza, Esteban, Yamanaka, Pratama and Rios coming good right at the end. And then completing your 14 riders who are already seeded through. Joel Kelso, Alvaro Carpe, Eddie O'Shea, Max Keyless, your championship leader, only just sneaking on through. Uriarte, Pini, they're massive headliners going into Q1 tomorrow, but be sure that they'll be fighting it out for Q2. Moto2 is up very soon in the company of Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York, so I'm going to get out of here. Enjoy the afternoon of MotoGP action.
Good afternoon, everybody, from Mugello. Looks awfully different from the last time we spoke to you in Moto2, doesn't it? With the another gloomy and overcast skies now breaking clear for some beautiful early summer sunshine in the Tuscan mountains. And Moto2 will certainly enjoy the benefit of some dry running after, well, around about 3 or 4 minutes of it earlier on today. It would appear at the moment, at least, to be set there for a dry practice session. First opportunity for this Moto2 field to get themselves really properly dialed in to this challenging and fearsome Mugello circuit. Some of the fans already getting themselves into World Cup fever. You have to say those words slightly quietly in this part of the world without picking on some unhealed wounds. Of course, with Italy failing to qualify for this summer's spectacular in the United States, Canada and Mexico. So many in this Grand Prix paddock have got football on their minds, with the Champions League final to come tomorrow between Paris Saint-Germain and Arsenal. Many across the 3 classes of Grand Prix racing are already making their Saturday afternoon and evening plans around that, which is still to come. What seems to fall on this Mugello weekend? With Moto2 our immediate focus, we're going to, I guess, get our first genuine ideas to who's fast and who's not around this particular circuit. As mentioned in FP1, we got a couple of laps really for the majority of riders in the dry. It was Tony Arbolino, an Italian at the Italian Grand Prix, who did end the morning fastest. 4/10 of a second is advantage over Alex Escridge, whose box we are currently looking at on the left of your screens. Don't really take too much from what we saw earlier on today. Championship leader Manu Gonzalez was up inside the top 3 ahead of his adversary from Barcelona last time out, Celestino Vietti. Third in the World Championship, Ethan Cavara was down in 12th, although he did not switch across to slicks at the end. So plenty more to be expected from him when we get into this afternoon's session. He has been right up at the sharp end on the last couple of Friday afternoons. Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York, as always, with you to find out which 14 go through to Q2 after a morning where the number 14 ended up on top, although perhaps conditions that favoured Tiger Tony earlier on today.
Yeah, they certainly did. Good afternoon to everyone. Hello to you, Lewis, as well. Looking forward to this one in the blazing sunshine, thankfully, here at Mugello. Yeah, I was catching up with Zonta van den Gorberg, and he was with Tony Arbolino on track, and even the wet conditions, Zonta was saying that it was quite impressive to see Tony pretty much getting his elbow down. There was grip out there this morning in the damp conditions. Of course, we saw a flurry of slick tyres being slotted in, but also, I'd say, at least half the grid. Chatting to Zonta as well this morning, saying that a lot of them just chose to not slot in the dry rubber. Obviously plenty of wet patches still out there at the end of Moto2 this morning, so not too much to learn. We are forecast for a potential shower this afternoon, but to be honest, by the looks of the sky that we can see and that you can see on your pictures, it doesn't look like it's coming soon. But I don't want to jinx that, especially if your name is Manu Gonzalez, who did slot in some slick Pirelli rubber in the morning session towards the end, got a couple of laps in, and on his final lap rose to P3. But as we mentioned, not too much to draw conclusions from. What we can draw a conclusion from, though, is Manu Gonzalez is a race winner around here, and he should be well in that P1 fight this afternoon, I think.
Podium finisher in each of the last 2 years is Manu Gas, second to Joe Roberts back in 2024, and a very comfortable victor here last year. We've already seen his close challenger from Catalunya, Celestino Vietti. Here's the other side of the Speed RS box, and young Luca Lanetta, who is a couple of days removed from his 20th birthday. Celebrated that on Wednesday, and is already going to arrive here in high spirits after a best showing of his rookie season so far in Barcelona. Also an occasion worth celebrating for Luca earlier in the week. Of course, made his way through to Q2 via the Q1 route in Barcelona last time out, chasing his first automatic Q2 appearance later today.
Yeah, belated happy birthday to Luca Lanetta. Top 10 in Moto2 for the first time. Birthday and home Grand Prix all in the space of about a week and a half. So not a bad week and a half for the Italian, who has had his injury troubles this year and of course last year as well, and fingers crossed Lanetta can have a good weekend on home soil as well, as David Alonso just shows off his Sunday night dance moves, let's call them, in the box, obviously limbering up to head out in this session. Good to see the Colombian smiling after what was a couple of tricky weekends in terms of his shoulder injury that he picked up pre-Le Mans, and he did end the weekend in Barcelona by saying that the very positive thing, and numerous positive things, but the main one is that the shoulder didn't give him any trouble. He'd been spending a lot of time with physio, said his weekends in the France and in Barcelona had been heavily disturbed. His usual routine had been interrupted by a lot of physio on that shoulder, so good to hear that Alonso is now pretty much injury free and can get into his usual weekend rhythm, fingers crossed, without any injuries affecting him, and then we should be seeing what Alonso is truly made of in Moto2, because we know it is title challenging and race winning potential.
Moto3 winner here back in 2024, which granted is true of most places we go to. Same weekend that this man, Joe Roberts, won the Moto2 battle. A shortened Moto2 race, which Joe Roberts narrowly won at the expense of Manu Gonzalez, who was at that point, of course, still chasing his first Moto2 victory. Yeah, when you look at the calendar, and of course we don't want to prejudge because this session isn't even underway yet, but when you look at a Grand Prix calendar and think of the circuits that Joe Roberts will certainly target, there's maybe 2 or 3 that come to mind. Qatar potentially one of them. Brno, of course, where he won last year, certainly another. And the other circuit, which we know Joe Roberts is absolutely dynamite around, is this Mugello circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. What a win it was for Roberts a couple of years ago. Not quite seen that form so far in 2026. Did see it last year, as you mentioned, in Brno. That's the Joe Roberts we want to be seeing. Had a promising session this morning, and yeah, after a more promising Le Mans, he was a little bit out of the equation, let's say, over in Barcelona. But hopefully Smoking Joe can rediscover his mojo for the American fans and plenty of other fans around the world as well. He's a rider that we want to be seeing in that victory and podium fight. We know he can be, so fingers crossed this weekend might be the turning point for Roberts. P7 earlier on this morning, so positive signs, but only completed 6 laps, as well as Philip Salach only completed 3, so potential issues down there. Didn't manage to catch up with the team during the lunch break, but Salach especially, it looked like some issues there. 2:14.095 was 20 seconds off the pace, and obviously, goes without saying, that is not normally what we see from Salach or anyone, and yeah, fingers crossed, whatever the issue was down there in the American racing box, that has been fixed for the afternoon.
He's proven that he can bounce back, though, hasn't he, already this year from 4 Friday mornings. The French Grand Prix certainly would spring to mind. And we saw Salach trudging up pit lane, ready to get his afternoon underway. Of course, no real representative dry running to really draw upon for this Moto2 field. So, with the format as it is in all classes of Grand Prix racing nowadays, where you're already going for Q2 top 14 times on a Friday afternoon, they're almost going to try and cram 2 sessions into the space of 1 in this session. Do that in early initial setup work. Try and have an eye on the Grand Prix, which are likely going to be in these sort of conditions on Sunday afternoon, but also with a focus on an outright fast time to ensure that they're not going to Q1 tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, and we just focusing on Ethan Guevara. In the last few rounds, we've seen him not really bothered with the time attacks. In the final 10 minutes, he's headed straight out there, got the lap time on the board that he needed to get inside that top 14, and usually it's been inside that sort of top 3, top 5 realm, and Guevara's pretty much sat out the final 10 minutes of the session. Maybe that's a tactic he's going to continue doing throughout the rest of the season. It's worked so far. It's pretty courageous and pretty brave, but it's worked in the last couple of Grand Prix, so who knows, we might see Guevara do that again. We will obviously find out in the next 40 minutes or so before MotoGP Practice emerges for their hour-long session this afternoon. But Guevara looks decent for some stints in the morning when they're in the wet tyres. The times are very distorted after some riders, as we mentioned, went out on slick tyres. Guevara was P12 this morning, 6.7 seconds off, but I think he was one of the riders who didn't opt to slot in some Pirelli slick tyres, so he should have an extra set compared to a few other riders on the grid, as we now do get the green flag for Moto2, and that is Senna Regis coming out of the box, another rider who did not opt for slick tyre, but of course in the dry conditions he absolutely is now for the first time this weekend.
5 riders this season after 6 Grand Prix have automatically made themselves a part of Q2 without having to go through Q1 this season. The podium finishers from Barcelona are three of them: Manu Gonzalez, Celestino Vietti and Ifan Guevara. Here is another of them, Ivan Ortolo on the number 4, who was of course 4th in Barcelona. He's made Q2 automatically at every Grand Prix so far this season. The other is Colin Bayer, the 95 for the Red Bull KTM IO team. He certainly hasn't found qualifying much of a problem this season. He's found seeing checkered flags slightly of an issue of late. 3 DNFs in the last 4 for Bayer. Here's David Alonso, who has had to go through Q1 already on 2 occasions this season. On 3 occasions. The last couple of Grand Prix, Catalonia and Le Mans, of course, all the way back to the season opener in Thailand, he had to go through Q1 as well. But it certainly feels as if Alonso doesn't have a physical issue to occupy his mind this weekend. He can simply focus on trying to exploit the clear potential he's shown this season, which hasn't really been translated in overall Sunday results so far.
Yeah, fresh rubber has been what Alonso's nemesis has so far in 2026, so we're going to get an indication now Alonso is not struggling with that shoulder, just how much of an improvement he has made on that sort of time attack mode when that is engaged. They of course had the post-Grand Prix test on Tuesday as well. It was more of a private test, so not a lot emerging from that test, but I can assure you that Alonso is definitely giving it a go on some fresh rubber to see if he can just find a bit of time in time attack mode. We know that there is absolutely no issues whatsoever with his late race pace, but you've got to put yourself in a better position than Alonso has done on many occasions so far in 2026 to use that late race rhythm and get yourself onto the top step of the podium as the Red Bull KTM IO duo fly along the 1.1 kilometres long front straight together. Jose Antonio Reda having his best weekend in Moto2 so far over in Barcelona, and Colin Bayer using the slipstream to great effect to propel him into the opening flying lap of the session for the number 95, who is on a run of back-to-back DNFs for the first time in his Grand Prix career. Colin Bayer, so as mentioned, he's not found qualifying a struggle, but as Lewis said a moment ago, the last 2 Grand Prix haven't gone his way on a Sunday, so fingers crossed for the Dutchman. He didn't make that at least 3 DNFs and can get back into that podium fight where he knows he can be.
Does at least enter this weekend penalty free. Of course, knew before he even turned up in Barcelona that he was going to have a long lap on the Sunday afternoon after his collision with Dani Munoz in the French Grand Prix. No riders carrying penalties at the moment into this weekend, although this is Moto2, so that could very quickly change. We're expecting fast lap times very quickly in this session as Philip Salac is trying to duck underneath Denis Untitled through the first part of the Arabiata sequence of corners. So Lopez at the inside of Unai Aradre as he's looking to try and get a lap time on the board nice and early. We have 2 variations of the STX, the super soft rear tyre here from Pirelli. We've got the development version of it, the F192, which is the same, essentially the same pair of rear tyre specs that we had at the Spanish Grand Prix at the end of April. The newer version is expected to be a little bit more consistent over race distance, although not many chose to run it over the course of the Grand Prix. They didn't exactly enjoy the feeling they got from it on the Friday afternoon. Celestino Vietti is going to be late joining us for this afternoon's practice session. He is, in fact, the only rider at the moment sitting in the pit lane. The number 13, of course, sits 3rd in the World Championship. Looking at his expression, doesn't appear to be anything that should delay him too much. Looks pretty calm inside the Speed RS box as these first lap times come through, and already were substantially faster than we were earlier on today. Arbolino's lap in the mixed conditions earlier on was a 53.6, and we're straight down to the low 51s for Barry Baltus, 151.072. For reference, and I might as well get this in now because it might not be true for much longer, the all-time lap record, which Diogo Moreira set on his way to pole last year, the reigning world champion, is a 149.7.
Certainly is. And Manu Gonzalez then goes to the top for the time sheet, so 2 of your top 3 from this morning, Arbolino and Manu Gonzalez, quickly rise to the 4 in practice. There's Ifan Guevara. So the top 2 in the championship early in the session go P1 and P2. This is Aaron Kinnett, who had a decent weekend up until Sunday, I think it's fair to say, for the number 44, but both he and Denis Untitled really lamented sort of tyre management issues. Kinnett had a really good start, actually, and he had a decent qualifying as well. Did Aaron Kinnett, was in P6, across the line though, in P14, just could not get a hold of that rear tyre, and it just dropped off a cliff, and Kinnett and Denis Untitled, from what they were saying off the race, were just flabbergasted at how little that the tyre lasted, something obviously clearly not right in the Elfmark BDS box as things stand. So there's definite progress being made with Canet, of course, finishing inside that top 6 in Q2 last time out in Barcelona. It is clear progress, but much more to come, obviously, from Canet and Onchu, both race winners, more than once in this class. So yeah, we're just waiting to see the moment that it properly clicks for Canet and Onchu in Elfmark BDS colours, as Celestino Vietti does now enter the fray. 6 or so minutes lost, but he didn't look too worried. He never really does he, Celestino Vietti? A very cool character, podium last time out, and of course will be a home favourite this weekend, the lead Italian in the Moto2 Championship.
Would mean so much to him if he could triumph here, of course. Circuit synonymous with Valentino Rossi, of course, part of the VR46 Academy, and still harboring, I guess, faint hopes of being a VR46 MotoGP rider for next season. There are a number of Italians that are being linked with a potential move to that squad. Luca Marini is one of the names, Nicola Buliga, of course, the rider who currently occupies one of those seats. Frankie Morbidelli, with the expectation that we're going to lose Fabio Di Gianantonio from that team in the direction of KTM, with Fabian Aldeguer stepping in. So real opportunity if Vietti can continue to deliver some eye-catching Moto2 results, that maybe he will be considered worthy of a punt by his mentor Valentino in MotoGP going forward.
Yeah, and it's been a move that has been flirted through a few years now, hasn't it? Obviously the natural progression for Celestino Vietti, the lead VR46 racing rider, academy graduate, let's say, in Moto2, but he's doing what he is, so doing what he can, I think, so far this season. Hasn't got a win to his name yet, but you do feel the performances over in Austin, where he finished second, obviously last time out when he took it on pole position and finished a very close second behind Gonzalez, is just pricked the ears and lit up the eyes of Valentino Rossi, and maybe thinking this upcoming reg change into 2027 might be the time to take a chance on Celestino Vietti. We'd love to see it personally, without, of course, losing Franco Morbidelli maybe to World Superbikes, who knows, but there is, as Lewis mentions, a couple of riders in the frame, and Celestino Vietti is certainly one of those, and on current form in this season probably deserves a shot in MotoGP. Why not? So yeah, it's obviously a wait and see to see what unfolds there, but Vietti just needs to continue what he's doing and put his name in the hat, like a lot of these Moto2 riders have done and continue to do, to get themselves promoted into MotoGP, whether it's GP, whether it's next year or the year after.
It's all about finding that level of consistency, I think, isn't it, for Celestino Vietti, because this is now the 4th consecutive Moto2 season, 5th consecutive season, actually, that Vietti has taken a victory. Remember 2022, when he started that season as the Red Hot title favourite, winning 3 of the first 5 or 6 Grand Prix, and then his title challenge really did fall away. Unfortunately, the difference between the best and the worst of Celestino Vietti in Moto2 campaigns of recent past has been far too big. So far this year, though, he certainly has been able to find that level of consistency. Top 6s in 5 of the first 6 so far. The only time he missed that was back in Brazil, and he still finished inside the top 10, and that's what's given him that springboard to be currently 3rd in the World Championship, 31.5 points behind the series leader Manu Gonzalez. And what I think it also represents, and it's a good time to mention it with Ethan Guevara here on screen, currently fastest, is that with 2 different suspension setups on the motorcycles, it appears as if Boscoscuro really have bounced back in 2026 after, I wouldn't say dominating necessarily back in 2024, although the World Championship was for a large part of the season between Ayagur and Sergio Garcia, both on Boscoscuro, before Aaron Canet, amongst others, on the Calex began to take over in the second half of the year. Calex really did put Boscoscuro back in their box, so to speak, last year with their relative dominance, but it would appear as if the Italian brand, and we're running on board with one of them now, with Celestino Vietti, have closed the gap, if not got on terms with Calex in 2026.
Yeah, exactly. It's only Manu Gonzalez so far that have really been more consistent in terms of scoring points and in the championship than Vietti. So yeah, good job from Boscoscuro to turn it around, let's say, and it's been replicated, as you mentioned, Lewis. 5 top 10 so far for Vietti this season. In the opening 6 last year, only had 1, so that shows the steps made from Vietti in terms of the performance at the start of the season. As we hop on board with Vietti around his home Grand Prix here at Mugello, this is firing out of turn 5 and into Casanova and Cervelli, one of the loads of phenomenal fast-flowing sections here before you get to the famous Arrabbiatas. Arrabbiata 1, turn 8, you click through sector 2. He's only a couple of tenths off to us, so this is a good time to hop on board with Celestino Vietti. Then this is the climax at Arrabbiata 2, and then you dip down into Scarpa. Good overtaking opportunity, difficult braking zone, downhill into turn 10, get the apex, then you flick it right through Pelagio into turn 11, and then you come towards the end of the lap. You've got the long sweeping right-hander of Corantayo, the long penalty loop on the outside there before Lewis. You get to Biondetti 1 and Biondetti 2, and then of course it's all about hooking it up at the final corner with Puccini of turn 15 before you face. So 1.1 kilometre run into the start-finish straight and into the start lap at San Donato.
Look very close to the green there, didn't he? Vietti on the way out of Biondetti. Of course, can't see the front tyre from here, but certainly would have been too far away. Lost time anyway in that third sector. Also clear to see from this onboard shot as he gets a little bit loose and upset coming out of the final corner. There are still one or two damp patches around this Mugello circuit. There don't appear to be any on the racing line, but perhaps does still require a little bit of attention. Just once again, it's worth drawing attention to the sticker you just saw there from the onboard camera as we looked from behind Celestino Vietti. You might have seen the sticker mentioned this morning, but just worth reiterating. The sticker was said "For sempre Didac" on the from the onboard camera. That is in tribute to a member of the MotoGP Sport Entertainment Group onboard team and the heavy production team that we have, which put this incredible spectacle onto your TV screens. Didac Prat, who sadly lost his life in a motorcycle accident since the Catalan Grand Prix, much loved and much missed member of the team. So if you're wondering what those stickers are from the onboard cameras on these Moto2 bikes, it is in tribute to him and our thoughts with his friends and family. Here's Danny Holgado, who currently sits in 15th place. Will certainly not be panicking at this stage of proceedings. P2 places, still 27 minutes from being deciding. I wouldn't say that the result that he got in Barcelona at 5th place is particularly a headline result for a rider who's already won so far this season. Podiums in the first 2 Grand Prix, but certainly listening to Danny, he felt that it was an important step in his road back to full confidence. He said we did a good job to build confidence and rebuild rhythm. Confidence which clearly was completely shot with that trio of poor races, Austin, Jerez and Le Mans. So it might not look it from the pure result, but Holgado certainly counted Barcelona as a clear step in the right direction.
Yeah, 100%. Just lost his way, hadn't he, Holgado, in the sort of middle part of this opening stint of the season, most notably over in Austin, where he didn't even finish inside the points. Then in Jerez again, finishing outside the top 10, wasn't really a player at all in the podium in the top 6 fight over there. Had a better time things over in Le Mans before, of course. He crashed on the opening lap and then went out without a front mudguard and then got disqualified. So it was looking a little bit better in Le Mans for Holgado, but no points to show for it. So it was a very, very important top 5 on home turf for Danny Holgado, and just gaining a little bit of momentum back that he definitely needed on the number 96. Here he is coming across the line. He's not going to improve on this lap. The 2 Aspar team riders, P14 and P15 as things stand. He's dropped to P7 overall in the standings, as well as Danny Holgado. After the Brazilian Grand Prix, the race in which he won, of course, he was leading the championship, and now he's 55.5 points down on Manu Gonzalez. So a timely sort of top 5 for Holgado, but he's going to need plenty more of those, and he's going to need Gonzalez to lose a bit of momentum as well if he's going to really drag himself back into the sort of top 3 fight or P1 fight before the summer break. But obviously plenty of races to go, but yeah, it was good signs for Holgado and the Aspar team in general, that both of their riders were sounding a lot more comfortable, obviously in different ways. Alonso here looking good on the number 80, but yeah, different sort of problems in the Aspar box, but both reaching the end of the Catalan Grand Prix with solid conclusions and promising signs that the sort of woes that they were suffering aren't going to be prolonged in 2026.
Yeah, Jorge Martinez Aspar and Luco Tirol must be scratching their heads and wondering why they're so far down on the relative World Championship lead at the moment. Holgado, as you mentioned, over 55 points back. Alonso 46.5 points back, when you feel they've had the potential to win 3 or 4 of the 6 Grand Prix we've seen so far. As it is, they've only won the 1 with Danny Holgado's triumph back in Goiânia in Brazil, round 2 of the season. And I have to say, when he did win that Grand Prix in fine fashion, holding off the late challenge of Danny Munoz, I wouldn't have expected to be arriving at Mugello on the last weekend of May, and not having spoken of a Daniel Holgado podium since, it has been something of an early season slump for the young Spaniard, who we are fully expecting to be on the MotoGP grid next year. Both he and Alonso, his Aspar teammate, look like they have already booked their places. Holgado expected to be part of the Gresini Ducati MotoGP squad next season. Of course, David Alonso, all the reports are indicating that he's going to be partnering with Fabio Quartararo in a heavyweight Honda pairing at their factory team next year.
Yeah, was that Joe Roberts just shaking his head there, looking at his Kalex Triumph, just trying to see where Roberts is on the timing tower down there in P25. Completed 6 laps, so pretty much on par with everyone else, but 1.9 seconds away. So with the shake of the head, obviously not happy with the time. Hopefully that's just a little bit of an issue and a quick fix, and not something that's quite permanent on the OnlyFans American Racing box. So yeah, Roberts, after a more promising session this morning, isn't having the best of time things so far. A long way to go in this session, of course, over 20 minutes to rectify any issues, but yeah, not the start of practice that the American would have been looking for.
Yeah, we mentioned his record around this circuit. He would have probably thought he could get off and push that bike round in a 1:52. So good he is around this circuit. 2 seconds off the pace at the moment. And his teammate Philip Salat is up in 5th at the moment on a 50.7. It's the top 3 in the World Championship that are currently your top 3 in this session. We're looking at one of them, Celestino Vietti. It's Ethan Guevara on a 150.215, who's a 10.5 clear of Manu Gonzalez. And then by Moto2 standards, it's a fairly sizable gap back to the rest. Celestino Vietti is the thick end of 4/10 off the pace of Guevara. Here is the aforementioned number 28 currently leads the session. We've got a screech up in 4th on the first of the forwards, much more like it for him after a weekend in Barcelona where he never really recovered from the crash he had earlier in the weekend in qualifying. You might recall in Q2 he tangled with Alberto Ferrandez down at turn 12 and had to pull in on the Sunday due to the pain he was in from that crash. So he's in 4th, Salak's 5th from Lopez, Agius, Ortola. Unchu up in 9th for Elfmar Vidies, which is a positive step in the right direction for the young Turk. Arbolino left this morning's pace at 10th, and then the current top 14 are completed by Baltas, Connect, David Alonso and Sergio Garcia.
Vietti then negotiating turn 10 of Scarperia, named after the small town that's located pretty much a stone's throw away on the exit of sort of turn 9 Arrabbiata 2 and turn 10 of Scarperia. Gonzalez enters the box at a decent run for Gonzalez. 8 laps on the boards. 9 is the most of anyone so far in the session. Baltas one of those, Aegis another one on the other side of the Liqui Moly Dynabot Intact GP box. So I'm just going to try listening to Manu and his crew chief. Speaking in Spanish there, you could just sort of tell from the body language, couldn't quite make out what they were saying, quite muffled, and obviously speaking quite quick Spanish, but yeah, Manu just maybe struggling on corner entry, judging from the body language. I think this is going to be Manu. It is coming over the crest of the hill, the famous crest here at Mugello, where the top speed in Moto2 has hit 308.5 kilometres per hour, set by Dennis Onchu back in 2024. Top speeds in this session has been Ayumi Sasaki, 298.3, so not exactly slow over the crest of the hill, is it? Pretty much 300 kilometres per hour on these Moto2 machines, and you can just see the rear end just bobbling away on that Kalex of Manu Gonzalez. Not looking overly pleased. We know so far this season, speaking to Jürgen Ling and Manu, that we mentioned this morning as well, Lewis, didn't we, that on Fridays last year he arrived at most circuits and was able to go out there and just feel as comfortable as he could, was topping a lot of sessions on a Friday. This year hasn't quite been the case. He's not feeling as comfortable as he was last year, but he's still nearly 20 points clear in the championship standings, which bodes well for Gonzalez, who is clearly feeling somewhat comfortable, but not as comfortable as last year. So heading into the rest of the season, if he can just find those tweaks that he's looking for, then he's going to be a very difficult rider to stop. I mean, he already is, but even more difficult for the likes of Vietti to chase him down in the championship.
Oh, here is Vietti, who almost chased his way into the gravel trap there. That's the one-lap penalty loop on the outside of Correntaio, turn 12. 13. Almost had an unlucky trip through that right-hander. And understandably, you'd expect this next sector to go grey, given how much time he lost. It does indeed, but no genuine harm done for Celestino Vietti. Here it is as you plunge downhill into Corontaio, and you can see the front end momentarily twitching and tucking underneath the Italian. He's arriving here in such fantastic form, and are we starting to see the semblance of a World Championship taking shape here now in Moto2, with the top 3 in the World Championship, the top 3 at the checkered flag in Barcelona, and they are currently the top 3 in this session. We have seen one head-to-head already this year between Manu Gonzalez and Ifan Guevara. That was at the very first race of the season in Buriram, that shortened 7-lap dash, which was settled in favour of Manu Gonzalez. Gonzalez, whilst he was second, fairly close second to Guevara at Le Mans, never really looked like he had an answer for the Spaniard, his fellow South Spaniard on the Boscoscuro back at the French Grand Prix. Well, we're still very early into the first genuine dry session of the weekend. It's enough already to whet the appetite, El, for the Moto2 battle to come, with all 3 of the championship frontrunners right up at the sharp end.
Yeah, it certainly is. The cream rising to the top in terms of the top in the championship so far. Is Colin Vire going to change that? He needs to find a bit of time to promote himself into the top 3 as he crosses the line, loses a bit of time, but it's still good enough to get inside that top 14, which is job done for now. Nicky Ayo down there in the KTM I box, team boss of course in the Moto2 and Moto3 setup, son of Aki Ayo, of course the boss in the Red Bull KTM factory racing team in MotoGP, with block eyes on Sergio Garcia, who did improve his time inside that top 10, but I think that's just been deleted for Garcia. And that is a massive moment on the exit of Arabiata 2, turn 9 for Unai Aradre. That would have been an afternoon wake-up call, no coffee needed for Aradre. That was a big old moment on the rear end, and Garcia did well just to take avoiding action as well.
Garcia potentially delayed by that. Aradre just trying to get his heart rate under control on board that MSI bike, which is very easy to pick out in the posse of Moto2 bikes this weekend, with the Green Power sponsorship on the side of their fairing. We'll get another look at that coming out of Arabiata 2 for Aradre, who we remind you is still in for the injured ankle Piqueras this weekend. Still awaiting news of a return date for Piqueras. The potential we might just see him before the summer break, perhaps more realistically Silverstone. A return date for Piqueras, who was going so well in his rookie campaign before that incident with Alberto Ferrandez, amongst others, back in Austin. We also have Xavi Zuritusa, who's in for Jorge Navarro, although Navarro, I did see yesterday, is here at the Mugello circuit this weekend, supporting the team. He, of course, broke a finger back at the French Grand Prix. Practically out of the final corner, which is why we've got Zuritusa in his place. And no Mario Aggi, as we saw right at the start of the broadcast this morning. Aggi, unfortunately, has undergone surgery due to a cervical fracture, which is affecting the C6 and 7 vertebrae up at the top of his back, just coming up into his neck. So Aggi absent this weekend, and we're expecting for the next 2 or 3 Grand Prix too.
Yeah, get well soon to all those riders Lewis just mentioned, as we see the OnlyFans American racing duo flying formation. Such a great shot seeing the riders at full tilt through the Casanova Savelli section, and then into Arabiata at the bottom of the hill at turn 8 as well. Chasing Tayo Furusato, who was briefly top of this morning's session, just moves out of the way, does the Japanese rookie, and lets the American and Czech rider through. So far this lap is pretty good for both of them, better for Joe Roberts. I'm just wondering if there's lost a bit of time in that sector 3. They're going to bounce a clock through it now. Yes, they do, but Roberts still on for a decent time. Holding 7/10 of the line will get you more or less into the top 10, certainly into that top 14 for Joe Roberts' case. Any lap time will do for now, and he's going to get a bit of slipstream from his teammate as well. So this should see Roberts climb to the top 14 for the first time this afternoon, and it does just though, P14 for the American.
So that means that both of the Aspar riders are now outside with 15 minutes to go. Alonso 15th, Daniel Holgado in 17th. Alonso was 8th here last year, so at that stage of his rookie season, it wasn't a bad result at all for David Alonso at the Italian Grand Prix. His teammate Holgado, who was down in 15th, having served a long lap penalty during last year's Grand Prix. As you can see there on your screens, losing especially in the third sector is the Colombian. The third sector takes you through that pair of Arrabbiata right-handers down through Scarperia, Pelagio, Corantaio, and then the third sector is completed just as you arrive at the Biondetti chicane. It is the longest and perhaps most technical and complicated sector on this Mugello circuit, and clearly it's where Alonso is losing a lot of his lap time.
Got to feel comfortable on the right-hand side of the tyre as well through there. Turn 8, 9, 10 and 12 all on the right-hand side before they obviously get to the Biondetti chicane, and the left-hander of turn 15 with Guccini as well. As Screech crosses the line, doesn't improve on that time around, but he is enjoying himself out there. P4 as Alonso Lopez chases Celestino Vietti. Lopez, another one of those riders who did not get on well with managing tyre wear over in Barcelona. Was really disappointed after the strong showing all weekend, but he's going to get some slipstream here and maybe power past Celestino Vietti by the line. He's not going to power past him by the line, but he is going to get dragged to the line and improve his lap time surely. He loses a bit of time, but it's still good enough for P5 for Lopez. Decent job.
And Lopez generally needs a little bit of assistance on the straights as well, because he is one of the tallest riders in this Moto2 field, and we often see him towards the bottom of the speed track charts. He's not in this session at the moment, clearly with a slipstream. He's hit 292 kilometres an hour down the main straight. Porosato, who of course let the American race pair through a lap ago and now has that slipstream assistance himself. He's up into 18th place, and yes, of course, he was P1 for a moment earlier on this morning because he'd gone earlier to slicks, but this is looking a little bit more promising for Porosato. Of course, his rookie season up from Moto3, still, according to team manager Hiroshi Oyama, trying to work out how to maximise the performance from a brand new tyre in Moto2. Generally is one of the aspects that a Moto3 rookie moving up into Moto2 does take a bit of time to get their head around. But so far for Porosato, up in 18th place, and as it stands, he's only 2/10 outside Q2.
Yeah, and this is where he really bursts onto the scene, isn't it? I think over in 2022 in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, first race on European soil for Taro Porosato, and came to win in Red Bull Rookies Cup against some very fast riders, of course, as well. And Porosato was never really famed for his qualifying in Moto3, I think it's fair to say, and just struggling with that so far in Moto2 as well. But I don't think anyone has doubts that the Japanese rider is going to get the hang of Moto2 sooner rather than later. Just got to bed himself into Moto2. No pressure, of course, on the shoulders of Porosato. He's going to get another crack at it next year in the Idemitsu on the Team Asia setup, and understandably so as well. And this is a decent lap time for him for Porosato. We'll get him around the third split as Dennis Onchu pushes on as well, chasing the 72 on circuit. Onchu inside that top 10, so a decent Friday showing so far for the Turkish rider. How much time is Porosato going to lose? He's going to lose plenty of it, but Dennis Onchu isn't. Porosato, I assume, will come round and pit for some fresh rubber, but Onchu I don't think will be. He needs this lap time, and he's going to get it as well if he gets a good run out of the final corner and keeps it out of the green zone, which he does.
And this would be a major step and a major boost for the Unchu confidence if he can get himself over the line, up into 4th place, 150.453 for Dennis Unchu, who's been in qualifying 1 in 4 of the first 6 Grand Prix, automatic Q2s in Barcelona last time out and in Brazil. That's the 16th he qualified in Barcelona last time out. Is his best qualifying of 2026 so far, but it would appear as if Unchu is very much on course at this stage for a second consecutive Q2 appearance. So we've now got Boscoscuros first for Guevara, 4th for Unchu, 5th for Celestino Vietti. And looking further down, Aaron Canet on the second of the Mark VDS Boscoscuros is also currently inside the Q2 places. He's 13th.
Good session for Otola, doesn't improve that time around, but he is P2. Boscuro rider last year around Mugello, a Calex rider this year around Mugello, and it's looking good for Otola so far as Barry Baltus then emerges from the pit lane on fresh Pirelli rubber with Sergio Garcia just tucked up behind him as well. Baltus in P12, so pressure on for the number 7, and certainly a little bit of pressure on for David Alonso in P15 and teammate Holgado in P17 as well. So work to do in the final 10 minutes of the Friday for the Asparju, which we've said quite a few too many times, has to be said so far in 2026. Not the case really though for Manu Gonzalez.
Here comes the World Championship leader who wants top spot back from Ethan Guevara. The all-time lap record around here, we remind you, is a 149.745. Let's see if Gonzalez can continue to make inroads into that as he makes his way. He's around about the Corantaio section now, approaching the Biondetti chicane as he flicks it left and right. The third sector completed for Gonzalez, and look at how much time he's found with the benefit, the extra bite and grip from those brand new Pirelli SCX tyres through that third sector, and this is going to be a new all-time lap record for the World Championship leader. And this might be the kind of lap which might force Ethan Guevara to change his recent strategy of not bothering going for a time attack at the end of the session at 1:49.530. Gonzalez is now quickest by 0.7 of a second, and that is the fastest ever Moto2 lap of Mugello.
Little gauntlet laid down then for Manu Gonzalez in this session, and you're right, I think Ethan Guevara, although he's sitting pretty comfortably in P2, knows there's plenty of time left out there on the circuit, and that's going to be a time that's going to be very difficult to beat. Just confirmation there of Diogo Moreira's Q2 lap time from a year ago, a 49.747, has now been beaten by Manu Gonzalez, and looked pretty comfortable doing it as well. Just a reminder that not that we needed it, nor the riders watching the TV screens potentially in pit lane needed to remind him that it is Gonzalez leading the championship by 18.5 points. Just a reminder, both in that lap time and on your screens, that Gonzalez is the rider to beat so far in 2026, and he's going again here. He's up to through sector 2, and this is the split where he really made up his time last time around. Arrabbiata 1 and 2 done now, down into Prix at turn 10.
Front end was chattering away a little bit there through Arrabbiata 2. We're now on board with the points leader. Looking down the road, that's Tayo Furusato, but he's just up ahead of us on the Honda Team Asia machine. He's currently on a lap which isn't going to trouble the scorers. It was in this part of the lap where Gonzalez did so much of his damage, didn't he? Pulled out 3/4 over Guevara through this third sector. The on-deck chicane is completed. Third gear at around about 170 to 180 kilometres an hour through that part of the racetrack, and even he struggled to match his sector 3 from a lap ago, because he's dropped the best part of 0.2 of a second as he comes to the end of his lap. David Alonso now begins his, and a key 8 minutes coming up for the Colombian. We follow Gonzalez though to complete this lap. It's going to be another 49. It's a 49.678. He was faster than his previous lap everywhere but that magic third sector.
Yeah, and if you take away his all-time lap record from his last lap, that was also quicker than the previous all-time lap record as well. Alonso's gone through the first split, as you can see, with a red helmet. Senna Regis on a personal best. He's 5/10 down, but of course with the gap, that will put him P2, which will be good news for the Liqui Moly Dynabot Intact GP team, Andy Houston. So good job from the Australian. Won't like the deficit to Gonzalez, but he won't mind the position.
It's looking good for Alonso, isn't it, so far through the second sector as the forward pair press forward together. Alex Escreech and Xavi Tuta, who's in the plain black crash helmet, just the left of that particular pair. This should put Alonso into the 149s. Let's see if he can match Gonzalez through the third sector of the lap as the trio approaches of Baltas, Garcia and Sasaki, and it's Sasaki who's having a nice old punched in the air for him here. A slipstream that powers him all the way up into second.
Yeah, good job from Sasaki, who had a crash down here at San Donato in the wet patch when he was on slick tyres. The Japanese rider, a pretty big one as well, but all okay, which is good news, and great to see Sasaki up inside that top 2. Now, what can Alonso do? If he can hold this to the line, he will now take over P2 as he just demotes. I think that was Adriano Huertas, gets it out of shape on the exit. Alonso, that's going to cost him a little bit of time, and of course the crucial run to the checker flag, as it will be in 6 minutes time. Alonso, how much time does he lose? Loses a bit, but not too much. P3, job done for now for the Colombian. An important lap time and an important banker lap time for the number 80.
Snips in ahead of Aegis. Unsurprisingly, Ethan Guevara has gone back out. He's just on an out lap now. Clearly doesn't feel that his 150.2 is safe enough, but also perhaps wants to just send a bit of a message back to Manu Gonzalez here that he's very much on terms with him. And so we have a bunch of improvements there for Munoz, Van den Gorberger into the top 14. Holgado improves, but only to 10th. He is a second and change behind the World Championship leader.
So if you're within half a second, 6/10, maybe in 7/10 of a second, you're going to be well inside that top 10 here with 5.5 minutes to go. No one getting close to Manu Gonzalez in terms of the overall lap time. However, David Alonso has, well, he did click through the first split, a 10th under. He's just lost a bit of time in the second split, but he's still within a 10th of a second. So we'll look at Tony Arbolino coming around the final corner. There you can see confirmation of David Alonso's lap. I'm sure we'll pick up the Colombian in a moment's time. We'll get Arbolino over the line, 1.2 2 seconds won't do it for Arbolino if he wants that top 14, which of course he does on the number 14. To the line Arbolino comes without a slipstream, loses a bit more time, improves his time, but not enough for the top 14.
Overall best first sectors for Alonso, as we've seen, for Gonzalez and for Philip Salac, who's also going very quickly. Salac at the moment is down in 16th place, but he's going to lift himself way up the order if he's continuing to trend in that direction, as Alonso is once again giving up 0.3 of a second to Gonzalez in the third sector. We saw him have a little bit of a twitch coming out of the final corner. Piccini on his previous lap, he's just about kept it front wheel pointing forwards on this particular lap, so this might just lift him up ahead of Sasaki here and up into second place, and surely that would be enough for Alonso to reach Q2. He doesn't do that, but it is another personal best. They want 50 flat for David Alonso. He's looking good here with 4 minutes remaining to reach Q2 automatically for the first time in 3 races.
Yeah, that should be enough, you feel, for Alonso with the lap times that are coming in. Plenty of personal bests and a few red sectors, but you do feel with that half a second buffer up to Gonzalez, such is the gap, that should be okay. I say it tentatively as Ethan Guevara lights up the timing screens. Philip Salac is on a great lap. He's behind Holgado, and Salac now rises to P2 and goes really close to another all-time lap record, and teammate Joe Roberts just behind makes it an OnlyFans American Racing duo inside that top 10. So good stuff from those two after a difficult morning, and maybe Alonso isn't quite safe because there's a lot of riders finding time here.
Manu Gonzalez dangled the bait, and is Ethan Guevara about to bite on it in these final 4 minutes. Canet making his way through the Correntile corner, potentially a little bit delayed there by some traffic in the middle of the right-handed hairpin. We'll see just how much he's lost as he now clicks through. 0.7 of a second he's lost, even allowing for Gonzalez's strength through that third sector. Canet would have been expected to lose as much time as that. Guevara's barely lost any time. He was able to just about match Manu Gonzalez through that third sector, so he is responding to the World Championship leader. What about Canet? This is potentially going to dump Vietti out of the top 14 if Canet moves through, but he doesn't. It's 15th. He misses out by a fraction of a second. Guevara breaks the lap record, 1:49.431. He's seen Manu Gonzalez's 1:49.5 and he's raised it.
Oh, here we go then. The top 2 in the championship serving up a treat here on Friday afternoon. Not too many smiles, it has to be said, in the Blue Crew Tramac Yamaha box, but they will be very, very pleased with that. Ethan Guevara obviously pleased with that. You don't want to cruise too much, Ethan. He's already got penalised for setting a decent time over in Jerez that made him lose 3 places on the grid. I don't think he's under any issues there, though. So with 2.5 minutes to go, we have a new leader. Colin Via, I should say, moves up into the top 10 with that new personal best, and Celestino Vietti now outside the top 14, but he's doing what he needs to do, and he's within touch now of going to P1. So Boscuro P1 at the moment, but is it going to be another Boscuro taking over at the top with a new all-time lap record?
This is game on, isn't it, between the championship front runners? No question about it. Less than a tenth between Guevara and Gonzalez, and Celestino Vietti, who's third in the points, now gets ahead of the pair of them. A 1:49.420. It's Boscuro 1 and 2, and it is an Italian on top at the Italian Grand Prix.
Correct that time of Vietti. Looked like he got a bit of slipstream from Ivan Ortolo, but he placed himself perfectly, and you still got to do the rest of the lap time as well. So top job from Vietti. I didn't think, to be honest, that time from Gonzalez was going to be beaten, but it has done. So Vietti then the new leader, so the top 3 in the championship, top 3 in this session, and maybe the top 3 at the end of play on Friday here as well. Bautas is within touch of moving into that top 5, or he was before that third split. Alistair Screech is on a decent lap time and needs it as well, as Screech was well inside that top 10 earlier on in this session, has a few tenths to play with as well, and he's got a Yuman Saki punching the hole ahead of him as well. So the tall Spaniard, Alex Screech, on the forward chassis machine, should be getting into that top 10 at least here.
This is about to ruin Danny Holgado's day potentially. Yeah, Screech takes 6th, so Holgado's now bumped out down to 15th place. Shows how quickly the lap times have moved on in this session, because it feels like the last time we looked on the left-hand side of the screen, Denis Sonchu was up in 4th, and he's now been relegated all the way back to 16th place on that 1:50.453. So Roberts is now the rider at risk. We've got Holgado currently outside the top 14, as is Barry Baltus, who's down in 19th place. Arbolino second of the Fantics. He's all the way down in 23rd place, 1.5 seconds off the pace. And some surprises potentially being sprung. This is one of them in the latter stages, and Daniel Holgado, he'll just get round to the finish line for one more lap, and it's going to determine whether he's got an extra 15 minutes work on his hands tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly does. One man who doesn't need lap time is Ethan Guevara, but he's going for it anyway, so he's not using the tactics he has done so far in the last couple of Grand Prix. In this Grand Prix, he has lost time in the second split. You can't see it on your TV screens. We can see it here in the commentary box. Ivan Ortola improves only to P11 though, so Ivan Ortola's 100% Q2 record on a Friday is under threat as Holgado then begins his final lap time. Did get over the line to complete one more time in this session, and it's a big one.
Huge moments there for Daniel Holgado. Anyone else who would potentially be looking a little nervously at the screens? We've got Roberts 14th, Garcia's 13th, and then Munoz 12th. They're all on 150.3s as Holgado comes through the first sector, and he's already hemorrhaged 4/10 of a second. This is looking decidedly dicey for Daniel Holgado now.
Bautis isn't going to improve on this lap time either, so the Belgian then, unless he has a miracle final split, which I don't think he is doing, he's got no slipstream to help him either, so Barry Bautis is heading to Q1 surely, yet loses time, and that is all she wrote in the session for Bautis. The number 7 heading to Q1, looks behind to see Tony Arbolino. I think Tony Arbolino, yep, P23 for Arbolino, so Bobby Locatelli, the team manager at the Reds Fantic Racing team, will not be happy to see that.
He'll be hiding from you in qualifying tomorrow afternoon, won't he? In Q1 with both of his riders in that first session. Celestino Vietti isn't done either in this afternoon session. He wants to extend his advantage at the top. We've got Ortola going quickly too. Neither of those are in any danger of missing out on Q2 here. Even if Ortola's down in 11th place, there are hardly anyone really on our screens that are improving behind him, likely to knock him out. Huertas certainly wasn't going to be one of them. He's down in 26th place. He's only got Unai Aradre behind him, and Huertas' recent poor run continues. Poor third sector, relatively speaking, for Celestino Vietti, which means he'll have to settle for a 1:49.420. Don't think his P1 is on the track though.
No, it's definitely not under threat from Danny Holgado as well. 2.1 seconds, and you don't need us to tell you that is not going to be enough for Holgado. He is facing Q1 on the number 9.6, a very disappointing end to what was looking like a more promising day, and it was a promising weekend over in Barcelona, but Nico Tirol, understandably, not too impressed with that, and I don't think Holgado will be either.
What a weekend it's already shaping up to be. Well, we only have the one dry session to really draw any conclusions from, but I can certainly read from that the top 3 in the World Championship are all in business big time here at the Italian Grand Prix. Vietti, who is 3rd in the World Championship quickest. Guevara, 2nd in the Championship, 2nd. And the points leader, Manu Gonzalez, right behind them in 3rd. Gonzalez might say that, well, he said his lap ever so slightly earlier in the session. Perhaps there might be some time on the table. In fact, Celestino Vietti with a little bit of a slipstream, which enabled him to take top spot. But it certainly looks as if all 3 of them, the 3 riders who look like they might be our principal title contenders this season, are all scenting victory, and are we set for a heavyweight triple threat in Moto2 on Sunday afternoon?
I certainly hope so. It sets it up nicely for the weekend, doesn't it? Heading into qualifying, it looks like there's 4 riders. Throw in Philip Salax, well, to be fair. Salax was under 2 tenths away from Celestino Vietti, but the top in the championship coming to the fore on Friday here in Mugello, and Ethan Guevara will be pretty pleased with that one as well, as he pops a nice little wheelie to end Friday, and looking forward to the weekend now.
Ourselves through the qualifying now. It just feels like it's set up brilliantly, doesn't it, in this Moto2 class? So the big surprises, or the heavyweight names missing out in that session. Holgado, who's 7th in the World Championship, he misses qualifying too. He'll go through Q1 tomorrow afternoon. Barry Bautis, who certainly on reputation of last season, will be a bit of a surprise. The number 7 goes through Q1 for the 3rd time this season, the 2nd Grand Prix in a row. Likes of Denis Sonchu and Aaron Canet for Elfmead, Mark Vidies, who certainly in the Formula 1 shoe was shaping up to be a little bit higher than that during that practice session, but got shuffled back as the others went for brand new rubber late on. They will both be a part of another heavyweight qualifying 1 session tomorrow afternoon. But at the Italian Grand Prix, it is Italy's Celestino Vietti, who was fastest 2nd Friday in a row in Moto2, that he's ended it on top. Ethan Guevara and Manu Gonzalez, his fellow championship frontrunners, right behind him. Philip Salac up in 4th, ahead of Alonso Lopez and Alex Escridge, who gets us forward into Q2 once again. Then we had Sasaki, Alonso, Ortola and Agius, via Munoz, Garcia and Joe Roberts. Your final names automatically guaranteed a place in Q2. Holgado goes to Q1 tomorrow after finishing the day in 15th. Ahead of Unchu, Van den Goldberg, Canet and Baltus. Alberto Ferrandez was completing the top 20 this afternoon ahead of Luca Lanetta, Jose Antonio Reda and Tony Arbolino. Zurutuza, Torosato, Huertas and Baradre complete your field of Fernandez was completing the top 20 this afternoon ahead of Luca Lanetta, Jose Antonio Reda and Tony Arbolino. Zurutuza, Torosato, Huertas and Baradre complete your field of 27. MotoGP bound in the future, or could be. A bunch of them have already been signed up. The likes of David Alonso, Danny Holgado, we suspect Ethan Guevara is moving up as well with the Pramac Yamaha squad. It's going to believe a relatively short list of potential candidates to take that spot. If it is indeed going to be a Moto2 rider that moves up, and it'll be a good time to move up as a Moto2 rookie for next season, of course, with Pirelli currently the suppliers of tyres in Moto2, also becoming the MotoGP tyre supplier for the new generation of bikes next year.
There is Seb Dunkerstein on the right-hand side of your picture, Rebel KTM Tech 3 CEO, with Paolo Campinotti, Pramac Yamaha MotoGP team principal. Well, we know Gunther Steiner has a very strong roots and a big background in Formula 1, and this week it was confirmed that another Formula 1 icon, a Formula 1 legend, Ross Brawn. Of course, so much success in the past at Ferrari. Of course, Brawn won the World Championship themselves, didn't they, with Jenson Button a few years ago. He's now in an advisory and consultancy role with Paolo Campinotti and the Pramac Yamaha project, sort of strengthening the sort of Formula 1 connections at the moment with the MotoGP World Champion. Of course, last year's takeover by Liberty Media, the arrival of Gunther Steiner, Ross Brawn now also dipping a toe into MotoGP waters. We know he's a very big fan of his two-wheeled motorsports. It'll be interesting to see what behind the scenes Brawn can bring to the table at Pramac Yamaha.
Of course, very recently we had Christian Horner, former Red Bull team boss, at the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez, having a look around. So who knows, potentially we might see him in a MotoGP paddock again in the very near future, as we take a look at a trio of KTMs dropping downhill into Scarperia. We're running on board in the middle of that particular trio at the moment, with Pedro Acosta. Up ahead of us is Maverick Vinales, and right behind us is Anea Bastianini.
At the moment, it's been a strong weekend in front of his home crowd for Pecco Bagnaia, a three-time MotoGP winner here previously. He's currently fastest in this session. How's Marc Marquez getting on his injury return? We can find out from the boss, Davide Tardozzi, with Jack.
Yeah, he is indeed. Good afternoon to everybody. I imagine, Davide, the first question that a lot of people at home will want me to ask is, how is Marc? His first few laps on the bike this morning, not in ideal conditions, but how did his body react?
Yeah, he took this first session this morning, slowly, but with a bit of calm, but not so bad. He's still not perfectly on form, and we will take this race and probably the other one test to be sure to be perfect for
Yeah, I heard he was speaking in the lunch break to some of our Spanish broadcast partners, saying that this weekend almost like a training session for him to allow himself to get accustomed with the body and so on and so forth. So maybe we're not going to see him at his top form. Someone that we think we will see on top form this weekend is Pecco. It feels as though things have just been starting to come together. We haven't seen it all come together in that perfect weekend for Pecco just yet. Would you agree that all of the ingredients are there for a big weekend?
Yeah, I guess so, because I saw him very motivated also last week. We had a training with the Panigale in Misano. He was very, very fast. He makes his own fastest lap with the road bike, and even this morning I saw him very confident with the bike and really focused to be on the podium here in Mugello.
How much would a big result here at home mean to him? Because it's been the last 18 months, ever since that result here, with those famous images of him sat in the garage, having missed out on the podium. It feels as though it's been such a roller coaster 12 months. What could a big result here do to him?
I think that it will mean a lot. I think that if my dream is something that I can say, looking him on the top of the podium, I think that he can change his season.
Thanks, Davide. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks as always then to factory Ducati boss Davide Tardozzi. A podium or even better, a win here in Mugello. Could that be the transformation in Pecco Bagnaia season? That's certainly the thoughts of the boss, the 29-year-old. I have to say, our statistician has been a little bit dirty this morning, because that 0 mile an hour topple over in the Gavro Travel Stanninato, they still registered that as a crash. He was still in the crash statistic, which seems a little bit harsh. He won't be too bothered about that though. Catalonia is first, podium 11 since that Motegi win. Amazingly, it's only his second top 6 in the last 16 Grand Prix. Only the 4th Grand Prix that Pecco's finished in the last 13. Hasn't seen a lot of checker flags of late, has he? That's not been a problem for Fabio Di Gianantonio, who's still inside that top 3 after his early 1:45.746. It's been a rather quiet circuit for a bit of period of time. Lots of riders having done their initial first runs already back in the hottest condition of the weekend. Grip levels will be increasing lap by lap, just feeding back some information. It looks like Jorge Martin needs a little bit more turning, a little bit more trust in the front end of his factory Aprilia.
The little stews, though, at the sharp end of the field, we've got Bagnaya's Ducati, Rins' Yamaha, Gian Antonio's Ducati, Martin's Aprilia, and Bastianini's KTM within, respectively, a tenth of a second, as you can see. Left-hand side of your screen, Bezzecchi, the championship leader, is currently 6th, and I have to give a shout-out once again to rookie Diogo Moreira, who's currently up in 8th place, and gets a bit of added pressure on him from the LCR point of view this weekend, of course, with the experience. Johan Zarco absent to injury. Much will be expected from Moreira this weekend, who was on pole for the Moto2 Grand Prix here 1 year ago.
Well, it was a pretty positive start to proceedings this morning for Trackhouse MotoGP. Ayagura third, quickest also inside the top 10 was his teammate Ralph Fernandez. Plenty to digest after a rather controversial Catalan Grand Prix for those two. Let's get the thoughts of Trackhouse boss Davide Brivio with Jack.
Yeah, as ever, plenty to talk about with Davide. We saw the message. I spoke to Paolo this morning, and he mentioned the meeting that he'd had with Trackhouse and the factory guys yesterday. A message of total respect between the 4 riders. After that meeting, did you have to add anything else to both Raul and I, Davide?
No, I mean, it was quite a standard meeting where you just ask the rider to respect each other, and at least between our brands, but it's something quite normal. I mean, normally it happened in my career, you do this within the team. This time was a larger family meeting, and that's quite normal. So to respect, we don't. I mean, it's a pity, because both Raul and Jorge miss an opportunity to have score a lot of points and good results, so we should try to avoid that. It's quite normal in the racing, I think.
How much of a challenge is the position you're in? Because Raul is still adamant, and it's an argument that the stewards agree with as well, that Jorge played his part in the crash, that he saw him, he let the brake off, he didn't really give him the space that Raul probably needed. So you're always going to stick up for your rider, but at the same time trying to look at things from a bigger picture. It feels like you're in a difficult position in the middle.
I mean, look, if I have to be honest without playing around, in my opinion, has been a both riders' fault, and this is also what the steward panel has judged. Then we can discuss it 50-50, 70-30, 80-20, whatever we can talk about. But I mean, they both did something that they shouldn't do, probably. So okay, let's move on and let's try to avoid. I mean, I think it was also a good opportunity to have this type of meeting, to send a message, to underline, and just try to be smarter next time.
We always say if Ayagura can be fast on a Friday morning, then his competitors need to be scared. So often he builds into a weekend, so you must have been quite pleased to see him up there this morning.
Yeah, of course. It's very strange to see one in such a high position. So I hope it's a good start of the weekend. Yeah, no, I think he's feeling good. Now we're trying different things, trying different tires. Then we have to go for the time attack, which is one of the, you know how important it is now on Friday afternoon. It's coming hot, so that's good for I. He likes a hot condition, so let's see. Let's go step by step and try to do the good weekend.
And just finally looking to next year, it looks as though the picture looking a bit clearer at Trackhouse for 2027. Enea Bastianini intimating that he's very close to agreeing a deal. On the other side, how many rounds does Raul have to prove himself to make sure that he remains in? It feels as though that the clock is ticking now.
Yeah, no, about riders, there's many things going on. It's not that clear. Yeah, now also we are talking to different riders. Raul, I think for Raul it's not a matter of 1 race, 2 race, 3 race. I mean, we're racing together by 3 years, so I think he knows very well the team knows very well him, and it's just a matter to sit down and take a decision.
Obviously, we know you're not with the team next year. How involved are you in those discussions? Are you still trying to offer your advice on what you think the best way forward is for the team?
Yeah, that's the point. I mean, I wanted to be very fair with the team, to tell them that I won't be here because I wanted to avoid to go into discussion and then say, oh, sorry, I'm late. So then maybe we anticipated too much somehow, but I felt it was the fair way, the correct way to do. So yes, I won't be here, and I chat. Justin is now taking over the negotiation. We chat each other. He asked me my opinion. I give my idea, my opinion, and then it's all.
Thanks, Davide. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks, as always, to current Trackhouse Aprilia boss, Davide Brivio. As always, a very interesting chat down in pit lane with Davide. Still no official confirmation. Not a lot of rumours. It seems to have gone a little bit quiet on who may be stepping into the big shoes to fill at Trackhouse. The American team rather reluctantly seeking a new team manager. Names like Wilfried Zeelenberg has been mentioned, Francesco Guidotti, of course both of those who I've seen already here this weekend, the paddock. Johan Stiggerfeldt, who's got MotoGP managerial experience as well. I've seen Stiggy knocking around here this weekend in Mugello, so I don't think Trackhouse are going to be lacking options. It's just which direction Justin Marks feels like is the best way for them to go moving forward. Moving forward at a rather fast rate is Pecco Bagnaia, who is his teammate Marc Marquez then now powering up towards 360 kilometres an hour. That's going to be really testing the strength and ability of that recovering right shoulder when you're grabbing a handful of brakes from the fastest speeds pretty much recorded by they are in MotoGP history, down to what is a pretty tight second gear first corner, the right-hander. A better workout for his upper body than that one for the 93.
Many riders do describe Mugello as one of the most physical circuits we go to on the calendar. So if you're going to choose somewhere to make your return from injury, to be an upper body injury, perhaps this wouldn't be the one, but Marc Marquez, understandably keen as quickly as possible to get himself back on board that factory Ducati. It was a weekend that means so much to the factory as they celebrate their centenary, and they will do so by we're essentially sporting a mashup of 10 of their favourite liveries and famous liveries of the past on Sunday for the Grand Prix.
Well, in recent history, Ducati have rocked up to their home circuit and almost expected a victory. As we said this morning, they've won 7 of the last 8 Sunday battles here in front of their home crowd. Of course, there's a dedicated Ducati grandstand as always at Corontaio, turn 12. They'll certainly be hoping to see one of the red bikes firing at the front here on Sunday. The 23-lap Brembo Grand Prix at Italy. We pick up Mark then now through Biondetti 1 and 2. That classic battle he had here, 10 years ago now? Really 10 years ago since that famous fight with Jorge Lorenzo back in 2016, which still remains, I think, the 8th closest finish in Premier Class history. What a fight that was. I think they passed each other 4 times on that last lap. Mark's still fighting for more wins in the present day and the glorious clear blue skies. He finds a 1:47.686.
19 thousandths of a second separated Lorenzo and Marquez on that particular afternoon. One of the classic final laps. Mark's been in a few of them, it's fair to say, around this circuit. 2019 he was in the meat of a factory Ducati sandwich where Danilo Petrucci memorably claimed his maiden MotoGP victory in that battle with Mark and with Andrea Dovizioso. So if we get anything like as good a finish as that on Sunday afternoon, then we're in for an absolute treat.
And that's when Petrucci was sick as a dog. I remember he was riddled with flu, climbed off his sick bed. There's nothing quite like a race-winning trophy in front of your home crowd to be the perfect medicine. As we followed Diogo Moreira then on the number 11 LCR Honda going through the gearbox, as you can see there with his left foot over the start-finish line. Moreira goes. Yeah, still not been able to find a 1:45, but he's mighty close to it, is the Brazilian. He's still keeping himself inside that top 10, 8th place at the moment for Moreira.
Yet to see him in a qualifying 2 session so far. He's come close in a few Q1s, qualified 14th already on a few occasions this season as Moreira. As we're picking up Bastianini here with an interesting experience through Pacini.
Pogo stick on the rear of that KTM 10.3 machine coming out that final corner. A final corner where 2 years ago he rubbed salt into Jorge Martin's wounds on the same weekend that Jorge Martin started the 2024 Italian Grand Prix, convinced he'd got a factory Ducati seat. It ended with Ducati informing him that he hadn't got that seat and kicking him while he was down. He got passed at the very last corner for 2nd place by this rider, Enea Bastianini, who was then a factory Ducati rider. What a sensation that must be. front wheel in the air over the blind crest down the hill into San Donato at 358 kilometers an hour, over 220 miles an hour. Front wheel in the air for Enea Bastianini. That is what separates the elites, the best of the best in MotoGP, from just your normal mere mortals as Enea's crew look on. How's the beast getting on? Not too bad actually, 5th place, so 1:45.801 from Enea.
Here's Igor, who looks like he's potentially going a little early here, trying to get a lap time on the board. He and Marco Bezzecchi are both out there on brand new medium front, brand new soft rear tyres. Of course, we often see practice sessions in the latter stages disrupted by traffic, disrupted by yellow flags. So potentially Igor trying to get himself ahead of the game here and get a lap time on the board. And if he's not delayed by Fabio Quartararo's Yamaha in the final quarter, he might get a little bit of a slipstream from it.
This one makes it pretty reedy for Quartararo, but amazingly, his factory Yamaha is 16 k's down on Enea Bastianini's fastest recorded speed so far today. I mean, it's not even a fair fight, is it? It's no contest. As Agura just blitzes by Fabio Quartararo. It's like taking candy off a baby, wasn't it? Agura then now is fastest, a 1:45.667. Agura's having a fantastic Friday, isn't he? Normally so slow out the gate, 3rd quickest this morning, and now in P1.
Won't be there for long though, because look at this from Marco Bezzecchi as the World Championship leader is about to stamp his authority on this Italian Grand Prix. He's got the KTM and Maverick Vinales punching a lovely hole in the air for him, and Bezzecchi down to a 45.024. He suddenly puts 6/10 into the opposition.
Just looking at the top speeds, Yogo Moreira, he would not have even come anywhere near 355 kilometers an hour in his Grand Prix career. Maybe last time out in Barcelona, but a very rare experience. But he's been touching those kind of speeds for Diogo Moreira. He's got to be so brave, so committed on the brakes into that San Donato corner. Commitment not lacking there for Agura as he had the big head shake as he threw that track out to put it onto his right-hand side going through Arrabbiata 2. That was just absolutely spectacular to watch on the outside for Agura. I'm not sure what it was like to be on top of all. Well, he's going all in here, isn't he, Agura? This is, I mean, he's been out of shape at Arrabbiata 2. He's been out of shape now at Corantaio. It's a scrappy lap, it's a messy one, but it's fast again.
Yeah, once again, left elbow almost on the ground there as he tips it into Biondetti. And how much time has he lost? Quite a bit as it happens. He's lost 0.3 of a second through that 3rd sector. Most of it will have been lost at Corantaio. As you mentioned, it's a committed lap, but at the moment it's not as quick as the World Championship leader who's 6/10 up the road.
He has been loose. He's been very loose on that lap, hasn't he? Agura. Well, at the moment, all is going very swimmingly as far as the Championship Challenge concerns. Our most recent Grand Prix was in Catalunya. Of course, we're talking about Pertamino Enduro VR Voyage Racing. Fabio Di Gianantonio looking strong once again here in front of his home crowd. Can they go back-to-back in 2026? Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Pablo Nieto with Jack.
Yeah, that's the big question. We've been saying all year is one of the men of the moment is Fabio Di Gianantonio, and it really rolls through in that Barcelona Grand Prix. It's the question all the people are asking at the moment. Have you got yourselves a genuine title contender in Fabio Di Gianantonio, Pablo?
It's a very good question, but I think the strategy that we have to be is race by race. This is just a beginner. You never know what happens here in MotoGP. It's very difficult, but also it's true that we are working in a very good way.
We'll come back to you, Pablo. We just had a big crash out there for Fabio Quartararo.
Yeah, we've got a red flag here. Jack's really sorry for cutting into Pablo Nieto. We'll pick it up as soon as we possibly can. With Fabio Quartararo's crashed factory Yamaha right on the racing line, race direction, having no choice whatsoever to throw the red flag. You can see there Quartararo kicking gravel. He was frustrated as he walked away from the scene of the crime.
He lost the front there through the left, and the bikes then tumbled through the gravel trap, and just all of a sudden come to a rest on the racing line. See gravel everywhere across the entire width of the racetrack. We'll hopefully get a replay shortly. Quartararo was okay. You saw him walking away and rather angrily kicking the gravel trap as he trudged away from the scene there down at the Materazzi corner, favouring his left arm. Of course, he had a famous crash here last year where his shoulder came out. Is he going to lose the front? He is. Immediately parts company with a bike, which is then going to cartwheel its way back onto the racetrack and shedding some rear aero with it.
Yeah, gave a bit of a kiss there. on the helmet for Fabio as well. Yeah, it certainly looks like he's going to have some abrasions, some bumps and bruises. Remember last year he dislocated his shoulder, had to get the marshals to push it back in, didn't he? Okay, then, so red flag, the Quartararo incident at turn 4, clean-up operation required. So first of all, apologies and thanks as always to his patience. Let's pick it up once again with Jack and Pablo Nieto.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. Thanks for your patience, Pablo. I think the guys in the commentary did you guys a favour then. They just let Fabio go. So a bit of unwanted cardio for the mechanics there in this heat. As you were saying, what a moment that Fabio is in, but you want to try and keep everybody's feet on the ground.
Yeah, it's very important, no? Because this is very long. Of course, we have to think that we are in a very good moment, and we have to try to keep working like this, because in the end of the season it's going to be really, really important. Try to be constant, and then we will see what happens, no? Because only wins one, so we have to try to make our best.
Where do you think this spark has come from so far this year? It's obvious the talent has always been there, but in previous years it's maybe been struggled to find that consistency. So what has been the key to that spark and that consistency this year?
Yeah, I think the main point was last year in the winter test, we have the injury with him, he broke the collarbone, and we couldn't make the winter test, no? And we start just a little bit late from the other riders. So this year we make a very good winter test. We was working very, really good, and it's really important to try to keep the best setup in that period. And in the end we found it. We didn't change a lot of things, and this is very important, because also the most important thing I think in MotoGP for the riders is try to be in the same bike, no? Sometimes happen that every time that the rider is going out from the track, different setup, different bike, so he must think about the bike, about the setup, and he's not thinking about the riding style, and we are very, very focused on that.
I saw a video after the victory where Valentino put his arm around Fabio and said, "Are you sure you want to leave?" What do you mean by that?
I don't know what he mean about that. Of course we wanted to keep it. It's going to be difficult, because also we have to understand that the goal for a rider is trying to be a factory rider, and at the moment he's a factory rider, but he's not in a factory team. So, but I think we are better.
Yeah, Valentino told us in Barcelona that you've got 4 riders as candidates: Frankie Morbidelli, Luca Marini, Celestino Vietti, and Nicolo Bulega. Are they all still in contention? Have you managed to shorten that list down?
Yeah, they are very interesting for us, no? Of course, at the moment we have to be calm to try to make a decision, because already we know that all the riders are very fast, very, very fast, but we have to think about our project, about Ducati, about everything, but still everything open. So at the moment we have to take everything, and we have to take how to win the races.
Thanks, Pablo. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks once again to the R46 Ducati boss, Pablo Nieto. Yes, so Valentino did that great interview with Jack Pablusco in Barcelona, confirming it will be one of 4 Italians that will be joining those ranks. Next, I think Nicolo Bulega, who's been fielding constant questions about his future over in the Aragon World Superbike round this weekend, said basically it's going to be down to what Valentino decides in terms of his future. Of course, they are pretty close. He was a former VR46 Academy member back in the day, wasn't he, Nicola? Pit lane reopens then in just under 50 seconds time, so thankfully a short interruption after the quick clean-up operation, just to clear away and sweep away some of the gravel after Fabio Quartararo's turn 4 crash. That's what you can see there on the right-hand side of your pictures. 30 seconds away from the resumption to complete the final 30 minutes or so of this practice session. That was before, unfortunately, Fabio Quartararo was chewing a bit of gravel at turn 4 rather reluctantly.
Taking a Yamaha around the side of the face as well. Fortunately, as mentioned, he walked away. Part of me might be thinking, just leave that Yamaha there. Quite frankly, the way it's currently running for him at the moment, we have got Alex Rins still up there in 4th place. We did see him getting towed around at the very start of the session. Quartararo's 17th, Miller 19th, and Top Track Razgatioku currently in 20th, and as we've already touched upon, Quartararo is perhaps the most extreme example of the 4 Yamahas that are seriously lacking straight line speed.
Yeah, I mean, Alex Rins with that toe behind Bagnaia, sort of a bit of gloss on what's a gloomy picture right now for Yamaha. You go down to otherwise, Fabio Quartararo 1.5 seconds off Bezzecchi early on in that session, Miller 1.8 seconds back. The top of Vazgatlioglu, well, his rather nightmarish rookie season in MotoGP continues. He's just over 2 seconds off of the best pace. No doubt a bit of medical checkup and a wardrobe change possibly for Fabio Quartararo after his spill at turn 4. Let's get an update on the Frenchman from Jack in pit lane.
Yeah, the good news is, as you guys saw walking away, his close friend and manager Tom Mobon just giving me the indication there that he is absolutely okay. Just a little bit of pain in that right arm. He has gone to the medical centre, I think, just to get it checked over. But the plan is that we will see Fabio back out in this session pretty swiftly. The good news, all okay for the Frenchman.
Good stuff, thanks as always, Jack. Thanks to Tom Mobon, Fabio Quartararo's factory Yamaha, his personal manager, of course. This is what happens when you're so down on top speed, when you're getting absolutely killed on the 1.141 kilometre Mugello straight. You have to take risks in the braking zones, you have to take risks in the corner to try and find any kind of time, try and make up the deficit. And sometimes you just do push over that limit, as Fabio Quartararo found out to his cost at turn 4 on an occasion.
The top rank here is right up behind Marco Bezzecchi. There's Fabio Quartararo, who'll be making his way into the Yamaha box any moment now. So clearly has been given the thumbs up at the medical centre and will be, albeit only with 1 bike now available at his disposal, set to rejoin this practice session. Of course, Quartararo very recently back-to-back Q2 appearances, even if one of those back at the French Grand Prix, of course, did come via Q1. Does feel as if he's got a bit of an uphill climb to make that 3 in a row.
Amazingly going for 3 top 6 finishes in a row in MotoGP for the first time in 4 years, as he starts the inquest here with his crew chief. Out your picture, Diego Ghibellini, a few Yamaha engineers hanging on every word of Fabio Quartararo. Quite understandably so. I mean, it's mission impossible, isn't it? Mission impossible. You're giving up so much time on this start-finish straight, as the Yamahas are. As Alex Rins has proven, you can do a time with the slipstream, but you can't keep doing that for, what, 11 laps in the sprint, 23 laps in the Grand Prix. You're just going to get picked off and picked off. Yellow flags out in turn 1, San Donato, and it's Jack Miller. So more Yamaha misery. Unfortunately, we've had Quartararo down in turn 4, and now with a rather frustrating trudge away from his crash, it's Pramac Yamaha's Jack Miller who's on the floor at turn 1.
Come through the picture already on his side there into turn number 1. Once again, further graphic proof of just how hard these Yamaha riders are having to push at the moment.
That went early, didn't it? That went really early. Okay then, KTM had a pretty tough Saturday and Sunday, didn't they, over in Barcelona a couple of weeks ago. Are they on course maybe to break their own top speed record here in Mugello this weekend? Let's get some thoughts from KTM Motorsport Director Pit Myra, who joins Jack.
Yeah, an emotional weekend for everybody in Barcelona, but I imagine none more so than for you, Pit, when the emotions, the adrenaline started to sap away on Sunday evening into Monday morning, and you started to take account of what happened. Did you really start to appreciate what a missed opportunity it was in Barcelona?
Well, honestly, I'm really super thankful that we didn't have any heavy injuries. There are some really serious injuries out there, but so I think first of all we have to be thankful for that. Then you need to look, of course, and analyze what happened result-wise for us, and yeah, that was really pretty tough to swallow our leg, where we could finish Friday in first position, make it home. Yeah, just almost win that sprint race on Saturday, and then yeah, need 3 restarts and until the very end, and then it's like from Edward with empty hands. So that was really a tough weekend, and then even Monday morning again for the test, everything was fine again from the speed. So general performance was there, outcome was really terrible. So yeah, I think like everybody expected, it was a tough KTM week right after Barcelona.
How do you go about picking everybody up within the team and making sure that that energy is still there coming into this weekend?
I'm just so happy for the team we have. I mean, it's like this team just worked all Sunday to Monday, night through to have a great test on Monday, and then Pedro could perform, felt good on the track, and we made a step with Maverick, who went even faster on Monday than in qualifying. So yeah, we just keep working, and honestly, I don't need to motivate that team. The team is just motivating me and whole KTM for all the effort they're putting in.
Just finally, I saw a familiar face in the box this morning, Mr. Prix, who has been so important to the engine design and the engine performance here at KTM. It seems as though his holiday to Japan was quite short-lived.
Yes, yes, that's true. I mean, it was never a secret that I was really sad when he left, but I was also underlining all the time that we stayed friends every single moment, even during the split. And that was a really good base to talk to him very early and ask him if he's happy in Japan. And yeah, obviously he was not. So we could bring him back, and I'm just happy. I think Kurt is one of us. He belongs to us, and now he's back home. And I think also just exactly the right moment within this transition from 1000 to 850. We have a fantastic team at home, but just to have his supervision, somewhere there sitting, giving us the right advice in the right moment, I just feel better, more secure and more safe. And his ideas are just always amazing, so it's good to have him back.
Seems like good timing to have him back in the box this weekend, because there's a lot of chat that we might see a new MotoGP top speed records this weekend. Is it possible?
We really didn't focus on that because you need the lap time and we need to perform, and we had all these records we wanted. We need to fight for the podium. That's most important, to keep Pedro also in the points hunt, and so we really have different targets this weekend. Whoever takes a top speed record, it's fine. We wanna fight for the podium.
It'd be nice if it remained in orange, though, I'm sure.
Yeah, of course, it's nice when you look at this picture and you see our boys there with this top speed record. It's a nice one, and if it's not broken this year, I think it can last for a while. So, but like I said, we have a different focus this weekend.
Thanks, Nick. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to KTM boss, pit buyer, Kurt Tree, quickly back in the Mattinghofen ranks. And he did, as Jack mentioned, engineer and produce and design the fastest engine in Grand Prix racing history. 366.1 kilometres an hour, the RC16 blasted down the start-finish straight here for both Brad Binder and for Pol Espargaro. Will that be beaten here this weekend? We're going to be giving a close eye in the sprint to the Grand Prix when the slipstream comes into effect as well, and in the sprint to the Grand Prix when the slipstream comes into effect as well, and in the slipstream comes into effect as well, and in
He's right behind Pecco Bagnaia.
And coming in from
Check once again.
Morbidelli and Bagnaia. We're going to be in the 44s very, very soon, are we, here in Mugello? Through Biondetti 1 and 2 goes Marc Marquez. This is just typical of the 33-year-old, isn't it? Back from surgery, back from injury once again, and looking so. Look how aggressive he is with that factory Ducati. Out of the final corner he goes. Lost a bit of time in that third split over the line, and Marc Marquez is fastest. A 1:45.010. We have got our first 1:44 though, and it's right just at the back of your screens. Frankie Morbidelli on the front row in Catalunya. He might be going into Q2 here. Bagnaia, brilliant. 44.808. And where did Moreira end up? Seventh with a 1:45.1. Brilliant that by Moreira.
And Gian Antonio now beats Bagnaia and Morbidelli on a 44.8. So it's Ducati 1, 2, 3, 4. VR46 from factory team, then VR46 and factory third and fourth. Gian Antonio, Bagnaia, Morbidelli and Marc Marquez. Bezzecchi now down to fifth. Rins has gone back into the top seven as Aldeguer now takes fourth. So it's now an all Ducati top five. And Miller, from looking very good a moment ago in third, he's now shuffled all the way down to the edge in 10th.
What was it, a minute ago Miller was third. He's now been pushed back 7 places and clinging on to a place in Q2. Fabio Quartararo, what can he do on the factory Yamaha? We do have 2 Yamahas as it stands right now into Q2. Rins 7th, Miller 10th. And Ogura, I was just about to say Ogura needs a big lap. He's outside of that all-important top 10 at the moment 11th, but Ogura has flown through sector 1. He's up by over a 10th of a second. There were good first sectors from Viñales and Bastianini on the Tech 3 KTM. What about Quartararo? 18th at the moment. He's going to power the Yamaha to the finish line. And Air goes up into 7th. Quartararo up to 15th. Still not able to do anything better than 1:45.6.
So the rider who might be a little nervous now, sat in the pits, is Jorge Martin, who's now back to 10th place. Remember, he was in Q1 in Barcelona. Ogura's rolled out of this particular lap. He's made a mistake somewhere in the second section, which has spared Martin for the moment. Surely he'll be back out of the pits very soon, because he's now having to defend that place in Q2. By the time he leaves the pits, he might be out of the top 10.
Factory KTM's nightmare. Binder 19th, Acosta 16th. Acosta was on pole position a couple of weeks ago in Barcelona. You can see there on the graphic, rider at risk is Jorge Martin. Bezzecchi flying, so too is Bastianini, who just leapt up into 7th place with a 1:45.052. The beast building up towards his first 1:44 of the weekend so far, potentially P1.
Bezzecchi's towing Bastianini around, and if there's one bike on this grid that doesn't need a tow, it's the factory KTM. Fernandez into the final corner. This is going to be nip and tuck this with Martin. We're estimating 10th place. Jorge Martin has now left the pits. He's on an out lap, and he might be about to see himself dumped out of the top 10 by the rider that he tangled with in Barcelona. Fernandez does take his 10th place away.
What about Bez and the Beast? Aprilia versus KTM for top spot potentially here. 1:44.808 is the best time of the day so far. Nothing going as far on the last time as far as Acosta is concerned. Just keeping a close eye on the KTM star. He has just done his personal best first sector. So Acosta 17, but needs a big lap. What about Bezzecchi and Bastianini? Lost time in the third sector. Bez up to 4th. Better for the Beast up into P3. Surely those two are locked and loaded for Q2.
Yeah, the top 5 all in the 1:44s. Then Acosta's not giving up on this just yet, and the KTM can clearly do it. But Bastianini has proven, can Pedro Acosta down in 17th place rescue his Friday in the final couple of minutes?
Needs a mistake-free lap and needs no yellow flags, doesn't he, Acosta? Here he goes and over the crest into Correntaya, then now down the hill, turn 12, build up momentum, then through Biondetti 1 and 2. All about the rapid change of direction in this brilliant 4th sector. Further up the road, we can pick up Martin and Ring, just moving out of your shot, going through the final corner. Sideways goes Ogura. He needs a strong final lap. He's going to get one more crack at it. Ogura down in P15. Miller, who was 3rd about 5 minutes ago, has now been punted back to 14th place.
Ogura then over the line. He's quicker than Acosta, and he's going to stay there. Ogura goes 10th. Acosta over the line, then we're waiting for him. He's surely not going to make it. Only 12th for Pedro Acosta. This is his final shot at it.
Martin then down in 13th place. It has not been the brilliant rebound from the double DNF in Barcelona we were all anticipating. He needs something special on his final lap. Aldeguer, 5th place at the moment, which is some achievement by Aldeguer. still fighting his way back to full fitness. He's best of 145.004. Here is Jorge Martin. He's had a real strong first sector, as it's just popped up on your screens. This is really, really strong by Martin through Casanova and Savelli. Has to keep this lap going. So too does Acosta. Two big name Spaniards at the moment fighting for a place in Q2.
Yeah, we've also got Brad Binder with a fairly strong first sector, who's also trying to lift himself on the order from P18, of course, after his mechanical problems. But real pressure here on Jorge Martin. Of course, we knew how his weekend ultimately panned out after his Q1 appearance in Barcelona. He dare not allow a repeat of that. This is a crucial second half of the lap coming up for the 2024 World Champion.
It's all on the 89. No traffic ahead of him. Nobody impeding him. A little bit out of shape. Look how hard he was pushing. Oh, Acosta. It's over. It's over for Acosta. From pole position in Barcelona to Q1 then here in Mugello. Acosta is going to end that session at best in 12th place. We've got Bastianini, he's taking the checkered flag. He's safely through. He's third quickest. What about Martin then? Martin. Just look how hard he was. Aggressive downhill into 12. Aggressive now into 15. Power sliding the rear tyre of that factory Aprilia at the final corner. Martin then 13th as it stands right now. Goes through the gearbox on the RSGP. As when he goes, he's done it. Is that good enough? Is a 145.132 going to see Jorge Martin in Q2?
At the expense of Trackhouse. It's Aguro relegated out. He's in 11th place. We've only got Brad Binder to come over the line. He's not going to get himself into the top 10. So it will be a double for Gian Antonio on day one here at the Italian Grand Prix. We've got Italians rocking out the top 4 on this Friday afternoon. Have to say, though, shout-outs to the riders 9th and 10th. Rins gets the Yamaha through in P9 and a first Q2 appearance for the rookie Diogo Moreira in P10.
Miserable day for KTM. Aside from Bastianini's brilliance, who's in P3, the only rider on a KTM that got anywhere near a 44, and that was a scary moment. That was how hard Acosta was pushing through turn 9, out of the Arca 2, third gear 2 there, about 160 kilometres an hour when he ran off into the gravel. That was a hair-raising moment for the number 37, who's going to end the day in 13th place. Well, there is Fabio Di Gianantonio. Well, he is fast, and at the moment, he's pretty phenomenal, isn't he? What a day. What a way to kick off his home round here in the Grand Prix of Italy. Di Gianantonio, fastest this morning in FP1, and he's top dog. He's the top rider in this afternoon session, a 1:44.808. Just 900s clear Pecco Bagnaia. Both factory Ducatis are safely through. Some job that by Marc Marquez to get him through in 6th place. It's Di Gianantonio, Bagnaia, Bastianini, Morbidelli, Aldeguer, Marc Marquez, Bezzecchi, Martin, Rins and Moreira. Those 10 safely through then into our second qualifying session tomorrow morning. Acosta, his best, a 1:45.294. Only, what, 3/10 behind Bastianini on a massive margin. Well, those 3/10, the difference, but, well, 10 places splitting those two KTMs. There is Moreira, pulling him alongside the beast. Well, it's been a tough couple of weeks, to say the least, for LCR Honda. Of course, they're going to be missing long-term Johan Zarco, their star rider, but Diogo Moreira into Q2 for the first time. What a ride from a great rider. Let's get the thoughts from the boss, Lucio. Check it over, Jack.
Yeah, as you can see there on screen, first Q2 appearance for the rookie Lucio. He's been so close on a number of occasions, but what a performance that is. You must be delighted for you and all the team.
I'm really, really pleased. We knew that after Barcelona test, we finished Barcelona test, we have found a little improvement, you know, and he was much more confident on the bike. He said that he definitely felt that we have made a step forward, and this was the confirmation, so very happy.
And the rest of the team are as well. He gets swamped as he comes into the box, and quite rightly as well.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Brilliant scenes then down at LCR Honda. What a lap this was. What a lap this was. Look at that, all action. Leaving it all on the line, wasn't he, Jorge Martin? Power sliding the factory Aprilia through turn 15. And when he needed a big lap, he delivered a big lap. That was the end of Jorge Martin's 1:45.132. Better late than never. His best time on lap 25 of 25. That's put a smile on the face of MotoGP legend, 4x 250cc world champion Max Biaggi, of course, Aprilia ambassador. So the top 2 riders in the World Championship, the 2 factory Aprilias into Q2, Bez 7, Martin 8th. It's Fabio Di Gianantonio, who is the reference rider. P1 on Sunday in Barcelona, and P1 in both sessions on Friday here in Mugello. Vigia just 26 points behind Bez in the World Championship. Fabio Di Gianantonio, well, he's never had back-to-back wins in his Grand Prix career at any level, but at the moment he's looking the favourite to potentially pull off a dream double in Barcelona and here in Mugello. Bezzecchi with the platinum start. That's an absolute perler. That's a beaut from Bez. They'll be loving that one. Dago Bagnaia second quickest, tight at the top, not even a tenth, splitting him and Vigia. And perhaps more importantly and more significantly, what a boost this is for the Ducati and for the reigning world champion. Marc Marquez courtesy of a 145.010. He is through for Q2 as well in P6.
Yeah, the Aprilias, the factory Aprilias are through 7th and 8th, but potentially some food for thought for them, because it's been a bit of a show of strength from the Bologna Bullets. We're just an hour or so away from Bologna and Ducati's headquarters in Borgo Panigale. They were 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th and 6th today. The Ducatis that have gone automatically through into qualifying two. Of course, we've got Pirro on Alex Marquez's Gresini bike, so no realistic expectations of him going through. But as far as the rest of the Bologna Bullets are concerned, they've made a bit of a statement today.
You can see where Mark needs to find time. He's getting destroyed in that 3rd sector. That is where he's losing the majority of his lap time. Of course, it's a very, very physically demanding 5.245 kilometre layout, this Mugello circuit. And in that sector 3, you've got to be throwing that motorcycle from side to side quite a lot of fast chain direction, which will be certainly taxing on the upper body, the recovering upper body, particularly on the right side for Marc Marquez. So the fact that he's in the game 6 is a brilliant performance, that by Marc. Just stretching out the shoulders, stretching out the right arm. Nothing's come easy in 2026 so far for the 33-year-old, but he has a tendency to do things the hard way, doesn't he, Marc Marquez? But he's through, and his main goal, his main ambition on day 1 here in Mugello would have been to make sure that by hook or by crook he's in Q2. Last thing he really needed was an extra 15 minutes on track in Q1, and it is job done as far as Marc Marquez is concerned. Job done though once again by Vigia and VR46 Racing. Valentino Rossi used to win for fun as a rider around his home circuit here in Mugello. We have that extra special feeling as well of being a winning team owner, because Fabio Di Gianantonio has set his stall out in superb style already on day 1. P1 both sessions. Vigia dominant once again.
Vigia does the double on Friday at his home Grand Prix. And for Ducati, they had 5 of the top 6 today. Di Gianantonio from Pecco Bagnaia and Enea Bastianini. Frankie Morbidelli 4th. Of course, he went through Q1 to the front row last time out in Barcelona. He's into Q2 this time. Aldeguer 5th from Marc Marquez. Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin 7th and 8th for Aprilia. Rins gets a Yamaha through in 9th. And Moreira ensures that all 5 manufacturers are represented in Q2 as he puts his LCR Honda 10th. Neither of the Trackhouse riders are through, nor Pedro Acosta 4th in the World Championship. He was only 13th today.
Further down, Jack Miller at one stage was inside the top 3 later on in that practice section. He was only 16th fastest ahead of Fabio Quartararo. Brad Binder had more technical issues on the factory KTM. He was 18th. Fabio Di Gianantonio's early work done on a new medium front, soft rear tyre. He was doing high 146 towards the end of that 3rd run. And look at that, a 144.808. We went on fresh soft rubber at the end of the session. Vigia in P1.
Bagnaia in P2 and looking like he might well challenge for a 4th Italian Grand Prix victory. Just 900ths of a second in the end between himself and his fellow Italian Di Gianantonio.
The Beast, loving life in front of his home crowd. He knows what it takes to run MotoGP playing around this Mugello circuit. Top KTM by some distance. The only KTM rider in the 44s on day 1 here. And Enea Bastianini once again back inside the top 3 on home turf.
And completing an all-Italian top 4 is Frankie Morbidelli, who did have some Lap times deleted partway through the session, and of course a run curtailed by the red flag for Brad Binder's incident. He did eventually, though, get down into those crucial 144 to secure 4th place.
What about the sector times? Who's not? Pecco Bagnaia leading the way on that run down to San Donato ahead of Bastianini and Ayagura in 3rd.
Sector 2 dominated by at least Ralph Fernandez. Wasn't enough to book him a place in Q2 though.
Sector 3, the Gian Antonio Supreme. Once again, no one in the 10th of the Italian in the 3rd split.
Sector 3 was clearly weak for Marc Marquez. Not Sector 4 though, as he was fastest from Bezzecchi through there.
So in the Grand Prix of Italy, the Italians doing a job on the rest of the MotoGP field as Fabio Di Gianantonio, Pecco Bagnaia and Ea Bastianini and Frankie Morelli lock out the top 4. But Digia done good once again. What a Friday to open his account here on home soil. The Catalan Grand Prix winner in P1 once again here on day 1 in Mugello. Inside of Bezzecchi.
Lift off the MotoGP. Unbelievable race. How do they react at this speed? Here he comes up the inside of Moto3. Oh, a massive moment there. Oh, that's a big crash. Oh, wow. It is pure magic. This is as good as racing gets. Gladiators in the arena. Oh, listen to the crowd. They are on their feet. All the blood, sweat and tears, all the surgeries, all the sacrifices. The riders, the fans, they are a different breed.
Brilliant job that by Alex.
Alex Marquez held up, he stood up to the pressure, and he does take his first sprint win of the season.
We are at another classic and iconic Spanish Grand Prix venue for round 6 in 2026. It's Pedro ready to power away from pole position here. What can Alex Marquez do? And we've got problems here. Is that Brad Binder? It's the number 33 who's rolled off the line. Lights out, and we're racing in MotoGP here in Catalonia. It's a great start from pole position once again by Pedro Acosta. And here's Martin, another dynamic start from Martin.
And Martin, he's now attacking Alex Marquez. Oh, it's good contact between the two Spaniards.
Oh! Well, Zarco, if he'd lost it there, he cleaned Jorge out.
Contact between Zarco and Frankie Morbidelli. Zarco's on the inside and he sends Alex Marquez out to the car park.
There's a Costa that leads. What a time to ride on board with Alex.
Martin's busy attacking rather than defending. He takes Zarco then for that 3rd place.
As Alex goes through on Joe and Zarco. We're coming from a long, long way back. Here's Ralph Fernandez. Trackhouse Aprilia lead once again.
Behind us, we saw that move also for Marquez. He passed Martin.
Acosta in the slipstream. Acosta is back at the front. Marquez up into second place. Oh, dearie me. Alex Marquez had no room whatsoever to take any kind of avoiding or evasive action. Drama here then. So this MotoGP race here in Barcelona has been a red flag. All riders involved in this are conscious. Alex is okay. Costa going from pole, Hernandez second on the grid. But here we go then, take two in Catalunya. Jorge Martin, who makes another stunning start on the factory of Prix. The Joan Mir's going to wait well. Mir's going to jump in second place.
Into Marini and Bagnaia.
Now another red flag. Pecco Bagnaia making his way back to paddock.
Pray and hope that John Zarco is A-OK.
That third attempt to complete this Catalan Grand Prix. Lights out the racing then here in Montmello. It's a little poor start by Fabio Di Gianantonio. Acosta and Martin are going to go toe-to-toe and tough it out on the brakes into the first corner once again. Ralph Hernandez there in third place.
What a Aprilia takes out another.
So Jorge Martin, after a double win in Le Mans last weekend, now has a double DNF. Di Gianantonio comes from a long, long way back on the inside of Pecco Bagnaia. Digit then up into P3.
Di Gianantonio, if he wants to make his move, he needs to make it soon. Here comes that move, up into second place, past Mir. Going to park it on the inside of Pedro Acosta and force him to give the lead up. Acosta's not going to give this up without an almighty fight.
On the cut back goes Acosta. Di Gianantonio's going to have the inside line though going through turn 12. Acosta's not going to be on the podium if he's not careful. He isn't, he's got no grip. A sitting duck, a passenger, Aldeguer dives on the inside of Acosta. Oh, Acosta goes down. There's Fabio Di Gianantonio wins the shortened Catalan Grand Prix. Drama throughout this afternoon in the top class as Valentino Rossi congratulates his race winner, Fabio Di Gianantonio. What a shortened Catalan Grand Prix that was. Lights out and racing here in the sprint in Le Mans. Martin with an absolute show-stopping start. Unbelievable. What a start from Jorge Martin. Martin from 8th to 1st. The key was Marquez has done it again.
A Saturday afternoon nightmare for the reigning world champion.
I was not constant and arrived in strange crashes, and for that reason also this weekend I was extra careful to try to survive, but yeah, you know, the body is not following what I want, and I need to take a rest.
The sprint here is going to finish in phenomenal fashion for Jorge Martin as he takes the checkered flag first. It is a record 18th sprint success for the Martinator. What a ride, what a performance. What lies in store though now ahead of the 2026 edition of the Michelin Grand Prix of France? A full dry 4.19km Bugatti circuit. No Marquez on the front row. We wish him a speedy recovery after his big sprint crash yesterday. 27 laps coming your way. Lights out and we're racing here in Le Mans. It's a great start from pole position by Pecco Bagnaia. He goes for the gearbox over the front wheel, comes down the smoke though from Bagnaia. Great start by Marco Bezzecchi. it is that leads. Acosta's up in second place and Quartararo third. Quartararo on Acosta into turn 6.
Here comes Iagura attacking on the inside of Johan Zarco. Bagnaia attacking Fabio Di Gianantonio. He's running fifth again as Bagnaia takes him. Someone's down at the first gate. I think it's Alex Marquez. Alex Marquez crashed twice.
Just to get it checked over, but the plan is that we will see Fabio back out in this section pretty swiftly. The good news, all okay for the Frenchman.
Good stuff, thanks as always, Jack. Thanks to Tom Mobon, Fabio Quartararo's factory Yamaha, his personal manager, of course. This is what happens when you're so down on top speed, when you're getting absolutely killed on the 1.141 kilometre Mugello straight. You have to take risks in the braking zones, you have to take risks in the corner to try and find any kind of time, try and make up the deficit. Sometimes you just do push over that limit. As Fabio Quartararo found out to his cost at turn 4 on that occasion.
Team top rank here is right up behind Marco Bezzecchi. There's Fabio Quartararo, who'll be making his way into the Yamaha box any moment now. So clearly has been given the thumbs up at the medical centre and will be, albeit only with one bike now available at his disposal, set to rejoin this practice session. Of course, Quartararo very recently back-to-back Q2 appearances. Even one of those back at the French Grand Prix, of course, did come via Q1. It does feel as if he's got a bit of an uphill climb to make that 3 in a row.
Amazingly going for 3 top 6 finishes in a row in MotoGP for the first time in 4 years as he starts the inquest here with his crew chief. Out you picture Diego Ghibolini, a few Yamaha engineers hanging on every word of Fabio Quartararo. Quite understandably so. I mean, it's mission impossible, isn't it? Mission impossible. You're giving up so much time on this start-finish straight as the Yamahas are. And Alex Rins has proven you can do a time with the slipstream. But you can't keep doing that for, what, 11 laps in the sprint, 23 laps in the Grand Prix. You're just going to get picked off and picked off. Yellow flags out in turn 1, San Donato, and it's Jack Miller. So more Yamaha misery. Unfortunately, we've had Quartararo down at turn 4, and now with a rather frustrating trudge away from his crash, it's Pramac Yamaha's Jack Miller who's on the floor at turn 1.
Come through the picture already on his side there into turn number 1. Once again, further graphic proof of just how hard these Yamaha riders are having to push at the moment.
That went early, didn't it? That went really early. Okay then, KTM had a pretty tough Saturday and Sunday, didn't they, over in Barcelona a couple of weeks ago. Are they on course maybe to break their own top speed record here in Mugello this weekend? Let's get some thoughts from KTM Motorsport Director Pete Myra, who joins Jack.
Yeah, an emotional weekend for everybody in Barcelona, but I imagine none more so than for you, Pete, when the emotions, the adrenaline started to sap away on Sunday evening into Monday morning and you started to take account of what happened. Did you really start to appreciate what a missed opportunity it was in Barcelona?
Wow, honestly, I'm really super thankful that we didn't have any heavy injuries. I mean, not heavy, I mean, there are some really serious injuries out there. But so I think, first of all, we have to be thankful for that. Then you need to look, of course, and analyze what happened result-wise for us. And yeah, that was pretty tough to swallow. Where we could finish Friday in first position, take the pole. Yeah, just almost win that sprint race on Saturday, and then yeah, three restarts and until the very end, and then it's like for Pedro with empty hands. So it was really a tough weekend. And then even Monday morning again for the test, everything was fine again from the speed. So general performance was there, outcome was really terrible. So yeah, I think like everybody expected, it was a tough KTM week right after Barcelona.
How do you go about picking everybody up within the team and making sure that that energy is still there coming into this weekend?
Why, I'm just so happy for the team we have. I mean, it's like this team just worked all Sunday to Monday, night through to have a great test on Monday, and then Pedro could perform, felt good on the track, and we made a step with Maverick, who went even faster on Monday than in qualifying. So yeah, we just keep working, and honestly, I don't need to motivate that team. The team is just motivating me and whole KTM for all the effort they're putting in.
Just finally, I saw a familiar face in the box this morning, Mr. Prix, who has been so important to the engine design and the engine performance here at KTM. It seems as though his holiday to Japan was quite short-lived.
Yes, that's true. I mean, it was never a secret that I was really sad when he left, but I was also underlining all the time that we stayed friends every single moment, even during the split. And that was a really good base to talk to him very early and ask him if he's happy in Japan. And yeah, obviously he was not. So we could bring him back, and I'm just happy. I think Kurt is one of us. He belongs to us, and now he's back home. And I think also just exactly the right moment within this transition from 1000 to 850. We have a fantastic team at home, but just to have his supervision somewhere there, sitting, giving us the right advice in the right moment, I just feel better, more secure and more safe. And these ideas are just always amazing, so it's good to have him back.
In fact, good timing to have him back in the box this weekend, because there's a lot of chat that we might see a new MotoGP top speed record this weekend. Is it possible?
We really didn't focus on that because you need the lap time and we need to perform, and we had all these records we wanted. We need to fight for the podium. That's most important to keep Pedro also in the points hunt, and so we really have different targets this weekend. Whoever takes a top speed record, it's fine. We wanna fight for the podium.
It'd be nice if it remained in orange, though, I'm sure.
Yeah, of course, it's nice when you look at this picture and you see our boys there with the top speed record. It's a nice one, and if it's not broken this year, I think it can last for a while. So, but like I said, we have a different focus this weekend.
Thanks, mate. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to KTM boss Pit Byra. Kurt Tree quickly back in the Mattinghofen ranks. And he did, as Jack mentioned, engineer and produce and design the fastest engine in Grand Prix racing history. 366.1 kilometres an hour, the RC16 blasted down the start-finish straight here for both Brad Binder and for Pol Espargaro. Will that be here this weekend? We're going to be giving a close eye